Hey, it's Ben from Death Battle, and you should subscribe to Raccoon Bro VA.
Trash bin talk.
Hello everybody, my name is Raccoon Bro VA, and welcome to a bit of a different Trash Picks talk, because we are finally doing a retrospective of everything we've seen so far of the indie era. So we're going to be talking about the 2024 episodes and 2025 today, and to keep things succinct, because we have a lot of episodes to go through, before we agreed to do this, everybody decided to get 2 episodes, and the way it's going to work is that we will start with that person talking about the episode. I have the thumbnail and the episode itself available here, so that way they can begin their initial thoughts on it, and if they want me to show any visuals from the episode itself to get a certain point across, I can do that as well. And then everybody will kind of give their own add their own perspective, maybe give some counterpoints on things they disagree with, and we're going to try to keep everything to 10 minutes each on each segment, because I really do want to keep this one under 3 hours, because we have a lot to get through.
Yeah. Keep being dry. Yeah. You know how we all love it.
He's gonna be like that one guy at the Game Awards who's holding up a sign that says "Wrap it up."
Wrap it up.
Right.
Wrap it up.
So I have a stop.
We're just gonna if it hits 10 minutes, somebody's just gonna have to post that in the chat.
I have a stopwatch on me, so
oh, nice.
It's gonna be official.
But before we do any of that,
we have a crazy coincidence that happened right before we were about to get started. The Next Time trailer was posted, and I don't think any of us have seen it yet. Some of us might have, but
I have.
One of us has.
I haven't, and
I have not.
I have not.
I have not.
I was playing Bloods.
We're just gonna let this thing rip.
Yep. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Whoa! Across
the
universe,
they have waited.
Okay.
That's
only been a month.
Coming soon.
Next time on Death Battle. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It is Ichigo.
Ichigo.
And Yusuke.
Yusuke.
Man.
Yep.
Oh, we finally get the right episode.
Let's
go. Reckless idiot. No match.
Oh my God! They got Lonnie. They got Lonnie.
No.
Lonnie.
You can do.
Let's go.
Time has come.
Every 4 weeks.
They got Lonnie and Johnny. Let's go.
Alright,
go.
I have an
Versus
excuse now to
Yusuke.
watch Yu Yu Hakusho.
All right.
Oh, that's gonna be sick.
Wait, what? It's still going.
This. Oh, I think that was probably for the end cards.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I was wondering what is left. What else is there to reveal?
Yeah.
Look at that. The sprites are not dead.
Oh well.
Yeah,
They live.
Yeah, y'all.
Oh, I'm glad we're finally getting another Sprite episode. I'm so happy.
Yeah. The matchup, with the matchup in question, I think you guys can probably understand my apathy.
Yeah. Oh my God, the art style looks so good,
Okay, I don't think anyone really knows this, but for those who don't know, Ichigo versus Yusuke, it's not my least favorite for Yusuke, but it's my least wanted for Yusuke, and that's because every single conversation I see people have, it just eventually devolves into Ichigo featuring Yusuke. And given that Yusuke is my favorite shonen protagonist, Yu Yu Hakusho is my favorite shonen anime, and Bleach is one of the only series where its fanbase has actively put me off from ever checking out, that's obviously not gonna. I was just dealt an unlucky hand when it came to this matchup. So, just gonna get it out there right now. I'm not gonna be joining the reaction video with you guys for this one.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
Luckily,
I'm also. In fact, it's also the first time ever where I'm genuinely on the fence of actually skipping it.
Luckily for that video, I have been watching Yu Yu Hakusho, so I'll be able to bring in some knowledge on that side, and I have been enjoying it a lot. So I will be hard rooting for Yusuke. Don't you worry. Oh my God!
Sad he's not winning.
It's awesome that
Yu Yu gets the thing.
we get an actually good sprite art style this time for Ichigo.
No. Look at these.
It kind of looks like Metal Sonic versus Zero.
That was the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Bring it on, asshole.
Oh my God! That is so Lonnie.
That
I
is
love
very
it.
Lonnie.
That is definitely Lonnie.
I love it so much.
Reckless idiot.
Like, if I wasn't sure before, that laugh sold me that that's Lonnie.
Yeah.
The best you can do?
I'm so glad that a Team 4-star actor can be on the show and once again not have to be tied to a Dragon Ball character.
Everyone's gonna be looking through these during the wait, just like looking to see if there's a character hidden in there.
I am glad that we're like getting this one out of the way because like it was the only like obvious one from like the reel of revealed episodes.
Yeah.
It would also
I'm just
explain why on the tweet they had a ghost emoji for the Twitter reveal.
I'm just
that
gonna
honestly that was honestly the tipping point for me because that's insinuating Yusuke is a ghost hunter. He is not a fucking ghost hunter.
It's a spirit
He
detective.
hunts demons.
I'm just gonna warn you right now. If Metal Sonic or Cell get revealed anywhere this year, you better put up a volume warning.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair,
Well,
fair.
that's gonna be me with Monokuma versus Koro Sensei or Ori versus the Knight.
Yeah, like I'm telling you, I will scream louder than you ever heard me before.
I was just gonna say that Speedy just confirmed that he researched both of the characters and wrote the episode.
Okay, cool.
Oh, goody.
Speedy's a writer.
Speedy writes?
Cool.
I guess so now.
I guess.
Well, I guess I gotta get started on sketching Ichigo and Yusuke, I guess.
Yep. My vocal stim is they fly now, so I almost said they write now, but I decided to save you guys from that.
Yeah.
I would have fucking just left if you did that.
We appreciate the restraint.
Although technically, the fact that I said it anyway means that I didn't really restrain myself.
Yeah.
So that was technically I cheated. I love the lighting on this thumbnail. It looks amazing.
It looks really good, yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna definitely try to at least finish the tournament arc I'm on for Yu Yu Hakusho before that episode releases. Like I'll see how much further I can get. I'm in like the middle of it right now. Anyway, let's time to get to the actual subject of this episode. Omni-Man versus Bardock. We are a go.
Yep.
All right.
This was one of the matchups I picked. It sets the baseline for what to expect from 24-25. Good analyses, amazing fight, and really good soundtrack. It's a good way to bring back Omni-Man after the very heavy one-sided matchup of Homelander, giving Nolan the run back in a matchup that actually pits him up against someone who could give him a challenge. Then Bardock, obviously he's, you know Bardock, we love him, you know him, you love him. The Super Saiyan talk at the end of his analysis, very good.
And is there anything you'd like me to show, like visual-wise, from the episode?
Pretty much everything from the Bardock Super Saiyan transformation.
Oh yeah.
In the fight.
So it's like
it's.
To me, the best part of the episode by far is when they get into the Super Saiyan talk here. And like showing the parallelism of Bardock and Goku's journeys and how the idea of him possibly getting Super Saiyan isn't that far-fetched.
That's why Bardock's analysis is one of my favorites. And it's such a stark contrast from Omni-Man's, which like I've grown to actively dislike, especially since like I just love Invincible and really like Omni-Man quite a bit, and like his analysis just does nothing for me.
The thing that gets me about his analysis, the controls on Google Photos are so dumb. Okay, the thing that really gets me is like this part here when they're like, go read the comics. It's like, but okay.
I fucking hate that part specifically.
Thanks. I guess thank you for that. Jeez, like it's not like
I did read the comics and I wanted you to talk about them.
Thanks for pandering to people who only watch the show, I guess.
Yeah.
Like that legitimately made me pretty angry. Now, and here we got a Devil Artemis outing, and like the thing that really I think is the biggest strength of this episode is like the posing of like the choreography itself doesn't normally get that complicated. There's a lot of you'll see Omni-Man do that a lot where he's just like standing still and blocking something. But like there's a lot of really cool like the speed lines are very effective, and like this the choreography in this part here, like the posing on Bardock, like it feels like looking at a bunch of manga panels with like how powerful it is. You don't normally see that from episodes on this show when they do like flying battles like that. And like this shot like here in particular, where Omni-Man is just like towering over Bardock like that. I like that. This is my favorite shot of the episode, actually, because like it looks so like it tells so much, and the lighting is really cool, and like the music drop there as well is in fucking what's this called? Solid State Invincible.
Solid State
Oh,
Invincible.
yeah.
Why is it called that?
Because Bardock's theme is Solid State Scouter.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you can hear in the track itself, like they'll use
Yeah,
like
the-
riffs.
And I just love,
Yeah.
I love how it works as a sister track to Diabolical Invincible Me.
It's like a
Yeah.
sequel.
When I was
Almost like a sequel,
I think
yeah.
that's what it was.
when I was talking
Because-
to Brandon
because-
Yates during the Death Battle watch party for this episode, he was like geeking the hell out over this song and talking about all the little details of like trying to make it a spiritual successor to the last Omni-Man battle, and it was really cool to see.
It really
really
does definitely
good.
come across like this like a like the songs itself tell a narrative progression for Nolan as a character.
Omni-Man. Yeah.
Now, I'll admit this part's a little silly, where like the tail light comes off so easily, and then he just goes like, "Oh shit!" and then boop.
shit.
Okay, like that was a little weird.
Also,
so weird,
voice
but-
acting. Cameron Nakad as Bardock, really good.
Yeah.
Tom Schulk as
Schulk.
Omni-Man.
What?
Like,
Oh
One
yeah,
else-
dude.
Sucks. Omni-Man is better than his last outing.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of
Yeah.
the
A lot,
shouts he does are just like
the
spot on.
ending scene, the ending part with your
The ending is just functionally
And
a
also
J.K.
this-
Simmons.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
this
my
scene,
favorite
too.
shot. That's my favorite shot.
Okay.
That Super Saiyan.
Oh yeah, the Super Saiyan scene is actually amazing. I love
Okay,
it.
I want you guys to know this is one of my favorite vocal deliveries ever.
Yeah, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
That
God,
sounds
it's
like J.K.
it's
Simmons.
so goddamn
Yeah,
good.
That just sounds
Yeah.
like
It is so goddamn
Tom
good.
sounds like
He literally unleashed
spot
his
on.
inner J.K. Simmons.
Like if
Yeah.
if like if God
The-
forbid if for whatever reason J.K. Simmons is like unable to play Omni-Man anymore, like due to age, Tom
Yeah.
Schulk would be an amazing successor. Like if he was allowed to play
Oh, yeah.
him.
I will say the
Yeah,
death is
honestly.
kind of weak. Like he just punched his arm off and lets him fall into the blue sun.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah.
Like this
It's
guy,
kind of-
like
yeah.
especially since Bardock's power creep in this fight was actually really solid. Like it starts off even when he's in base, but then the Uzaru transformation, he starts outspeeding him, and then in Super Saiyan, he just straight up outspeeds him to a point where Omni-Man just can't even keep track of him anymore.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah.
it's very cool.
So it's like to see him go down like a bitch. Sorry, to see him go down like this.
You can
Yeah.
say
I can
bitch.
resist with the like a bitch, but it's like it's. Yeah,
Well,
it's just
There's
underwhelming.
there's
Well,
only
it's
so
just-
much
I think
that you
the
can show,
after-
like-
This is one of those
Yeah.
episodes where, like, when you compare it to, like, what got cut from the storyboards, it's very sad. It's like, oh, man, that would have been cool to see. Because, like, Omni-Man gets, like,
Yeah.
fucked up a lot more. Like, his leg,
Yeah, he
his
loses-
leg is, like,
his leg
broken.
pops off.
And like it's, like, bent to the side in a weird way. And he's, like, all bloody and shit. But it's like, I get that, like, with 3D models, that shit is hard to render and stuff. But like Omni-Man and Bardock like actually had a little bit more of a back and forth here, so like that it's just like, man, I get it.
In
But
the
a lot more of a
storyboards,
back
like
and-
we would have actually have seen like kind of like Omni-Man, like how he fought Red Rush, and like him adapting to like the difference in speed to where he would have eventually like caught Bardock and then overpowered him.
And
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
and we also another little detail that got cut was there was supposed to be like a bunch of bug corpses at the beginning when his
Oh,
ship
yeah.
landed,
Oh.
which
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
because
like,
that was
okay.
he just
Oh,
calls it
yeah.
a bug planet for no reason.
and
this
it,
is supposed to be Thraxa, I think.
Yeah,
for-
Thraxa.
Yeah.
and it's like it would have
Yeah.
and like having bug corpses there would have made Omni-Man's immediate like punch first ask questions later reaction make more sense, you know?
Yeah.
So
Because this is-
I guess maybe they didn't have 3D models or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh yeah,
To
no,
be
I
fair,
thought that
Omni-Man
was
does look
Yeah.
visibly bloodied, like in a lot of shots.
Yeah. Yeah,
It was
plus
just though it was more pronounced in the storyboards.
I will say though,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they meant for this moment to be the way it was, but when we watched this and he said "fuck," everybody like roared in like laughter in the theater when that happened, and I'm not sure that was what they intended.
It
definitely was
definitely not,
because it was supposed to be like a sort of like he just looked at what he did, noticed that he relapsed, and was like, fuck.
Because I think the way
Tom came off a little too strong, and that's why it came off as accidentally comedic.
Because I think the way we interpreted it was
accidentally comedic was because we kept fucking yelling the entire time.
Yeah, I think the way we interpreted it in the moment was that it's like fuck, like God, thank God he's dead. Like Jesus Christ, that was insane.
Oh, thank God one of them's dead. Or I mean.
No. Also, what the fuck is going on here?
that
conclusion.
Oh boy.
What is
the editing that?
The conclusion's
thing that made this one of the most controversial episodes.
What the hell is this graphic? Why is the 20 billion higher than the 9.5 trillion?
Low-key, Bardock losing feels like the most amount of care I've seen anyone give Bardock.
Aw, well yeah. I
know
what you
I've
mean.
Seen anyone give as much of a shit about Bardock as him losing to Omni-Man here.
You're not wrong.
It's even funnier because in the sense of like when this episode dropped, everybody was celebrating and like Death Battle's return, but like there was also the people that are like, "Wow, Death Battle returned with a controversial episode." It's like they never left.
It's like
it really. There were other people who were like, "Death Battle should have stayed canceled because of this." And it's like, wow, another Dragon Ball character losing because clearly Dragon Ball characters have never lost fights before.
It's also like they never also won fights on this show.
Truly the perfect way to bring back the show. Also,
you see now the agenda is Saiyans always lose.
Also, one last.
You know what? Kind of
and
fair.
Vegeta's first time.
We're coming up on one last thing I want to mention. Does this interaction feel a little weird to anybody here?
A little bit.
100%. Yeah. I don't like how he just backhands Mark like that. I don't even think season 1 Omni-Man would.
It's like, what are they talking?
I think like early Omni-Man would backhand Mark like that.
Well, it's like, it's not even that. It's just like, what do you mean sticking your nose in places you're not ready for? Like, what does that mean in this context?
I found a few lines of dialogue are kind non sequiturs.
Yeah.
Just kind of out of nowhere. But like, just to get the comparison angle in, this is one of them.
Well, and it's not the first time we're gonna see that in the indie era, I will say.
Yeah, like I said, it's a running theme.
The best thing with this episode is that it's a good level. It's a good place where
we didn't need to start on a Bowser versus Eggman.
You need to start
on a big.
It's just like right down the middle.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Now
we need to start with a short but sweet little episode to kick off the indie era.
All right. Yeah. Speaking of short but sweet.
Oh yeah.
Boy.
It's the most controversial episode now.
It's the shortest episode of the indie era by far.
Yeah, this one was
a controversial episode, but wasn't.
This one was mine. I picked it because I am a Persona and JoJo's enjoyer. I am not a Persona versus JoJo's enjoyer.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of JoJo Sona. I never have been. People have called me an idiot. And I've been like, I don't like this matchup. But everybody does. Because I get it. They both have stand-like things. They both are technically criminals. And they both come from the 5th iterations of their respective series. But like, no. Like, SMT scaling. It's nuts. And Giorno, I get it. He has this broken thing. But that's the only thing he has that can, like, do anything about it. I don't like this matchup because it relies on Requiem.
And I feel like...
But I will say the fight itself was decent.
I feel like JoJo Sona, like, it kind of needed a Pokemon versus Digimon style wake-up call when it comes to, like, the disparity in the franchises and, like, why we haven't really...
This is definitely that.
You see, the thing is that you say that, but like they didn't even like go all out with Joker's scaling. Like they just put him at universal.
They could have gone a lot more. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Giorno's just like, I broke a car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oops.
I broke a car and I've got this one thing that can say no to pretty much anything except my dad.
Like, I get they were trying to emphasize a stats versus hacks debate, but you couldn't have given Giorno one calc. Well, I mean, I guess he got the. Also,
no calc. He has nothing.
Well, actually, he did kind of.
And there's the other
kind
hater.
Of get a calc with the whole like a made in heaven scaling. But
I'm just imagining Steve in like a damn one of those quiet rooms. He's in a straight jacket.
He's just been foaming at the mouth, waiting to let loose here.
I've been trying. Okay.
But yeah, like I said, the fight, it was good. Oh, hang on, sorry. Phone call. I am going to mute that. Give me a second.
Okay, but you know what? That's not even my biggest pet peeve with the episode. Just my biggest pet peeve can be completely summarized by just this one bit right here. Joker versus Giorno. What? What? Hold on. Go back. It's like, why?
You could have at least gone Ren Amamiya versus Giorno Giovanna.
It's like,
oh no, because they have to get into the fucking dumbass name debate.
Oh yeah, because it's different in the manga version.
Yeah, it's different in the manga, and people don't accept canon as canon anymore.
Although they still say Ren Amamiya is the real name here.
At this point, I think Alice has embraced the fact that I think Ren Amamiya is just Joker's canon name that you can just change.
Okay, so this is the biggest problem with this episode. The editing and the pacing is so goddamn fast. It's like it doesn't know when to let up, and I want it to be take its time, because the graphics that we do see they look amazing. This shit is awesome, but they need to they really needed to let it simmer a little bit,
sink in.
I personally didn't really have much of a problem with it in Joker's analysis, though there is one that I did and we'll get to later. But the reason why it doesn't bother me as much here is because there's at least some visual variety. I'll expand on this point later.
Okay.
I also have something to say. This is probably just me,
play
but
the cutaway.
Go back to the cutaway gag.
Okay.
I get it. They did it. See, they did it like the visual novel. That means it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the one cutaway we ever got.
Yeah.
Unless we count Among Us versus Fall Guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dig your what?
Dig your what?
Yeah. Wait. Dig your what?
Okay, if this episode happened when Death Battle was allowed to use clips, they would 100% have put the "I'm a dad" clip at the after that moment.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
I'm a dad.
But what was I gonna say is I like Joker's analysis. I wish I can. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't like Giorno's analysis. I don't think, to me, I just feel like they barely just talked on as a character. Granted,
they missed the entire point of what Giorno represents. Actually, no,
exactly.
They didn't even discuss it.
Here's the thing. I'm torn. The reason I'm torn is because y'all are absolutely right. They don't talk about Giorno at all, but it also has some of my favorite jokes and bits as well.
Freaking Jesus is a JoJo.
When they get to the Requiem bit, I love hearing Boomstick lose his mind. And
same here.
That was the only joke I found funny personally.
Yeah, I like how
Lord
they
help them if
describe
they
his
ever try to
powers.
cover King Crimson.
Yeah,
granted,
exactly.
I like how they describe Giorno's power stuff, but they don't talk about him as a character. Granted, I know they don't show much in Part 5 because it's mostly based around Bucciarati, at least in my opinion. But still though, it's just I feel like they rarely even talk about how Giorno is as a character, and talks more
Sorry, go ahead.
And they talk more just about, oh yeah, this is Golden Requiem. Anyway,
it's unfortunate.
Well, I mean,
it's funny you say that it's mainly based around.
I love that. I love that so.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
When I get out, they pull me back in.
Anyways, Zio. Funny you say that it's based around Bucciarati, despite the fact that he doesn't even get name dropped once in this analysis.
Exactly.
In fact, Carrick, remember that joke you made for your Aang vs. Edward review, where they reference Combustion Man over Sokka?
Right.
I would do that. I would reuse that exact joke here, but instead I would say they reference Bohemian Rhapsody over Bucciarati.
And you know what?
Rhapsody.
The funny,
to be fair, that's the best side. To be fair, that is the best fight in Stone Ocean. Well, you said that, but it's not even a Part 5 stand. No other stand aside from Gold Experience, King Crimson, and
Made in
Sticky
heaven.
Fingers get mentioned.
The funny
Like,
thing about
instead-
Joker's like thing is like you could like potentially say the same thing about it. It was like they don't talk about him as a character that much, but like there's a bit more of an excuse there because it's like he's the player character,
self-insert character.
Yeah, and
I mean, unless if you want
not self-insert, because like he does technically have a character, but it's not as emphasized in Persona 5 as like all the other Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, and
I mean,
I'm
that's
fine
like
with treating
that is the
Joker
one
as, like, this
that's the
martyr.
one redeeming thing I can give Persona 5 the animation. They gave Joker a character.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
And it's a fun character.
and Xander
if you
Mobus
want-
had more lines to say other than just the Persona names.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you wanted to, you could probably throw his character from the anime, but that anime was honestly dog cheeks.
Yeah,
It was
get
bad.
that.
But it gave us a lot of fun out of context English dub voice lines. So
Literally.
like Ryuji saying
Yeah.
yeet.
At least
Yeah.
Xander Mobus
Oh yeah,
had a fun
Ryuji's
time.
saying yeet.
Well, yeah,
And that
because
was a very intense yeet too.
anywho,
Like,
let's
yeah, 'cause,
maybe
like,
we should talk. Can we talk about the fight?
yes, we
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
one of my favorite fights in the
It's
entire
it's
era.
another one of those in media res fights. Like it starts off the same way as the other Persona fight. Like they're just in the middle of something. Like I wish I could have seen like maybe Giorno getting the calling card or like them doing a little bit of research on him. Like I don't mean to call out the other Joker, but like Smash Bracket, Joker versus Snake, they had like a whole lead up to it. And I get like they don't have like that kind of time and like they want to focus on the actual fight, but like I could have used a bit of lead up here. There's so much that could have been done.
No, here,
I mean,
That
even
you could have kept this.
I'm not gonna say
right while
even,
still
but like
giving us the
versus
context.
Universe
I'll
did
tell
a
you-
good like lead up to this.
I'll tell you
Shout out
exactly.
to versus Universe.
I'll tell you exactly what they should have done, and this would be a perfect thing. Like here, before we see the loading bits, show us the calling card. Show us.
Exactly.
That's
Yes.
it. That's all you. That's all you
that
need
would've
to
been-
do.
that could've been
Fucking
cool, yeah.
saying this.
Just toss the calling card in instead of this loading screen, which is cool, but still.
Well, to say, yeah, have the calling card, and then after we have enough time to read it, and you have like the dun 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 dun, and then you can have like
Or like toss the calling card, show the 100 going up, and then cut to the
yes,
fight.
yes, and then have the
Yes,
UI.
yes.
Like that's literally all they needed to do.
All they
Yep.
need to do.
Other than that, though, I agree that this fight is beautiful.
Pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
yeah.
one of the,
It's pretty
this is one of the
shallow.
best looking
Yeah.
sprite fights of the
Yeah,
show's history.
literally,
in my
this
opinion.
fight is like I'd argue this
Ooh,
fight is
that
like
shot of
low-key
cutting a
like
card.
perfect
I
So
love
good.
it so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Also, the voice acting is really
Yeah,
good.
The voice acting is good.
Kevin did a very good job as Joker. Shout out to my boy Kevin,
Well,
Andrew Rivera, for like commenting on our reaction videos. You're the best,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, he did.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
okay.
sick.
Sweet.
Nice.
I think it was Cole versus Alex.
Personally, though, if you
He
have
was
to
also
ask
Dimitri.
me, if you all,
Yeah, that
yeah,
one.
he was. If you ask me, though, I think this fight has fallen off a little bit for me as time goes on, and I think it's mostly just pertains to how Joker was utilized, and I think this is kind of just like a thing that was always going to be an issue when it comes to like any wild card character from Persona, is that when you just have a character who can just summon as many like personas as they want, the fact of the matter is that he only uses like 3 personas throughout this entire
5,
fight.
I think.
No, he only uses
Arsene,
Alice,
Bugs,
Bugs.
Bugs.
Alice,
Who use Bugs?
Satanael, and Jack Frost.
Where's Bugs?
The little bears.
Oh,
Oh.
Isn't that Die For Me?
Yeah, that's die for me.
Oh, that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a move that Alice.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same model. So
Yeah.
4.
No,
sure.
it's actually a brown Monokuma.
Duh.
In any case, though, I do feel like it just kind of makes Joker feel like it makes the Joker feel like he's not really doing much throughout this entire fight. He's just kind of like kind of just like in the
It's-
backseat for the majority of it.
Yeah.
It's the Korra versus Storm dynamic. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Personally,
Yeah.
disagree. Like,
Kinda.
I felt like literally every single action they did mattered significantly.
Mhm.
Like we see Joker going up to
Like,
checkmate,
yeah,
but
they
then
they,
Jordan-
they
Hey,
did
can-
like
can I
the
fin-
full
can I finish real quick?
counters for everything Jordan
Oh yeah,
did.
sorry, yeah, Jonathan,
Can I
finish.
sorry,
Sorry, I'm
please?
so sorry.
Okay, so like we saw the perception manipulation kick in from Giorno, and then we see Giorno tag teaming because he knows that Joker and Arsene are fine on their own. And then we see Joker respond by summoning a persona that summons a ton of things so that he's able to get the numbers advantage. And then we see Giorno using his life manipulation to make an AoE to get rid of all the bears. Like you can see right here, he starts fine, but then it very quickly gets overwhelmed as more Monokumas, yes, I'm gonna call them Monokumas, start showing up. And then Giorno starts getting the advantage, and then Joker starts to recognize his light creation abilities, and he's got to nullify that, and then summons Jack Frost. Which, by the way, no, gold experience is not weak to ice. Stop saying that.
Yeah, okay, it was specifically... I think that was one of the things they should have elaborated on in the analysis, like ice and...
I think you did that to kill the vines and such.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was definitely done to freeze the vines and such. I think the problem is just that, like, it doesn't feel as if, like, because it feels like Joker is taking such a back seat in the fight, it doesn't feel like how I would want Joker to be done, where it's like he, like it feels like throughout the fight he's learning the best way to approach Giorno. It just feels like, oh, this happens, okay, I'm gonna do this. Like, it just doesn't feel earned in a sense for, like, what I would want from, like, a Joker escalation. If that makes sense.
I mean, I don't know about that.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I'm torn.
I can,
because in a sense, I get the idea.
Like,
there's a lot
like
of back
a
and forth.
boss. It's like a Persona boss fight. Like you gotta learn what they do and then adapt to it.
Yeah, there is a lot of
Which is
back and
true,
forth,
but-
but like sometimes it does feel like you know, Joker takes like is tanking like damage a little bit too much, like especially at this part here where he's just like my brother, blah, 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 and just like getting sent through everything. Like, Jesus Christ, man, calm down.
Yeah, and then the fact of the matter is that it's immediately followed up with like him getting like rapid punched by Gold Experience Requiem. It's like that's what I mean.
Like you got hit with the 7-page Muda.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Where it's like I feel like
fair,
Joker is like kind of I don't want to say sidelined per se, but I feel like I wish he was a little bit more proactive. I mean, he doesn't even use the knife. He can, like, in games like Strikers, he fights alongside his personas with, like, his knife and gun, and, like, that would have been cool to see.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of did in the beginning, during, like, the perception speed-up thing.
We at least saw the knife.
Yeah,
we did. But, like, yeah,
I will say the best scene.
By the way, I just realized.
I love this scene.
It's literally the exact same energy as the pistol in the original Master Chief versus Doom guy, where Master Chief, we immediately see him with the pistol, but he never uses it in a fight.
Oh God, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
This is
we get that scene coming back with Joker's knife.
Well, this is I will say this is my favorite part.
This is the best part of the whole thing. The sudden 3D, and then you get to hear all the Phantom Thieves backing him up.
If you die now, I'll kill you again myself.
Yeah,
the
die.
This scene too.
God, it's so it's really is perfect.
Kevin's delivery there is amazing.
For all the criticisms that I have about how Joker is handled, I will say this like underdog win is very well deserved.
It's not an underdog win.
Fuck you mean underdog?
We'll say
in the narrative of the fight,
I think we should say comeback win.
People were busy. I'm sorry that people were busy glazing GER like it's some sort of fucking great move when it's the biggest piece of shit, overrated standability of all fucking time.
Zero experience.
Experience Requiem.
Yeah.
And he gets 0 experience, which is hilarious.
Yeah, 0 experience. Fucking light work shit. Fuck you, Giorno, you trash ass character. I'm done.
I mean, to be fair, in a lot of JRPGs, beating the final boss naturally.
All right. I think.
Are you implying that Giorno is final boss material?
I believe.
Yes.
I believe we've gotten to.
No, Giorno is not final boss material if Joker can beat him by himself.
He just had an idol beat Giorno.
Can we please go to the next one before I actually start tweeting?
Right.
out?
Yeah. I think we all are ready to talk about this one.
Now it's time for
one ending note, real quick. Can we give an ending note, real quick, please?
No.
Flip. I need you to say "die for me" in your Monokuma voice.
Oh.
Die for me.
Yay!
All right.
Anyways,
Now we get to talk about
now for this one.
Now for peak.
This one is my pick. This one's my pick.
We'll get
Lucky.
Bowser versus Dr. Eggman. Now, this one is a big one for me. I am attached to both of these characters, but surprisingly, back in the day, I actually wasn't as big a fan of the matchup, like, as a whole. Mainly because I just thought the design difference was just, something that would make it uneven. But that was before I became a full-blown Death Battle fan, and also before I realized there was much more to this matchup than I originally thought. But yeah, with this episode, the analyses are some of my favorites in the entire show. They go over what these characters are known for and what makes them tick as characters, while also going into their massive armies and a lot of their major commanders. And all of that factors into the amazing animation, which is, by now we should know that Moro cooks every single time he gets on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time.
Like this.
Yep.
And this was his first big animation, and what a way
what a debut!
What a debut!
What a debut for like a solo project.
This was the moment where I could finally confidently say Death Battle was back.
It says a lot when people, your workers trust you enough that you can say something like, "Hey, will you let me animate this as a whole army fight all by myself?" And they're like, "All right, bet." They just they trust you completely.
Do it, then shit, go nuts.
Because
originally going to be
he does great work.
Yeah, even if Rooster Teeth didn't shut down, we were still gonna get this episode. That's how cracked Moro is.
Yeah,
it was written all the way back in like around season 9.
It was written before the Mario movie came out.
Yeah.
And dude, when this episode was announced, literally, this was an event. Like, everyone was on this.
All like the trailers and stuff leading up to it.
Memes were just glorious on Twitter.
Like, this was one of the best waiting periods I've ever been a part of.
My favorite one.
One of the worst, depending on where you looked, but
but
the good side of it genuinely felt like a nostalgic playground rivalry.
My favorite
was I will say I did see a lot of cute fan art of Bowser Jr. and Sage getting shipped.
That
still weird to me. Still happening.
That was so weird to see.
No, my favorite bits were like
it's odd, but it was kind of cute.
I like the time skip bits of like adult Bowser Jr. design and adult Sage vibe. Design. And Eggman being like really pissed at the wedding and Bowser like crying.
I think one of my favorite fan art of that scene where it's like after the fight, Bowser Jr. secretly gives Sage a 1-up mushroom. And he's like, "Hey, you use this," and she's like, "What can I use this for?" And there's a 1-up mushroom.
Aww.
And then Junior's like signaling to him, "Revive your dad."
God, like what talk about an opening, man? Just like we were like studying.
It starts off with a freaking wedding.
This one shot.
Snap cube reference.
We've been studying this one shot for like months before this episode came out, and like that's all we had to go off of.
Oh yeah.
When the Kickstarter was first announced, like we had like this shot, but like the backgrounds weren't even done.
And then in the next time trailer, when they were there, we all just fucking lost our minds.
I was foaming at the mouth.
Also, DJ's best editing, like at the time by far with this episode.
The editing is godlike in this.
The analysis.
I'd argue Eggman's analysis is like the second best edited analysis of the show to me.
It looks so good.
But also, I love Bowser's analysis because like they talk about how his powers work and with like how he's secretly a family man. Just like watching these analyses just made me feel like Mr. Krabs goes like.
It goes into their past, their character, their arcs, their armies, their power sets. It's genuinely some of the best I've seen.
I love it.
And it's also really cathartic that they didn't lean too hard into the Bowser the family man or Eggman is secretly like a massive.
I like how they did. They also didn't lean into the Bowser's a simp angle.
Right.
True. They actually humanized both characters really well.
They did touch upon it briefly by showing the Peaches clip.
Briefly touched upon it.
A tiny bit, but
but like they at least made it feel. But at least they built it up as like a part of the lore, which isn't wrong, to be fair.
True, yeah.
And they didn't go as overboard with it as they could have.
Right.
And also, one thing that definitely needs to be shown off, that we got the fucking
the sprite edits.
The sprite edits. The first time we've gotten it said Balrog versus DJ.
Yeah. and it just made this episode feel even more special.
And then Louise's blender renders.
Yeah.
Beach analysis.
Well, yeah, Origin also did another one for Eggman, and then he did Luis did the 3D walk.
Yeah,
Gerald.
Louise did the 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Louise did the 3D walk with the Gerald walk? I thought that was DJ.
Well, I think there was definitely like collaboration going on there.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that was DJ rotoscoping. I didn't know Louise.
Yeah, this.
Yeah,
so
like
good.
like that bit there was that definitely took more than one person to make.
Yeah.
Honestly, rivals the Dimitri's analysis for my favorite specific edit of the show, which is where Tragedy of Vargas?
Dusker? I think it was Dusker.
The frickin'
I swear, I played Fire Emblem Three Houses. I played the Blue Alliance route. I just don't know why I I just don't know why I can't remember the name.
Don't worry, we'll judge you harshly later.
I've already said my piece for someone else's video that may be coming out eventually, but
The analyses are really well done. They are very well done.
So good. And
you'll get to know my in-depth opinions whenever that releases.
Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. I love Orb out of Cubone like being built.
Eggman.
Yeah.
They're like little toys.
And somehow Eggman has a mustache as a baby.
It gives me Meet the
honestly, I wouldn't
Robinsons
put it past
vibes.
them.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
Oh, and then and also the ending was really good too, where they talk. Like, I'm so glad that they were able to talk about the bit.
Starline.
Yeah, the bit with
Starline mentioned.
I'm so glad that Sage was able to be talked about, and because it felt like it really helped the connection of Bowser and Eggman a little bit more.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
The inclusion of Sage.
This match got popular back. I would say it got popular around 2021, 2022. I'm so glad they waited as long as they did to do it, because if Frontiers didn't happen and we didn't have Sage, I don't think this episode would be nearly as
it would have felt incomplete.
Both of these characters needed a run back.
Shout out by the way to how they were able to incorporate.
Hasn't been there since season 1. Bowser since season 3, and that episode was bad. But now they both get a run back, and it's
What do you mean? Bowser has never been on Death Battle until this episode. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Shout out by the way how they were able to include both of the endings of Frontiers in this bit with the visuals.
And then just they talk about he's gonna turn a new leaf, and then he just went
nah.
Because normally that's the type of lamb shading I would not be a fan of. But to be fair, Eggman himself doesn't know how to process his feelings for Sage as a daughter either. So we have no idea where this could take him. He could actually be a consistently calmer villain. He could also relapse, but he could be exactly like Bowser, where he stays the same, but significantly softens when it comes to his kids. We don't know that, and Wiz and Boomstick certainly don't. So
we shall see.
IDW is just starting to talk about Sage in the comics.
The next big storyline is going to be
with Sage. The next storyline is going to be with Sage and Belle in the comics.
Sage, Belle,
I'm very excited for that story. And then we got into the fight.
I'm gonna tell you guys, my favorite cameo by far is that
I cut out again.
You're good. You're good. Is that they got the trio from Bowser's Inside Story on
those guys, and they played a decent role.
I love that you can see Cubot's face showing up in the cloak.
The cloak.
Operation Catfish, because that's from Sonic 2.
This is actually
Jonathan, did you say something?
Oh. Okay, there. Okay, I'm back. I can hear you now.
And it's they made a Snapcube reference that was actually fitting.
It fits so well.
Anyway, since apparently my internet cut me off for no reason, asshat. I was saying how I'm fine with them lampshading Eggman's.
No, we heard you say that.
Leaf.
Yeah, we heard you say that.
We heard.
I guess the rest of it was just rambling.
Yeah, we heard you say all that. Don't worry. So
oh my God!
What I love
about clearing.
I love Moro the way he's able to incorporate the 3D models and the hand-drawn stuff so seamlessly to the point where you can't even tell what's a 3D model anymore.
It's a load of this.
God, it's so amazing. And just
it's so fucking good.
Nobody else could have done this,
dude. It's
oh my God, the soundtrack. like
Game
the amount of
Over
times
is my
I listened to
second
that on
Game
repeat.
Over.
Oh yeah,
after that.
we have not talked about the sound. Oh, we talked about it.
Yeah,
for Solid
they
Snake.
got
It's
Mr.
I
fine.
really
Barry
wish you would let me
himself.
use my soundboard because I literally made a soundboard just for Behold the King.
Nice.
So-
I got
Mr.
Victor Bury the
himself.
Light Borba.
a song
Yeah.
so iconic that even SMG4 referenced it.
Yeah, I think they
Wait, really?
referenced it multiple times.
Also,
Where did
there was a-
SMG4
what-
reference it?
like
Yeah,
Uh, in
we can
one of
talk
the
about it
SMG4 videos, it just like
Yeah.
it got used like for the
Yeah, yeah,
soundtrack
yeah.
as a bit.
Mhm.
But it's like
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
just like listen
Game
to the
Over
music,
or
the music
Very
drop
Light?
here. They made Infinite cool. That's how amazing this episode is.
Well, they made him cool for a few seconds.
He
Yeah,
laughed.
I mean, this is
I will
this is
say-
accurate to Infinite. He shows up,
Well,
horrified,
to,
and dies.
Okay,
To
okay.
quote a friend
I
of
need
mine-
to come to the defense force for Infinite right now because
No.
in
I'm
Forces-
about to as well, but you go ahead.
Okay, in Forces, Infinite actually was cool. Like, he put up a feasible threat, he fought him 3 times, he was aura farming in damn near all of his cutscenes, but the reason I clown on him anyway is because he just disappears at the end of the game and never comes back.
It's so stupid.
It's
Just
wasted
like
potential.
having so much potential as a villain.
Like,
And, like,
it's literally
yeah,
Oh
like-
yeah.
playing-
Speaking of Aura Fiery,
Metal
Oh yeah,
Sonic.
and I guess there's
Oh, yeah.
also the I am not weak thing. Yeah, I make fun of that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
kind
It's not
of.
like Shadow
That
was
was-
great in
now.
that cutscene either.
I love that they got Brocky in on this as well.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's not even the
No, that
deepest
was
cut
so
they
cool.
made.
My jaw
Like at
dropped
the
when that
beginning, where
happened.
after Bowser does the drop kick, the magic balls he's throwing. Those are actually from his boss fight in Mario Party 5.
It's crazy.
yeah, they reference Mario
Yeah.
Party a lot.
So I just want to get this out of the way.
I love
Other
the King Boo laughing at Infinite.
Yep.
He's like,
This-
"Ooh, this is precious."
Also, I
No,
just want
he
to
was
get this out of the
laughing-
way.
Actually, Moro said that King Boo was laughing at his army because they were unable to resist the gravity manipulation while he was like, I'm just vibing here.
I thought
That's fine.
I
He
thought
was
King
pointing
Boo
at
was
Bowser.
like looking at like,
Yeah, he was pointing
"Oh,
at
look
Bowser.
at this childish illusion. Let me show you something real."
Uh-oh.
Well,
the
3
thwomp
weeks of
heard
bowling
round
for
the
you.
entire internet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's the first time Death Battle got its own Know Your Meme page.
Yeah.
And like it's
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
it's because the thwomp was also boosted by Infinite's gravity manipulation. That's the reason it knocked him out.
Mhm.
Also, I
Kill
want to
him,
talk about
knocked him out.
I want to
He
talk
didn't
about one of the
die.
biggest highlights of this episode, and that's Metal Sonic.
My metal goat. I'm so glad you got the redemption you deserve.
Now you see, this is I think the part of the fight that I'm starting to fall off of.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
we
completely honest.
yeah, we can't be only we have to be fair. We do need to give
Right, we
legitimate
gotta
criticism.
talk about some of the stuff that was.
It's like
Yeah,
when this
I will
episode
give
first
a
came
rebuttal,
out.
But for now, we listen and don't judge.
When this first
Right.
episode first came out, obviously all we could do was like geek out and be amazed at everything on display. It's like, how could we not? Because everything was so amazing. It gave us this is my favorite transformation of the show.
It fits
Yeah,
too.
definitely.
And it's
Yeah.
not even close.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
him turning into Fury Bowser is
Awkward
without
as
a doubt the
hell.
best transformation that Death Battle's ever done, and I will be very
It's
surprised
so
if they
raw.
ever
The
top
accompanying
it.
music as he like
Yeah.
rises in the air and then comes back down for the
Reshape
punch.
it up.
Yes, sir.
It's like
I love that.
I cannot get overstate enough how well done Bowser is in this battle. That being said, Behemoth, I think you needed to get a little something off your chest.
I do, and it starts with this. I
This whole
think
sequence
at
here.
this point in the fight, I start to fall off a little bit because I feel like Eggman is pretty much taken out entirely. His role in the fight feels entirely unimportant going forward, and in my opinion, I do think this takes away from the fight to where it's just not a nitpick. I really do not like Eggman pretty much just sitting back and letting Metal Sonic do everything. Look, I like Metal Sonic. I think he can be a cool character, but it should not come at the expense of the guy who is second on the episode.
Like the title, right?
Fair.
Yeah, on like
Yeah.
the actual
Hey, that didn't
title.
stop him from Eggman's first one.
I always
Yeah.
point, like I will always point to like this specific part from like the IDW comics there's a part where like he's fighting another like evil scientist in a mech. It's Starline. Starline takes out the mech that Eggman is using, and like Eggman is like, he's just like without a mech now, and he's like, and he literally says, oh, well, actually I wanted you to destroy the mech because I knew you'd run out of power, and then afterwards he just boxes Starline right then and there. Eggman is the type of character who like, if you take out one of his plans, he will have another plan like just like immediately ready, and I just do not like that this fight kind of just doesn't do that at all with Eggman. He kind of just sits around and does nothing. Like if the Eggman that I would want to see, the Eggman I would want to see would immediately just leave the Death Egg and like go to another mech.
As a slight rebuttal to that, he does have extra plans. He has the Chaos Emeralds and the Death Egg. He has like several ray guns he uses. He does try to get away, but like, you see, I will say you bring up a valid point.
Also, will say
it's one of those points where I think it's valid, but I disagree.
One of the problems that I have though is that you mentioned the Chaos Emeralds. You can see in this shot right here, it almost looked like he was literally about to give up. He was not accounting for metal to show up out of nowhere.
He's covered against Big the fucking Cat. Is it really that big of a stretch to see a giant ass turtle about to crush him?
I still, well, even then, I still think Eggman, he should be, like, trying to do something. He should at least be trying to at least eject from the Death Egg to get away, especially since Sage blocked all of Bowser's attacks prior to that point.
Here's my proposal, because obviously, they couldn't, like, include that many things with, like, how much was going on here. I have a very subtle change that I think would not fix everything that you said, but I think would like make it a little more digestible. For this shot here, instead of having Eggman like covering himself, like thinking he's about to get killed, have him like with his legs kicked up, he's got his arms behind his head, and he's like smiling with his eyes closed because he knows Metal Sonic is protecting him.
Give him the Crash Bandicoot treatment.
and then
that would be cool.
I just want Eggman to like come across as like more, I don't want to say
confident.
Well, no, I feel like confidence kind of means
confident. I think he needed to be more confident.
Confident. Yes. It needed to be more. I think Eggman needed to be more confident in that he had control of the situation. That he was still the one who was like, he was like 3 steps ahead of Bowser. And I think like it would have made the usage of the Death Egg also
like as a last resort.
Yeah, more as a last result because like. It really just comes across as like, okay, Eggman's like, he's been doing nothing for like a good portion of this fight, and then he's just like, oh, let's just use the Death Egg. Like, it doesn't feel like it's earned in the sense of like, this is what like Eggman's like really being pushed to the brink because he's not been doing anything for like at least like a minute or two.
Because like,
I will say, not to like debunk you, but Eggman was supposed to do more in this fight. Like,
he was.
Had the Death Egg robot shooting lasers, and Moro also was supposed to animate a scene where he shoots a rocket arm after he gets punched, but I guess he just ran out of time.
I also saw that they were supposed to add the Koopalings and the hard-boiled heavies, which I will say is unfortunate because I love the Koopalings.
The hard-boiled heavies never showed up.
The Koopalings not being in this, I think that was a good cut, because like that would have been way too many goddamn characters.
That's where I would actually start to agree with Behemoth way more if the Koopalings
Speaking of things that weren't in the battle but are still cool, can we talk about the extra scenes in the Aftermath?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
First of all, I will say, really also, this scene of him, like, saving his, like, minions.
That was so
iconic. Yeah,
like,
doing the Piccolo thing. Oh my god, the impact frame. The impact frame of him punching him,
He did a black flash.
Yeah.
We should have seen this as foreshadowing to Shigehito.
I don't know what. Well, because it's a reference to Smash Ultimate.
It's a reference to Bowser's Inside Story.
No, I'm the Black Flash.
It's from Bowser's Inside Story, but like the effects, the black lightning, that's from Smash.
Yes. But everybody associates it with Jujutsu now. Smash Ultimate did it first.
Honestly, I wouldn't even fight them on that.
But it's like,
I'll do the actually, but I won't be serious about it.
I mean, they gave Ganondorf the frickin' JoJo go intimidation things beforehand. I wouldn't put it past him on this.
I will say, at this scene right here, when Eggman says, "Sage, fire it again," and he looks like he's scared, but he's from the way I look at it, he looks genuinely worried, like if Sage survived that.
If Sage was out of there,
just the weight.
Yeah,
So-
the way
I really
like
do like that.
is
though.
Sage okay?
And Orbot is
Okay.
on the side right there.
Can we go back to
Yeah.
the scene that Behemoth was talking about where
Yeah.
Eggman was like cowering in fear? I do want to say I know I kind of like lampshaded your criticism with like Big the Cat, but to be fair, that is not the only time he's cowered in fear. Like Sonic Unleashed in the Egg Dragoon fight when he's fighting the Werehog.
Wait.
Like that's when Werehog was literally climbing up, destroying his Egg Dragoon, and like literally grabbing for the Eggmobile, and Eggman is just screaming, "No! No! What are you doing? Stop! Please stop!" So like I can imagine that like that's why the Death Egg robot personally doesn't really like I don't wince at that, because like he did try to hold off Bowser, but his egg robot got incapacitated earlier than he thought, and again the giant ass turtle was about to crush him.
I
think it's,
the thing with that, by the way, I will say I love the Shy Guy holding the dry bones head.
Yeah, I think ultimately,
He's like,
no,
"Look, we won!"
my main criticism isn't that like he cowered in fear, because I do think that at a certain point in the fight, Eggman should be showing fear if like the situation is getting out of his control. But the problem is that I just don't like Eggman like basically being taken out of the fight, pretty much.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you're.
quickly.
I know. Yeah, I get that. I get even if it doesn't bother me personally. Like I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's taken out of the fight, and then like he kind of proceeds to then just like not really like show like I guess like shine a light on like the ideal way that I would want to do Eggman, which is like even though like his mech was like dealt heavy damage, he's still in control of the situation. He still has like upper like what's the phrase I'm bringing? He still has like a one over Bowser in like quite a few other ways.
I do think like my suggestion just having him in like a confident laid back pose because he knows Metal Sonic is gonna protect him. I think that would have been a great way to solve that.
That would help, yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe like when he does that pose, make it look like Eggman is pretending to cower in fear, but then we get a close up of him where he smiles deviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because like that's what he does to Sonic at the beginning of Unleashed. He like tricks.
Yeah.
He pretends to be afraid,
True.
but like it's actually a trap.
I think ideally,
So, yeah.
I would just really want to rework that scene in particular to like really emphasize the 3v3 of Bowser, Kamek, and Junior versus Eggman, Metal, and Sage, because I feel like in a weird way like there's an imbalance in the sense of like, yeah, Eggman is taken out. Junior doesn't really do much after turning Bowser into Fury, excited like the 1X thing. Kamek also just only does one thing. Metal kind of just like he's
Kamek does more than one thing. He did the chance time. He did
The
in the
pipes.
sense of like that moment.
I think he's referring to like the second half specifically.
No,
right?
right.
I think Kamek only does those two things actually.
He does,
Yeah.
yeah. And I would want it to like emphasize it more, because like it creates this weird thing now where it's like it's just kind of like Bowser versus Metal Sonic, and it's like it's cool, like it's really well animated, but it's also like I would want Eggman to do more. I would want Sage to do a little. Well, actually, no, Sage is fine because she didn't really have much to go off of. But like Junior to do more, Kamek to do more. Like it feels like I don't know. It just feels like there's like I don't know. It's like an imbalance. I just wish it was like more kind of like realized. Like in a sense, like some of the ideas that Moro had, I would have liked to seen those like been adapted, because I think like having Eggman like actually contribute to like Metal's like attack with like shooting lasers and like shooting off like the arms from the Death Egg robot, that could have been cool. In the sense of like, even though Eggman is not like on the front, like he's not like fighting Bowser directly, he's at least still supporting in some way to take Bowser down.
Here's how
Can we look at those extra ideas, by the way?
Yeah, here's how I like to see that. So, you are right, it is definitely an imbalance. However, I like to see that as an intentional thing, because it shows the difference in how they treat their armies. Bowser is right there in the front line. He's the leader. He is like hard carrying everything, and everybody around him is there for support, whether it be for like help with battlefield control, helping him like get him power-ups, taking things away from some of the enemies. With Eggman, he's more of a conductor when it comes to his army, and that's why for like a majority of it, he's like kind of like sitting back and like letting the robots do things for him, and like sometimes he'll get in on the fray and he'll do things himself, but for the most part, like he needs his army to lock in a little bit more than Bowser, because Eggman is just like a fleshy, squishy guy at the end of the day, and Bowser is like this. And they talk about this in the analysis. It's like Bowser's all natural when it comes to his powers, and it is why he's able to live through all that insane shit. And a big part of that is also like Junior and everyone helping him like stay as unkillable as possible, like helping making the Dry Bowser revive. And yeah, in this alternate scenario, talking about how he's got his magic and he's like there to like support his army as well as they support him. It's a show. And like I know people disagree like sometimes with like how Eggman fights, and like it does get into like the intricacy. Sonic characters are very three-dimensional characters. Like there's a lot of it's like the writing of Breaking Bad. Like there's a lot of interpretation you could do with them, really. So like it's very complicated, but like I can understand.
I think that was a comparison we'd be making.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Also, I want to mention something. I have like only like 3 gripes with the post-analysis. One, I know how everyone keeps saying this was like debatable, and I still say it was, but the post-analysis, it didn't make it feel debatable.
It did not make it feel debatable at all. Like
it literally just gave Eggman intelligence.
The only thing that like felt debatable was the trump cards part.
No, personally, I do not think. Though personally, even though Death Battle Judgment likes to think this is the worst case of it, I do not think so. But we'll get there when we get there.
Like I don't think that's the worst.
Spoiler alert: it's Mob versus Tatsumaki.
Okay, yeah, but
I think the problem. The problem that I have with like the trump card section is that you say it felt close. Not really, because they kind of just say that like every option that Eggman has, Bowser just has a better version of it. Like the Wonder Flower beats the Phantom Ruby. The Dreamstone beats the Time Eater, and then the Power Stars will ultimately beat the Chaos Emerald. So it's like, what edge did Eggman have?
I mean, okay,
they say it gets like abstract
Power Stars
and stuff.
versus Chaos Emeralds. They directly say the Chaos Emeralds are most likely more powerful, but Bowser has a far more plentiful amount of Power Stars and Grand Stars. So it's like, if Bowser loses his stars, he has more, but if Eggman loses the Chaos Emeralds, he's done.
Yeah, like they pretty much established that like Eggman with the Chaos Emeralds, it's like one of his like best prized possessions to like take on Bowser. Without it, like he's pretty much just done.
He's kind of screwed.
He's done.
Yeah, exactly.
My second gripe with the post analysis, like how the only Eggman's real advantage was the trump cards and intelligence, which I get it. I just feel like they didn't really show it off. Like, granted, he had him like have his army backed up, literally show up at the most random points of the fight, not random, but like timed fights. But like, I don't feel like they really do a good job showing off like how intelligent he was during the fight. Like just like how Metal Sonic showed up, and just And then my third one, it's just small. I didn't like how they said Bowser can punch a castle out of orbit, which was this Teraton CNT. Meanwhile, Eggman's Death Egg Robot lasered Canyon.
It gets into like a little bit like like if the research was like 100% accurate, but it's it's one of those things where it's like the research I feel like doesn't fully reflect in the actual fight, in the sense of like Eggman has the intellect edge. Well, like it didn't really feel like Eggman was like outsmarting Bowser outside of like maybe the beginning with like using a decoy and the Egg Dragoon,
or like the first part when he's like
disagree. Like once you interpret the fight as like Eggman moving Bowser to more disadvantageous positions where his army can like be more effective against his army.
Well, because you got the part of him being like all according to plan.
Yeah.
But then after that, Bowser's like
Can I just point out also that I hate the usage of what they say, the more the merrier. Like, why did he say that? That was just a reference for the sake of reference. There was no reason for him to say that.
Well, I think
like we said, the non sequiturs are a running theme.
I think what he was saying, what he meant by that was like, now that Bowser is out of the picture, we can capture the rest of his army, and it's like, hey, capture as many as you can. And you know what they say, the more the merrier. Take as many as you need. That's how I interpret it.
If that was the intention, I did not get that at all.
I like to interpret it as him saying that directly to Sage, because it's like, come and join in on this on the fun, Sage. The more the merrier.
100%.
That could make sense, but it's also I don't know. I feel like it's a really
underrated detail. Sage did not even enter the fight until Bowser was knocked out, and I feel like that was a conscious decision that Eggman felt the need to make.
Oh,
I do like that.
By the way, I love the black box here so much.
I mean,
Eggman has been betrayed by
so
Shadow,
many
Chaos,
times.
Metal Sonic, Mecha Sonic,
Yeah.
Mecha Knuckles, Gamma, Omega, Gemerald, the Deadly Six, the Hard-Boiled Heavies, Starline, Trip, Eggman, Nego, Mother Wisp, Infinite, and more.
Yeah, you remember
Yeah,
we were
all of which are accurate.
Even though Lightman, Eggman, low-key makes that point moot, but nobody said that. Nobody said anything.
Also, you remember how we kept this at 10 minutes? It's
Yeah,
probably been
Bowser vs. Eggman is the exception. We're coming up on 30 minutes for it,
Well,
so
we gotta give the goat all the time it needs.
Yeah, so
have we talked about this for 30 minutes?
Yes, I have the timer.
Yes.
Y'all have talked about it for 30 minutes?
Because it's that good.
We just have a lot to say.
Good.
Not just that it's good, it's fucking
That
beefy.
ultimately comes to like my most like I guess the hottest take I have for the season. This isn't top 5 for me of this like the indie.
That's wild.
Wow.
That's wild.
It's
Yeah.
not. It really like just the way that it handles Eggman. Like even though you mentioned that like it is definitely like the intention, like they want to like get across the difference between like how Eggman views his army with how Bowser views his army. The problem is that like I still feel like it comes to the detriment of making Eggman kind of feel like the lesser of the two in this situation, to where like it does kind of like I don't want to say it reaches a point to where is Bowser featuring Eggman, but it still feels like Bowser gets more of like a spotlight in comparison. And in my opinion, I feel like it doesn't do. I feel like it kind of feels like a disservice to Eggman, because I wanted to see him like be more like I wanted to see him like have more intelligent moments. I wanted to see him more proactive in the fight, like using mechs to actually match like the craziness that Bowser has.
One more thing I want to say before we like head off of this. I want to say like even though they only show up Eggman's intelligence, it actually somewhat helps them a bit like explain Bowser's victory and army, considering that Sage was trying to she was trying to take down millions of planets, taking down the Titans, and she couldn't like figure out anything, and saying that they were unbeatable, which Sonic proved to be incorrect. Basically saying that Bowser's army surpassed Sage's like expectations of victory. That's why I find very fun. I find very to be fun and intention of detail.
I like that also, although I do think the point itself is a little flawed, because the reason none of her simulations worked was because Eggman specifically told her not to include Sonic in any of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think they kind of forgot to mention that.
And also, there's like a part of Frontiers is like
I forgot
script
about
where
that.
like there's a part of Frontiers' script where like apparently Sonic's involvement would just like break cause and effect or something like that. It's really complicated. It's not worth discussing here. But like there's like an argument to be made about like whether or not Sage's calculations are that like you can put that many holes in her calculations as that battle is insinuating.
I'm just saying, as a writing standpoint, I feel like that's like a genius way to incorporate that in when coming through a writing standpoint.
All right, I'm gonna hold up the sign. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Just one.
Bowser versus. Sorry.
Sorry. Just one last thing to say. I understand a lot of the criticisms we brought up with this episode, and I must admit, no episode is perfect. But at the same time, this is my second favorite episode of the whole show.
It's still an 11 out of 10 for me.
I get the criticisms, but it still doesn't hamper my enjoyment of it at all.
It's one of those things where it's like the positives are so insane and insanely good that the negatives, which are valid, get superseded by them very easily.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I know it has its flaws and stuff, but the positives for me outweighs the negatives a whole lot. That's why
it's kind of like how I feel about Vader Obito. Who said that?
Which is why this is my favorite episode. So this is like my #1 favorite episode of this indie era.
Aww.
And I will fight on that.
Hell yeah.
I think ultimately Bowser vs. Eggman, it's a really good episode. I'm glad that we got it and it came out as good as it did. I just wish that like the direction it took was like a little reworked a little bit.
Yeah, it's a direction.
That's
valid.
fair.
A unique
That's
direction
fair.
that's not going to resonate with everybody. Yeah. I get it.
We do need to move on now, please.
Yeah, wrapping it up.
Wrap it up.
Yes.
Let's talk about something.
On with it.
Time for something a bit more, a little bit more fun.
Time for the goofy stuff.
Among
Us.
Versus Fall Guys.
Stop posting about Among Us. I'm tired of
my favorite, the one I was looking forward to the most, because
this is just
the reaction.
Yes.
To
First up, congratulations to Larry Winwood.
There was an amazing meme somebody made.
Congrats, Larry.
Of the American Dad clip of Steve, like somebody voiced over it with Steve being like, Death Battle told us that it's gonna be an episode we won't expect that they were convinced to do by the fans. It's Among Us, is it? They're doing Among Us. welcome to Beantown, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I feel like once I think it was either Ben or Chad who said that. Once they said that, I was like, okay, it's Among Us Fall Guys.
Yeah,
like there was no other option.
Yeah.
I didn't figure it out.
Someone said it would
like
have been Doom 682, but I didn't believe that.
Maybe.
It can still happen though.
Anywho,
Still happen.
Among Us. Oh, I'm so
had
happy. I'm so happy to talk about this one, man. Fall Guys is one of my favorite comfort games. I've clocked so many hours into that thing, and Among Us, like, honestly, yeah, anytime I'm able to play that with friends, like, we always have a good time. And this is one of those, like, joke episodes. I was like, yeah, like, just the absurdity of the idea, and, like, a chance to be as dated as possible with the memes, and for it to be fitting, like, I'm all for, like, a time capsule episode, and that's exactly what we got. Like, I know that this, like, has its, like, criticisms or whatever, but, like, unironically, this has the best intro of any 2024 episode, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
This
I'll
is
give
the
you
only
that.
one that delved into more than just their names, and like this actually did like the classic backstory thing from the first 10 seasons instead of just dropping name versus name, title versus title, who's gonna win.
And
yeah, I don't like that they're doing that.
Which I wish they would go back to.
Yeah.
I thought it
wish
seemed
they
like
got
they were
it.
stepping away from it for a little bit with, like, later episodes, but then they went right back to the old one. It's like, oh, come on, guys. So yeah, it's like this is just a fun. This is just a fun episode, man. I just I think these analysis segments are, like, really well done, especially, like, how they got all of the crew mates, like, of the actual show. Like, they got their Among Us costumes in there for, like, showing off gameplay. And I love this bit too, like getting a whole crew in.
This cutaway is pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah.
And they call him Wizard. They call him Wizard, not Wiz.
Wizard.
Wizzario.
Also, I love how Jocelyn just blatantly hides that she's the imposter by just agreeing with everything without paying attention.
Right.
Yeah.
She agrees with everything, but she still voted for Ringmaster because she knew that he was an imposter. That is imposter gameplay down to a T.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Kind of weird that they decided to play on a 5-player game when there were 2 imposters. That makes this
wait.
1 kill.
Oh wait, no, she did vote for Wiz. My bad.
Yeah,
So that was another hint that she was on the imposter side in that case.
Yeah.
And I like how Ringmaster was just doing a really bad job
Oh,
of,
wait,
like, hiding
Henry
his
Stickmin
identity.
reference.
Yeah, the Henry.
The fucking I love they had the spacesuits from Guardians 3 there.
Yeah.
The Edgeworth haircut.
Are we?
There he is.
Henry.
Yes.
Look at him.
Larry Winwood
Henry.
literally said he's trying to make Henry Stickmin an industry plant for Death Battle, and I respect that, honestly.
Look,
I mean, isn't that what happened with Champions Island? Who said that?
as long as Henry versus Second Coming happens after like the arc is finished, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But like I've talked about that.
One of the
many
only
times.
people, like amongst all of my friends, who has never played the Henry Stickmin games.
It'll take 4 hours. Trust me.
I didn't even know what it was until Death Battle came out.
It is an internet classic, my friend. You got to educate yourself.
It's beloved.
Yeah, I love that edit as well.
Like I think I played Fancy Pants once, but never Henry Stickmin.
I heard some.
And then oh yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to like elaborate. Some people, I heard there were like some like complaints about, oh, why are they getting crossover scaling? I'm like, dude,
that's
like,
the entire point.
Exactly.
Half of Mike Wazowski. I love that.
Bro, that would be like if Fortnite didn't have like, oh yeah, we're gonna scale Fortnite without everything like that. It's like, raw. That is.
I can't wait for elimination.
This is one of those matchups where it needs to have everything. It needs to be as insane as possible.
I can't wait for elimination to make Fall Guys the movie.
Honestly, I'd be down to see that.
Hi, Henry again.
Oh yeah. Oh, and Wings of Iron got a shout out as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it looks like an Among Us.
Among Us.
It still does not look like an Among Us to me. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, though.
McDonald's chicken nugget shaped like the crewmates sold for nearly $100,000.
$100,000, yeah.
Now here's
like,
the
reason you know what
just,
sus
like,
is.
weird shit instead of like actual destructive capabilities.
Yeah, because if it's that's why I argue it's a joke episode. Some people disagree with me on that, but it's like it has the vibes of it all over, and because what I love about the analysis segments is how they play around with like Among Us like starts off very scary because it's like they're imposters and stuff, but then like it turns into teamwork and it becomes like really uplifting and how like we all gotta work together and stuff. But then Fall Guys is really cute and it turns into like oh my god, like what are these like Lovecraftian horror beasts that we're about to unleash upon the world? And it's like, yeah, pretty much. All right, cool. Let's see the fight.
It starts from going. It starts at
let's
cosmic
fight.
horror and shifts to eldritch horror.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's real. I really like the way that they approach that. It's just the bean on fire.
Yeah.
And like just like the anatomy of the Fall Guys is so much fun too. That they absorb food through their feet. They're
Also,
not wearing suits.
Oh yeah, can
It's
you
like
also-
Waddle Dee
And their
physiology.
skeleton.
Oh yeah, their skeleton is fucking horrifying.
And they reference it in the fight too. Because
They
like
did,
when they were
yeah.
clashing,
They reference both of their skeletons in the fight.
it's so good.
Also, W Fortnite Big Bang feat, and this is probably the only time I'll ever be mentioned, unless Fortnite gets its own episode eventually.
Oh yeah,
Jonesy versus a Booster Gold.
we almost got Jonesy
Yeah.
versus Geets. Almost.
Oh yeah, we
It
did.
It would have been
yeah.
legendary.
It would have been P.
And I
Oh,
love
the
how
meteor
it-
joke. That's like one of my favorites.
Forget about the meteor thing. We just gotta. These guys are crazy.
Why did we even mention the meteor?
Why even?
Yeah. I feel like that's
And-
like a soft reference to all the people who criticize Death Battle for bringing up low-scale feats.
Also, yeah, Wipeout reference. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wipeout.
I love.
Favorite childhood shit.
Trust us. They're right about the 5 crowns in a row thing. And
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
It-
are.
it is like hell to get through.
and now
I played a
Yeah.
couple of games of Fall Guys before this episode dropped, and I barely managed to get one.
and now
And now we get to the fight, and where my smile goes to a stone face gradually, minute by minute.
it's time for me to play devil's advocate a little bit. I get what they were going for with the beginning of it starting out of like with an Among Us game and then transitioning into a Fall Guys game. The problem does become in the sense that it doesn't really follow Fall Guys rules that much because okay, so we get to this part here, like we got the funny twerking image, that's all fine and dandy, but like they're on the final round here, and then orange guy gets hit by a ball. That's not
And that's eliminated.
That's not how that works. You don't get
That's not
eliminated.
how it works.
You don't get eliminated
no.
on that stage. You could just like get right back up, and then it also like it does show that Among Us is like clearly outmatched because they're like very easily taken out. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
but we do get
Stay
the
squishy.
we do get the Danganronpa reference here, so that does make up for it.
We
Yep.
do.
Yes.
It does make up for it. Leon.
I have never touched that game.
If
Yeah.
that was
Blood is
Leon from
red.
Tales of Destiny, I would clap, but I don't care about Danganronpa, so I don't clap.
Okay,
You're lost. Anywho.
here's low-key the best sequence of the fight is when they they directly reference
Yes.
that Larry Winwood animation.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
but like they
Well,
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
with the
they
knife.
stab.
This
They-
is like my favorite joke of the fight. I love this moment.
They
Like,
up-
Yeah, this
especially
is
with the
perfect.
Mickey
Hang on, let me
Mouse
try on
thing.
my stuff.
Like the
Okay.
timing is just perfect.
I do need to show off the music here because Aaron did kill it with this part in particular.
Yeah.
Bum,
Yes.
bum, bum,
Wait,
bum,
what?
Wait.
bum.
God, it's
That
so
is straight
There
up-
you
good.
are, Steve. You were quiet for like hours.
Yeah, and then like the rigging is unironically like really well done here. I love the way that the beatdown is animated. It's so much fun, and
Yeah.
Like,
and then like it just evolves into pure chaos when like the rest of the crewmates and everybody like gets involved.
I like the pure chaos.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I love the
Pure
chaos.
chaos is what I'm here for.
Yeah, it really
Yeah,
does
that's
what
what
Naruto
we got.
versus Ichigo
Wah,
does.
wah,
Where it
wah,
just throw everything
wah,
at
wah,
the wall
wah.
and it's stupidly fast paced, but it feels more self-aware about it.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll like the different background details as well of like the constellation.
And there's the skeleton thing.
Skeleton bit.
Yeah, the
and I
skeleton,
love how Fall Guys is characterized here. I like when the motivation in the fight is like different for like depending on the character, because it feels like more like tailor made, because like his tunnel vision is just so okay, I know some people don't like this part. I like this part a lot. Because it feeds into Fall Guys, like as a character, like how obsessed he is with the crown, and just like it gets like so absurd, the poster there, and I love that he's reading Diary of a Wimpy Crewmate. Like that is such.
He's married to the crown,
and he has a memorial to the other imposter too.
It is such a stupid thing, but I love it, and like unironically, this is like a better version of Steven Universe versus Star Butterfly of like everything, like the pure carnage, and like you think it's like horrifying, like oh my god, what have I done?
I won.
And then we get the Fortnite music.
The Fortnite music.
Hey.
Yeah.
You rocking that shit though.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I love like how everybody.
They finally got a unique KO scene.
Yeah.
Everybody has like.
No, they did that on Bowser Eggman too.
They did Bowser Eggman.
Never mind, Bowser Eggman did it first.
I love how they all like have a unique personality. It's so fun. Like, so it's like, yes, I get it. Like it does like the fight does drag a little bit with particularly the Fall Guys montage is like, I get it, but it's like, god damn it, this is just such a fun episode.
It's fun.
It's dumb fun. It's like I feel like what was it you said? Like Bowser versus Eggman was a 5-course meal, and this is just a nice dessert.
Yes, kind of.
It really is.
I don't remember saying that, but if I did, I was on point.
I would agree with that statement.
So it's like
I agree with.
Even it's by not objectively the best episode out there, but like damn it, like by joke episode standards, like it is just like so up there for me. I love this one to death. Like I would probably give this like an 8 or a 9. I really do. I love how they handled it, and it made me so happy that it made me happy that they returned to episodes that like lost previous polls, and like they still like got a chance later on, and
that we'll get to a certain other episode later.
I do agree that this is a pretty fun episode, but I think ultimately why I don't like really find myself ever like revisiting it a lot is kind of like, it's pretty much just like, I feel like once you get the joke, it's like there's only so many times where I feel like it can be like funny. Like I feel like in a lot of ways it's like the angle that they took with this episode is like very, I don't want to say played out, but it's very very like I don't want to say standard. I feel like standard is too mean. It feels very what you'd expect, and I feel like once you get past that, it's just kind of like it's a fun episode, but it's just like it doesn't have a lot of rewatchability for me, because it feels like I feel like I would just be. It's just like I feel like I would always just be hearing the same jokes over and over and over again, and I feel like adding on to like the fact of like the first part of the fight, like it doesn't really like it definitely kind of drags. It's like it ultimately is like why I still like this episode. It's still not like among my favorites.
I totally get that. It is not going to be an episode for everybody. That being said,
when it comes to me for that, like I regularly rewatch Catacris videos constantly, and like I always find every single joke funny the exact same way. So like in order for a joke episode to be replayable, it either needs to have a really good joke that I can at least look at and respect, or it needs to make me laugh every single time. And sadly, aside from the knife thing, this one does not make me laugh.
Yeah.
I think that's ultimately that's kind of what Jonathan was getting at, where it's just like the jokes, they feel safe, if that makes sense.
Here's predictable. For me, it's like
predictable.
I don't laugh at this episode that much either. I smile at it.
Also, a reminder that Eric has never watched the Cat Icarus video.
This episode makes me smile like a dumb.
I'll be right back.
This episode makes me smile.
Or at the very least, watch one like an out of context video.
This episode makes me smile like the dumbest motherfucker you'll ever see. Especially like seeing them like talk about the Twitter feeds and just like Pac-Man. He can just turn into Brilliant. And so to me.
By the way, I played the remastered of Pac-Man World 2. I need him in the death battle now.
Yeah, it is to me. It is just like it is the ultimate tribute to these franchises, and that's why I dig this episode immensely.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's like if you're gonna do Among Us vs Fall Guys, I think this was the best way to do it.
Yeah. Okay, and now then, it's time to talk about... Okay, guys, we need to promise ourselves we're not going to go 30 minutes again for this next one, right?
Okay.
Yes.
We have to stay as succinct as possible.
Yep.
Right.
It's time to talk about Kratos versus Asura.
All right.
Let's go. This is me.
It's a good episode. Y'all are just mean.
Yeah.
Listen,
Let me just say, if you
Okay.
harass Devil Artemis over this, I don't like you.
Listen,
Yeah,
I
I
have a
know.
message.
If
I have
you're
a
one of
message.
the people
I have a
who
message.
harassed Devil Artemis so much that he felt he had to leave the show because of the backlash he got from this and future episodes, I hate you. Like,
Yeah,
straight up
yeah.
hate you.
Genuinely. Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna say this right now. Was this Devil Artemis's best? No. Does that make him a bad animator? Hell no. I say Artemis is a good animator.
This wasn't even a bad episode.
No,
It's not.
Yeah,
No,
no.
exactly.
No.
Okay. I've come to make an announcement. Because characters our audiences overlap. They should know that I'm gonna make up my big ranking of Death Battle 24 and 25, which I'm gonna call Season K because I think it's just easier to say. Kratos versus Asura is getting its own video.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
And I insist that each and every one of you have a watch party with me. Everyone in this call right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, why not?
But,
It's the
but
only,
why?
to be fair, it's the only one that I really want you guys to watch. Because, deadass, okay, for context, so who remembers my Ragnar vs. Soul review?
I do.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I even referenced it in my ranking, so of course I remember it.
yeah, of course. So, that came out to around 32 minutes. It was, but like the original draft of that review was like the raw unedited audio clip was like an hour long, so I had to trim out a lot of fat, and yet my Kratos vs. Asura review is still longer than the rough draft of my Ragnar vs. Soul review, and there's no fat to speak of. So far, there is no fat to trim.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but what I want to finish.
Back to this.
Wait, I want to finish
back
for a
to the
sec. I want to finish on a sec. I just want to say, Devil Artemis, he's a good animator, and I just hated how people literally say this, just making it look like a bad animator. When he's made good, when he had mistakes before, but he still proved himself, especially in Hulk Godzilla, which we will get to eventually.
Oh my god, yes.
The whole situation with Devil Artemis it's a topic that like is far too. There's far too much on that.
It goes beyond our scale. I think we should probably like stick to the episode as much as we can.
Stick to the episode.
And
Anywho,
talk about like what it did right, because I don't think enough people give it that
God
credit.
of War a lot as a kid. I'm one of the very few that actually did play Asura's Wrath. It was very good. It was one of the first like movie style games I've ever played, considering it was like 90% cutscenes, but they were all very good cutscenes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And do like understand how good Asura's Wrath is with utilizing his QuickTime events.
I know.
Like, they are heavily underappreciated in my opinion, and they like I get that QuickTime events aren't for everyone, but just the way that they frame the QuickTime events, like in a similar way to how like they're reliant on your sympathy for the tragedy that Asura goes through. That is just.
Exactly. I mean, like, you can't tell me that "shut him up" isn't an amazing prompt.
True. Yeah.
Like, you have somebody monologuing, and you have a button you can press to not only skip the cutscene, but watch Asura punch the guy in the face.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've wanted to see this fight for so long. Like, he was well overdue, and like, I pushed for this on the. I think it was the second Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, the Tournament of Champions. Well, I was actually on both polls.
But yeah,
after
Monokuma Koro Sensei got the shaft, I hard-boiled pushed for this one. But yeah, and like it turned out very good. Like it touched on the past and present God of Wars, gave him a lot of arsenals and weapons and stuff. It touched on all of Asura's different forms. It used everyone in the battle. It gave us an alternate. How many death battles have an alternate ending where it showed the other person win?
Not a lot.
Not many.
Right. I would not mind more of them And like this one was so good, like it gave a fitting end to Kratos' story where he finally gets to rest, where he gets to be with his daughter. It's just so beautiful. And like I don't see how people could see this as bad. I get it. Kratos doesn't have many forms. He has a bunch of weapons, not many forms. Asura, he's pretty much all forms.
He's a Dragon Ball character.
Right, yeah. And like I get that there's a bit of an asymmetry there, but like I don't care. I don't. I like this. I'm tired of pretending I don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
And like
yeah.
I think it's a testament that like I rewatched this fight not too long ago, and like I don't care what y'all say. I enjoy it. I do think they actually did a really good job with the fight. Like the choreography and characterization, like it feels like Kratos and Asura.
Yeah. I guess like just with a I'm not sure how to address this exactly. Like I wanted this fight to be as grand as the next guy, but I'm wondering if they made it a bit too grand for its own good. I'm just wondering.
It's entirely it's a symptom of like I would like because Ben has done this in the past before where like he'll really hype up an episode being like, oh man, this episode's gonna be great, you guys are gonna love it, and like it can be kind of like hit or miss if like he's like, you know, actually like correct in like how people will react to it. And like in this case it definitely was not, considering how mixed of a reaction this had. But like I just think in general like there is like a lot of good quality stuff here. I think Kratos' analysis, like I have not played the God of War games, but like I would say given how much they had to cover for God of War between, you know, the Norse games and the Greek games, I think they did a pretty good coverage of it, outside of, you know, not mentioning Atreus by name, which like that's kind of, you know, that's still weird to me, but like outside of that it was still a really good coverage of Kratos to where like I grew to like him as a character. Like I want to play the God of War games now. And then Asura's analysis, arguably one of the best that Death Battle has done in this indie era. I'm gonna say
of the show. Say of the show.
Okay, I don't know about the show because I need to like do a really big like retrospective in that sense. But like at least of the indie era, like it's such a good coverage of his game. Like I don't like, and it's criminal to me that like people will like write off this episode just based on the fight when like it does so much well, like Kratos' analysis.
Yeah, like these analyses are like
they're
really,
incredible.
They're fantastic. Like Asura, definitely one of my favorites of this era and possibly of the show. I would need to like compare it, and like it was just such an amazing coverage of his game, and just
I will say this: when I do eventually review this episode, there are things that I don't have the okay, so like this is a good example. There are things that like bug me that I don't really have the ability to get into right now because of like just talking off the cuff. Like it'll be better for me like in a scripted format. I will say there are moments where it's like I've ragged on like similar things in the past, so it's like I'm not gonna give this episode a pass for doing something similar. Like and a big example like that always comes to my mind about like the first Ganon analysis segment where they made the reference to like I don't like sand, it's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. It's like
I think I know what you mean now.
I hated that moment, and then they make another really out of nowhere meme joke here about the prequel trilogy. I'm not giving it a pass. Like I still think it's hackneyed and it doesn't fit. So like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where it's like I still think these segments are good, but they have little things that keep me from saying they're my favorites. And the Atreus thing being another example of that. But like again, that's something that would be better for me to get into when I'm able to like, you know, do editing tricks to show off what I'm talking about. But so but I can't talk about this.
The fights.
So
okay. Right away, there's a crowd of people who say that like Asura gets jobbed. Play the fucking combo. Play the combo he gets right now.
Play the
the lighting.
You have to skip a little bit.
I will say the setup kind of doesn't make sense.
Okay, you guys passed it.
Right here.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Is this what we call jobbing? Is this your definition of jobbing? Huh?
Well,
is this your definition? Look at that explosion.
And then he's
would a jobber do that?
And then he's
would
fine.
Would a jobber ever do that?
And then
is that your definition of jobbing?
And then he gets up. Then he gets up and he hits us with the epic rap battles of history edit.
Yeah, that's been
I originally found it cool, but then I guess like.
And I am not a fan of the shut up.
Yeah, I won't fight anybody on the shut up scene. That's probably my least favorite part of the fight.
I also got something else. I don't understand the whole setup because like Kratos literally gets teleported, and then Asura's like the god of war. I'm gonna kick your ass. And I was like,
the setup is
you?
really bad.
I think the idea, the idea behind the setup, I would have to imagine, is it's in reference to how just like other gods within the God of War series like just know of Kratos like inherently as like the god of war or like the ghost of Sparta.
No,
it's that kind of idea.
And then they have these little cronies just posing behind them.
I mean, if the Norse gods know about what Kratos did in Greece, would it really be that far-fetched to say that Asura, which also takes inspiration from mythology, would know about it?
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
This is why I'm saying it's bad. Because of that teaser that we had to snack on for months before this.
Yeah,
it set up expectations for this fight that I'm like, how the hell is it gonna like? This is one of like the prettiest and like most cinematic things I've ever seen Devil animate. I cannot wait to see how this is incorporated into the fight. It could have been cut entirely and it would have made no difference to the story. Like we could have started on Kratos being teleported here and we would have lost practically nothing. That really disappointed me.
I feel like this was a hasty rewrite.
It was. I think it was said somewhere. I'm not sure where, but like that sneak peek that Devil did do ultimately was just like it didn't matter to the writing process of this fight. So he had to like
he basically did it for fun.
Yeah, he pretty like when it came to like the actual episode, he had to then like make a workaround of like, okay, we still got to include it, but like the script has an entirely different setup. It's just like I would assume then the idea is that like Chakravartin or something, like some higher force just teleported Kratos to Gaia.
That's what I just presumed.
I'm gonna give a shout out to.
Here.
I'm gonna give
another instance of Asura quote unquote getting dubbed.
Why does the axe take so long to come out of the ground? That's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know that either, but
I've played the games. It's like instantaneous practically.
Yeah, it's like...
It was even instantaneous when Kratos retracted it earlier.
Okay. So again, like I'm gonna give a shout out to Josh Scorcher here for a moment because he. Oh God, the way the building. Sorry.
I will say I did like it. I do like that shot.
The burst,
yeah. Again, utilizing the Asura's Wrath UI for like.
Oh no, I was talking about the Kratos Asura when they were like, splaying the ground by just them like trying to push each other.
That was cool.
That's really good. That feels like a mythology kind of like they split the heavens kind of.
Yeah, like it's a reference to the battle at the beginning of God of War 2018 as well. When I forget his name. But, Baldur, thank you.
Baldur, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm gonna. Josh Scorcher, he gave a really cool idea for like a different setup. And it would incorporate the teaser a lot better. Have like Asura and Kratos like starting out having a conversation, like maybe they have like drinks or something, and it could be a reference to when Asura was in the sauna with one of the guys, and like they were drinking and stuff before they fought. August, thank you. And then have it be revealed slowly through the dialogue that Chakravartin is like making them fight, and like they have their kids like kidnapped or like imprisoned or something, and like they have to fight, and like that's the reason they have to do it, and like they clearly are like making it clear, they make it clear the way they talk that they don't want to, but like they have no other choice and stuff. Like that was the idea he gave, and part of me really wishes that like when I heard that it was going to be like a really long runtime, I was hoping that there would be more of a focus on, like dialogue and like really slow bits. And I kind of was hoping that there wouldn't be that much action in this episode, like, which is a weird thing to say about Kratos versus Asura. Oh, I love that shot. I think if they had like focused more on like the tender and like story, the way the storytelling of these franchises go, I would have like vibed with that a little bit more, and it would have been like, let's be real, it would have been better for like a solo animator to handle, because even Devil has said that like, yeah, I bit off more than I could chew with this one, like, because there was so much going on here, and like expecting one person to animate all of this is crazy. Like like that,
and that's what just pisses me off.
But again, I do not blame Devil Artemis for how this episode turned
exactly.
out.
This death battle has a better understanding of Asura's character than most people on the entire internet. Wait, who said that?
But here's the thing, Devil actually has a better understanding of Asura, the death battle themselves, funnily enough.
Right,
the fucking storyboard.
Gods must die teaser.
Not even that. The fucking storyboard where Asura like punches the earth, and Kratos is like, "You're too far gone," and and then he kills Asura. It's like, "You're a monster no longer," and then it ends there. And
I never was.
No, but like, and Asura doesn't even say. Asura doesn't even say never was. He just gets killed like a God of War boss, and then that's it.
Yeah. No, I will say, for all the issues that I have, and like issues that I could point out with like the script and like whether or not it's the original script or like the one that they actually used, you cannot lie. This entire climax goes fucking hard.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't care. This climax is amazing.
This is like, I remember us reacting to this in call. We were freaking out.
God, the fisheye lens.
It especially validated me, because this is exactly how I thought the Destructor scene would go, and more people were saying that, oh, but the Destructor form is too big, and I was like, my dick is still bigger.
The problem is that I don't like how Kratos is treated, because like, I feel like, and this also comes down to like who they got as him. The guy they got, he does a perfect impression of Kratos from the Greek era.
From the Norse, or
from the Greek. He does a perfect Greek era Kratos. And that to me is my biggest complaint of this one. It feels like for a lot of this, we're watching Greek Kratos and not Norse Kratos, with like the way he talks and like a lot of the line deliveries and like the extra posing he does there. Like, that's not Norse Kratos to me. And I don't know, just like it. And it feels like when he does do the Norse like impression, it feels like a little bit more forced compared to when he's going like all big Greek here. Like, that's an awesome line delivery, but it's like it doesn't sound like Norse Kratos is my problem. And
okay, but I will counter that. It just sounds cool.
I know, but it's like
I will
I
counter
know.
it, but do so in better faith. So we brought up how this episode had a lot of rewrites. I feel like this was one of those rewrites where like it was like super last minute, so Muhammad didn't really have a lot of time to flesh out and prepare himself for the line, so he just happened to go into Greek Kratos.
Yeah, but it's like, how would you even, but here's the thing, that's the kind of line where it's like, how would you even deliver that as Norse Kratos? Because I don't see him saying something like that. It's like,
I could see him saying it in like his like calmer tone.
It's like, you deserve a worthy end. It's like, fuck off. Like, Kratos doesn't, that's not how he talks. He wouldn't care about that. And
yeah, see, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm just trying to contextualize it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I don't have a strong enough perspective about Kratos, whether or not Greek or Norse, to really like judge how accurate it is. But like, I just like I like it because it's just like it just sounds cool.
Yeah. Also, the whole bit of Oscar being like, I never was. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I mean, you were kind of an asshole in this fight, so I don't blame Kratos for thinking you were.
Yeah.
I do say this ending is misunderstood, but I need to wait for my video before I can actually, like, say it in good faith. Because A, we've been going on for long enough, and B, it would absolutely require me to, like, yap for 1,000 years just to make my point. So
it is time to wrap it up.
My video.
One last complaint I will give is that I think giving Kratos speed because of the feat of him blocking, like covering his eyes from Apollo's or Helios's light. I think that's kind of stupid.
Like I never really understood that. It's like it's just him blocking it. That's not him outspeeding the light.
And Helios was also like really badly injured too.
Yeah.
Didn't they have another speed feat? that like in the episode that like still got around the same as Asura?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, like
this one. So like it ultimately doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's like why even include it?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
true.
Anyhow, post credits alternate ending was good. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna mention that I think the inclusion is also like really well done too. Like, and I love that like they fully explain that like no, there is no difference between lore Kratos and game Kratos. They are the exact same. It's just that they don't show him doing this stuff. But he's still capable of matching those who can.
Yeah, people still got pissed anyway.
Yeah, people still got pissed anyway.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, how many minutes are we on currently?
We're at 20 minutes now, so now's a good time to move on.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, finally, it's my turn. It is my turn to talk about an episode. This is Ghost Rider versus Spawn, and I just want to glaze Ghost Rider real quick because Johnny Blaze, like after reading some specific comic runs that he's had, Johnny Blaze has like massively shot up as among my favorite comic book characters of all time. Like especially in like the Benjamin Percy run, there's like this issue early on where like Johnny's just describing what it feels like to turn into the Ghost Rider, and it honestly I was on the train when I was reading that, and I literally welled up my eyes and said, "Oh my god," out loud.
Oh man.
This is the second time where something has emotionally broke me in a way that I feel was necessary, and I even talked about it to my therapist later in the week.
Wow.
But I will say it is a fantastic comic run. Ghost Rider is super underrated. Fingers crossed he gets a good portrayal in the MCU if they ever bring him in. God, I just love Ghost Rider so much.
What was the Ghost Rider comic you were talking about?
Benjamin Percy is Volume 10. I also read Jason Aaron's run, which is like the 2006 run, Volume 6, as well as
Jason Aaron, yeah, that's a good writer.
Yeah, that's also really good. I mean, it has Ghost Rider killing somebody with a Bible, so what's not to love?
Okay, I gotta see that.
Gotta.
Hell yeah.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Literally.
All right.
In any case, about the episode,
this is the kind of episode where it's like when it first came out, I had no doubt in my mind that I love everything about this. To me, it is aura farming at its absolute core, and they did their homework 100%. Like it is so earnest in the way that it portrays these two as like so like die-hard edgy, but at the same time like it's played completely straight. They don't like make fun of them for it. It feels like a perfect encapsulation of that era, and I love how drenched it is in that style. Like it feels like a death battle with a voice. I love that every episode has its own like unique voice, and to me there's no other episode like Ghost Rider versus Spawn, which is like how drenched it is in the nights like these drive men insane. Like how many other episodes start with a monologue like that? Come on.
Yeah. It's further proof that Spawn can be a really badass character if he's written by literally anyone. Except Todd McFarlane.
Yeah,
thank you.
Pretty much.
Thank you. I'm like
Okay, now's my chance to rant about the Spawn comics.
Yeah, get it off your chest.
Because so believe it or not, I can once again bring Ragnar vs. Soul into this because now I know what nervous Nick was going through when he had to research BlazBlue all by himself. But Spawn is literally that, except the Spawn comics are actually poorly written instead of just a little confusing. And Nervous Nick still had a bit of a skill issue, but we don't need to talk about that right now. But and it's like, oh my, no, there's literally a moment where like we get to a scene where Spawn is trying to protect some children who are dealing with an abusive father, and then Spawn
I remember
is like,
that comic.
Don't beat your kids ever again. But then. And then, and I'll make sure you never forget. And then the thing he does is that he strips the dad naked and just writes all over his body, "I'm a child beater.
Yeah.
I beat kids."
Oh my
god. I just like, what the fuck is going on? And then he tries to swing at his kid anyway, and then he just explodes, and we never see him again.
Didn't he turn a Klansman black?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
He turned a KKK member.
Jonathan,
Spawn comics are fucking wild.
Jonathan, what you told me has the same energy as the ending of Inglourious Bastards, when he's like, I'm gonna give you something you can never take off, and he carves a swastika into his forehead.
Oh my god.
But it's like, and then he looks at the camera and says, I do believe this is my masterpiece, and then it cuts to directed by Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, no, I shit you not when I say that like reading the Spawn comics literally knocked me out so that I took a 2-hour nap and I woke up with a hangover. I swear, I had no alcohol that day, yet I woke up with a hangover because Todd McFarlane is that shithouse of a writer. In fact, I believe that the Spawn comics are just like the physical embodiment of that one, honestly, false quote from Shigeru Miyamoto, where it's like, people will, but like just repurpose it to, people will overlook mediocre writing as long as the art is good, which to be fair, yeah, Todd McFarlane's a great artist.
Yeah.
He's just not a good writer.
Oh yeah, I love how everybody still quotes that Shigeru Miyamoto thing, even though he never actually said that.
Yeah.
I thought he said.
The thing about the Spawn comics is that it's like there are other writers like Grant Morrison and Frank Miller before he fell off, and also sorry about that. But let's just say it's like the comic book version, comic industry's Jeffrey Epstein.
I know.
Anyways, it's like they genuinely, and like along with the animated series, which was actually pretty cool, like it gaslit me into thinking Violator wasn't any way interesting because of the voice acting alone. But like it's just that Grant Morrison's issues especially are like genuinely actually really fucking good, but then they just never come back and Todd McFarlane writes damn near the rest of the series.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Grant Morrison, they're always great. They're always great writers.
Yeah, and it was Frank Miller before he fell off in more ways than one.
Gotcha.
And also the person
so like Frank Miller had some good issues too.
Oh,
and of course there was
God, I love.
I don't know why that keeps happening.
I love this joke here.
Yeah, this joke.
I will
literally,
say
they wrote this better than in the comic because they forgot to establish that Al Simmons was a black man, so the joke didn't work.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny, actually, that they forgot to say he was black.
Yeah, because it's literally in the second issue.
That's
and,
real.
Like, that's the first time where we know he's a black man.
That's ridiculous.
They really said the punchline without the setup. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's wild.
Aside from Nick said that this was good writing.
Yeah, it was.
I love the Spawn chin there.
Yeah, that's shit.
Check out my.
Nervous Nick has long since gotten over his Blaze Blue hate boner. Like he likes the series now, and he's much more chill about the story.
Man.
But like, let's just say I now fully empathize with him, and also want to say skill issue to him once more.
Man, Spawn had a more pronounced underbite than me as a child. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
but
think
He looks like
analysis.
that looks like the DCAU underbite,
I think when
like classic Batman animated.
Oh yeah, I love this bit too of how they're like Spawn's kind of an idiot.
Annihilator.
Yeah.
Kinda dumb.
But it's like also it's not only a good joke, but like they managed to like incorporate it into the ending as well, so it wasn't there for nothing. Like this is one of my favorite scripts from Liam because he not only is he able to flex his Shakespearean side, but like he does a very good job of like making sure everything has a payoff and nothing is like there's no filler in these things. And
well,
go ahead.
I was gonna say personally for me, while I do really like this episode, I think the weakest part of it is Ghost Rider's analyses. I feel
honestly, yeah, I still really like Ghost Rider's analysis because of like the specifics that go into like Johnny Blaze Zarathos and the Ghost Rider itself. So like it doesn't bother me as much, but it's also why I give the analysis a 9 instead of a 10.
I think for me, like I feel like it gets a little too self-indulgent at times. Ghost Rider's analysis about like the specifics of like all these different other Ghost Riders and such, and I think especially like once we get to like the very end of Ghost Rider's analysis, where it's like when Johnny became the king of hell and like this whole like arc that he had, I feel like it felt a little too late in my opinion.
It should have focused more on Johnny.
Yeah, it should have had a bit more of a focus on Johnny because I feel like he takes a bit of a backseat in his own analysis.
Yeah, that's fair.
The thing is that it's kind of hard for me to compare it to the first Ghost Rider analysis.
Well, yeah, no, I would definitely say that this analysis is probably better than the analysis that he had in Ghost Rider versus Lobo.
It is better.
I just wish that like it gave more of an emphasis on like Johnny as like a character and like how like what he adds to the whole like mythos of like the Ghost Rider itself. But with that said, Spawn's analysis I think is just like damn near perfect.
Oh yeah.
Like genuinely,
Spawn's analysis is really really good.
It's like
it took me a while to get it, but yeah, I love it now.
Yes.
Also,
is one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, just a side note, I love the part, like, I know this is like a callback from Kratos Spawn. It was like, he would become the Hell Spawn as long as he got to see his wife one last time. Only for her to be like with another guy. He's like, there, you got to see her. Now get back to work, bitch.
Yeah, there's actually some like honestly fire writing in Spawn's analysis. Like,
exactly.
Yeah. Paint the world in red, white, and blue, but mostly red.
I think personally my favorite part of Spawn's analysis is easily the part where they describe like why Malbolgia chose Spawn in the first place, because he wasn't some great warrior. It's because Al had proven he was the best at taking orders.
Oh yeah.
And it's just then like that whole sequence about like but he knew it and he would do so no longer. So he went down to hell and ripped Malbolgia's, they censored it, but he ripped Malbolgia's fucking head off with a scream so loud it echoed throughout all of reality.
Don't
just cut it out entirely.
Don't worry, I got you, fam.
I
also
want to mention.
But do you have the other uncensored clip? I need to know right now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Welcome to hell!
Motherfucker!
Come on. Let's see.
Let's go.
So
we are so back.
Transition to the fight.
And I think it literally is. It's as Carrick said. This fight is just pure hype and aura, but like you kind of need it with these two characters.
Can I just
Also,
say,
total side note, I am so upset that YouTube literally age restricted just because of that one thing that happened.
Can I?
I don't even think it was that line, but they kept it cut anyway.
Can I just say, this is probably one of my favorite moments ever of the show. Like his scream here is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then the music drop.
I think we all can like. I think we all already like. We praise Stephen Kelly enough as like his Ghost Rider. Like it's.
Ray Hurd is one of my favorite voice actors on Death Battle.
Yeah, Ray Hurd is like Ray Hurd was one of the best castings that they've done in the indie era. Like he perfectly captures that sense that yes, Sans. He perfectly captures that like Keith David sound, which is like. This is exactly what I would want from Spawn.
But like he's still able to make it his own thing as well.
He's someone who's like that's like almost impossible to replicate. Yet Ray Hurd just is built different.
Yeah, because it's like nobody can beat Keith David, but like Ray Hurd like did his own thing, but like at the same time like a lot of his yells sound exactly like Keith David too.
Ray Hurd just does a really good job.
I will say the one complaint about that most people have about the fight is how boring Hell looks, but that's also kind of how it looks in the comics.
Yeah,
it kind of depends.
Also, go back when like showed
Naruto's Spawn comics.
Also, Carrick.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is my favorite line of the fight.
You will. Yeah, that is raw. That is raw.
Get over here!
And then play the other exchange.
Oh yeah.
That one's my favorite.
I'll be damned.
God.
Yes.
You
will.
I'll be lost.
Your wickedness.
Well, oh, sorry.
The vestments of the holy does not disguise your wickedness.
Play it now. Play it.
Cannot disguise your wickedness.
God forbid.
Especially
the chorus.
The chorus.
Tyson Yen.
Slept on, even though
Brings me back.
Hell's Angels is in my top 3 favorite tracks of the whole season.
Personally,
of the era.
Hell's Angels isn't up there for me personally, but like I think as an accompaniment for this battle, it's fucking awesome.
And then this part here.
As a metalhead, this track is one of my all-time favorites.
Oh, it's a headbanger for sure.
Oh God! It's the exact same pose as the Lobo one, by the way.
Vengeance upon your soul. It's honestly like shot better because the angle makes more sense.
Oh, here we go.
And then,
have a taste of
Also,
God,
that
like
head shaking is just infectious.
like what else is there to say about this?
And also, they just directly reference the Jason Aaron run right here. And, like, if you know the context, it's actually kind of sad.
Aw.
Like that's the first thing he sees during this penance stare.
I think if anything, this is one criticism that I do kind of sort of agree with, is that like when it's like when it's the reverse penance stare on Ghost Rider, it kind of goes on a little longer than I think it needs to. But like,
I think the big thing is that it's all stuff that we've already seen in the analysis segment, so it doesn't feel like we're seeing anything new. And
I guess a nitpick I would have is that like, given a lot of what they showed, like I recognized a lot of the Jason Aaron scans that they used. One of them was when he tried to penance stare Danny, but like I don't know why they really showed that when Johnny's penance stare didn't even work.
yeah.
And I will say this right now.
I think that's what keeps this from being an 11 out of 10 for me, but I still think this is an easy 10 out of 10 just for the hype and aura
I think it's a
alone.
9 for me.
I still say it's between an 8 and a 9 for me. It's dragged down a bit by Ghost Rider's analysis, and like I do wish there are some aspects of the fight that were done maybe a little bit differently, but like it's still really good showing for Death Battle.
I will say
the
the
conclusion.
I will say
the
this.
conclusion that prevents me for that. For me, it's the conclusion I take issue with.
Oh yeah.
I will say this though, because like everyone was talking about how Ghost Rider sweeps and all that. Like besides Trunks vs. Silver, this is like one of the best comebacks I've ever seen.
True.
Yeah. Best underdog
But I
story,
will say right here that this conclusion is like Bowser versus Eggman's, but arguably worse in that regard because like they just outright say, "Oh, you kill Spawn." Well, you can't. At least Johnny and Zarathos can, which is like, fuck you. This is a debatable nail biter of a matchup. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, and like
they at least entertain the possibility that Eggman could kill Bowser.
Yeah.
They at least didn't say that like Eggman's options, while they were worse than Bowser, like they didn't say that he couldn't outright win with those options.
And there is another episode that a little bit later that gets into the idea of one of them literally could not kill the other no matter what. Yeah. And
also
we'll
I do
talk
like
about that.
Just before we move on, I do like that Kratos and Spawn got their episodes back to back.
Yeah, that was really nice.
And
it
they
was
both
entirely,
won as well.
I imagine it was entirely unintentional, but like I do like that too.
I love that people did the Zoolander meme of Kratos and Spawn looking at each other. It's like it's you again.
Honestly, in character, I could just imagine them sitting in the winner's circle right next to each other, and then Spawn just looks over and says, "Oh, fancy seeing you here," and then Kratos is like, "Likewise."
I just imagine Spawn be like, "Nice beard."
Yeah, but the post analysis for me, I just hate it how they like, oh yeah, well Johnny may get power, but they just make it to where he does like had no other advantage besides being more powerful.
Yeah, there was no other advantage they gave Johnny.
Yeah,
which granted, I don't think he's more skilled than Zarathos, or I don't think he's more skilled than Spawn. I don't think he has the better versatility, but like. Even so, there had to have been a better way to frame like how close his fight was instead of just like, oh well, he was stronger, but he could not do anything to Spawn.
Yeah.
Just change the resistances category and make it a win conditions category. That way you wouldn't have to. That way you could easily frame the argument as like Spawn has just more. Both have some really good win conditions, but Spawn has more, and they're a little more reliable.
Yeah. I mean, the arguments are valid, it's just that the way they present them just doesn't, like, And
you have them outright saying incapable of killing Spawn. But I do think it's time to move on now, so...
Completely, I was going to say, completely off topic. How many minutes have we been doing this?
It's time to move on minutes, that's how many.
All right.
To another banger,
Yeah. Versus Mahito.
Oh my god, this is going to be really tough.
Moro doesn't miss.
All right, my turn. So we have Moro come back to, surprisingly, people were not excited for this. Well, actually, not surprisingly, because I'll be honest, not only this was part of the Kickstarter, but I've heard everyone say this was their least excited, and I can understand considering, like, because it's My Hero, and like I can understand the matchup being weak, but like once it was announced Moro was doing this and DJ was going to go all out again, and that's when everyone's peak interest. Personally, with me, I always loved this matchup, and seeing it not only like getting it of this high, but being one of Death Battle's greatest, even with, I know this is too early to say, but this might be a little hot take, but I think Shigaraki's analysis is the best of the show.
No, it's not a hot take.
Jabate's opinion!
It's,
because
I would not say that's hot take.
Shigaraki's analysis alone is what makes this a 10 out of 10, but then like everything else like boosts it even further for me.
Yeah, because like the way they went off with him just being, an innocent little boy to later becoming a monster that can't be saved. All that asks just to be known for and just asks to be known for the monster he was known as, instead of the boy he was really inside. Like that, that almost made me cry. Like I'm not gonna say it made me cry, but I'll be honest, I shedded a tear.
The story coverage, as a massive My Hero fan, the story coverage for Shigaraki was genuinely great. Like his tragic upbringing, his rise to power, because obviously if you read My Hero, you know that he was kind of a punk loser at the beginning, but as the series progressed, he actually became a serious threat, and he embraced the villain that everyone was starting to see him as, to the point where when we finally got to the ending and it realized, oh, his entire life was his entire life was orchestrated by All For One. He ultimately was like, okay, I will stop All For One, but I don't want to be remembered as an innocent boy who was just a victim of circumstance. I want to be remembered as what I was built to be. But even then, I thank you for trying to save me, and I want you to be the best hero that you can possibly be. That brings me to tears every time I watch this analysis.
We gotta give a shout out.
The line reads when he accidentally killed his family, except for his dad. That was not an accident. Or Shigaraki's, All For One planned Shigaraki's entire life, all for one purpose. That right there gave me chills down my... It gave me chills.
Writing is fire.
We need to give a shout out
and also we talked about how it made us cry. But those lines that made us cry were said in Boomstick's voice. I just want to point that out.
We need to give a shout out to Chad's voice acting here real quick.
Oh yeah. He went all out.
Was to be remembered as the heartless destroyer he was raised to be, and not the broken, angry, crying little boy he really was deep inside.
For just that one moment, though, Shiggy got in Deku the only thing he'd been denied his whole life, the one thing his lifelong nihilistic tantrum was really all about. He got a hero who tried to save him.
I'm tearing up right now. I'm choking up right now. I've seen this analysis 10 fucking times at least, and I'm still fucking crying at it. That's how it God damn it. Somebody else talk right now.
Now let's talk about Humor Man.
And as for Mahito, he's just also, well, I won't say he's outright better than Shigaraki's, but that's
still amazing though.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I love that they took the philosophy angle for Mahito's coverage.
The philosophy opening is one of my favorite openings to an analysis.
Oh yeah, and also this analysis directly name drops Yuji, so therefore it solos Gojo's analysis as is.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and
granted, Gojo's
the way they describe, and I've read the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, it described that Mahito, he's trying to be, and personally, Mahito is one of the biggest monsters I've ever seen. But to his theology, he's trying to be the worst cursed spirit ever was. So he'll be the worst by trying to crush Yuji's spirit by killing his friends, making him look like a monster, and then just killing his youthful spirit.
God, oh my god.
And which he may have not done it himself.
He literally is the worst of humanity.
The editing is so insane.
He may have lost against Yuji, but he still won at something. He won breaking Yuji. And that's all he wanted to do.
I really love how the analyses really do frame the rivalry they have with their series protagonists, with Deku and Yuji, and how they fundamentally and ideologically are opposed to one another. It's really well done.
I love it how they center around together, because Shigaraki's, the reason why he has his rivalry, because it's the beef they have between All Might and All For One. Meanwhile, Yuji and Mahito, it's just because Mahito's, not just because he's an asshole, but he does it because the sake of humanity. That's what he was made to be.
Yeah. I just think it is so brilliant how much they leaned into the nature versus nurture theme of these two. And
exactly, that's what I love about this.
And also, I'm just gonna say it, this episode has the best editing of the entire show.
It is.
You know what?
It's up there. Yeah, it's definitely up there.
It really is funny.
You, the viewer at home, have you been seeing these edits? Have you been seeing these edits? Is it really that far-fetched for me to say that?
It really is funny that DJ said, I'm not gonna go this all out, after Bowser vs. Eggman until Ash vs. Yugi, and then he ended up working on this, and it was, even more complicated than Bowser vs. Eggman somehow.
Well, he ended up saying that for, he ended up saying that for like so many other, because like so many other episodes he's just later this season he goes crazy with edits. I'm just like, DJ, why do you do this to yourself?
And also, this episode literally it made me love it so much that it inspired me to literally start reading JJK manga. And I already like have half the set.
Oh, by the way, this is actually my favorite edit right here, because of like I love how he does the graphics on the building.
Oh, on the building.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah.
The motion track.
It's a little hard to make out because at first because like it is at an angle, but like yeah,
the motion tracking is so incredible.
Yeah. I will say Eggman's analysis has my favorite edit, single edit of the show.
Oh yeah,
but as a full editing package, I think that Shigaraki and Mahito's are just the best editing.
I can totally see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then they just talk about, and like I love it how they
frowning friends,
the smiling friends reference.
I love it how they parallel.
I also.
Ichi's downfall.
Oh wait. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I love it how they like parallel Ichi's like downfall. Like Shigaraki's, like the way he went out, like he's like, I accept what's happened. All I want to be remembered for is the monster I was raised to be. After Mahito, he realizes that he literally made life as his little plaything. But the moment that he is about to like literally die, that's when he realizes like, oh shit, I don't want to die now.
I just noticed that if you go back, like we all talked about how Shigaraki saw Deku as the one person who was trying to save him. What's the last thing that I forget the guy's name? Scarhead.
Oh, Starhead? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Stars and Stripe. Stars and Stripe.
No, the Scarhead guy that killed Mahito.
Sukuna.
No, Mahito doesn't die.
Sukuna.
Trapped in or something.
Or that trapped him. No, not him.
Wait.
The guy with the ponytail.
Geto,
yes. What's the last thing Geto says to Mahito? Shall I save you?
Oh, you're right. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's so. You're.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
I just love the juxtaposition between these two, where it's
that really is a thing.
Like, even though like these are like two villainous characters, I love how it's very much how Carrick said the nature versus nurture thing, where it's like Shigaraki has like that very tragic upbringing, so his analysis ending on a sort of somber but also optimistic note about like, yes, he lived a life that was not really his he didn't have control of his own life, but even so, he wants the future of everything to be better. Like he still strives to like, he still wanted Deku to strive to make that perfect world, but with Mahito, no, it's just pure pettiness, hatred, like animosity, like I love that juxtaposition.
The matchup itself, like I don't think anybody was like complaining that the matchup was bad. It just wasn't as exciting as the other ones being announced on Kickstarter.
Yeah, because there was like most people were like, like on paper, people are assuming like this matchup was gonna be like, oh look, another edgy villain and all that. But no, this blew everyone's expectations out of the water.
Oh, it really did. Like the hype train really did change completely when Moro was announced.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay.
Originally, I wasn't really that excited for this episode because I didn't know much about either character at the time. But when Moro was announced to be animating it, I was like, ooh, we might be getting something.
It caught my eye.
Hold on, maybe I'll be cooking.
Just one little side note before we talk about the fight. The girl on the right, I heard the death.
We have to talk about her, don't we?
Here's the thing.
Akane's not even that hot. Stop being horny.
Here's my thing.
People were desperate over the waiting period.
I think this is tragic because the real like ultimate side character here like totally got shafted by the community. How are we not talking more about the guy with sunglasses and hoodie that does not flinch at all? It's like because he's listening to music. I want to know more about this guy.
Yeah, Mr. Nonchalant over there.
What should we name him?
I can just imagine
Larry.
I'll call him Flambe.
Flambe, let's go.
He's just sunglasses indoors at night guy reference.
If we're gonna use Japanese names like Akane, let's call this person Ichiro.
Hi Ichiro.
Hi Ichiro.
Ichiro, the nonchalant guy.
I'm gonna campaign for Death Battle.
Versus the Chad Ichiro.
I'm gonna campaign for Death Battle to.
That he shows up in every anime fight and he does not. Unlike Akane, he does not die. He just like
Akane dies every
all
time.
The splatter.
It's like in the Jotaro versus Kenshiro 1 minute melee where like Jotaro does get hit by the Omaiwa mo Shinderu, but after he gets hurt by it, he just walks it off.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna campaign for Death Battle to make t-shirts of this guy now.
Yeah.
You know what? Based.
Oh, it's her, and she dies.
Actually, clip this and tag Moro.
Okay.
All right, what about this? Like at first, Shigaraki's like, "What the hell?" And then he realizes like this is not just an ordinary villain. And then he uses search and then sees, "Oh, I see that you're doing your own thing. How would you like to join a league of the villains?" And then Mahito's like, "Do I really want to be the king of the rejects? How about I just kill you instead?" Because like it said,
sorry, I'm already the leader of a team.
Is petty nature.
Let's call this your audition.
Let's call this.
I mean,
So
I will say, this is one of the dialogue does kind of go down because, like, he says, "How about I bring him your head instead?" And it's just like, fine by me. I feel like there was like
a disconnect there.
A rewrite where like maybe Mahito said he'd be interested, but maybe if he survives or something, but he's just like, fine by me.
Well, I think it could be
the disconnect doesn't work.
I think it's the line delivery because like listen to where he puts the emphasis.
I mean, how about I bring him your head? And so it's like, how about I bring him your head instead?
Exactly. I love how the way he says it here.
Social rejects.
Because it's like,
how about I bring him your head instead?
It sounds like he was prompted to say that because like Shigaraki said something like, "I'm here for your head" or something. And so it's like, "I'm here for you. How about I get your head instead?" It's like, I think that probably just a direction thing.
Also,
but I mean, I will say this line does offer up a great lead up to a line later.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah, honestly, I think honestly, I'm kind of the opposite, where I prefer that direction than going your head, like your head. That just kind of works better because, like, yeah.
You didn't actually say anything.
Very nonchalant character when it comes to murder, so it's like I think it makes sense.
You just said but you didn't actually explain anything.
And I guess the actual minor thing is that the analysis kind of forgot to establish about like Shigaraki summoning the Nomus.
Oh yeah.
But I eventually recognized the remote he uses, and I know for a fact he's used that in the anime. Like
that's a remote. I thought it was like a phone.
So like, I think my interpretation is that he contacted Kurogiri to like transport some Nomus over to his location. Could that be?
That makes sense.
No. The way the Nomus showed up, that's not Kurogiri.
Oh. No, that was just like one of
that's
what made me think it was Kurogiri.
That's like the Dr. Garaki slime.
There was a specific Nomu that like could teleport.
Yeah, specific Nomu that could teleport people.
I love the Gmod edit someone made of Mahito fighting the Nomu, and like you see Shigaraki playing Subway Surfers.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I think personally, though, if there's one issue that I think I don't maybe not issue, but it's between issue and nitpick, is that I feel like Shigaraki is not sidelined per se, but I feel like he's kind of a punching bag a bit throughout this animation, to where like I feel like I feel like you have stuff like this, like for one, like the team up against Shigaraki that's supposed to be like, like an inverse of like what they did to Mahito in the series. But then like once we get into like the subway fight, Shigaraki like lands like almost no hits. He's constantly on the back foot in the subway. Like he does this and then just immediately gets followed up with the black flash directly to the face.
All right, I have a counter argument.
Funny.
All right, I don't want to make your argument invalid, but I have a counter to that because like when you were talking about like when Shigaraki was kind of on the back foot when they were like fighting on the subway station, I just feel like he didn't feel like he needed to try because he didn't really feel as threatened to Mahito. But like once he started like getting rid of his like vestiges and quirks and stuff, that's when like when the subway he actually tries a little bit, and then once he'll get in his armored form, and that's when he starts giving it his all. Taking things seriously.
And he does land a few good hits in the armored form. Like he knocks a chunk off his mask, and he like starts disintegrating his arm before he hits the domain expansion.
And I gotta give
and I think that in the subway, like we literally hear Shigaraki yell out "Decay!" So I think that's that the reason he doesn't get any hits is because he's trying to like decay him directly before he does the AoE decay.
Yeah, like up until now, he was kind of just like he said, it was an audition, so he wasn't like taking it 100% seriously. And then once the audition's over, he's like, all right, die.
Okay, but
the problem though is that like if with that interpretation in mind, it still kind of feels like he's on the back foot because like when they're in the subway, like Mahito is kind of just like running circles around him. He's like knocking him off his feet, slicing off parts of his body, knocking him around with like more Black Flash kicks and punches. It's just like.
But here's why
it feels like and like oh sorry. Let me just get this one last point out. It makes it so that when we get to like that part where he's like, "That all you got?" It makes it so like when he uses his domain expansion, what prompted him to do that? If you think about it, because like it's not as if like Shigaraki was like pushing Mahito to the point where like he needed to use domain expansion. It just felt like we have to do it because it's Mahito. We have to have him use domain expansion. It's
not Mahito. He was probably baiting him into the domain expansion.
Plus, I also when they were like fighting, when they were like Mahito's instant body destroy killing whatever. When Shigaraki like grabbed him, like I felt like Mahito, he would like try to get out of that, but like he just couldn't because like that would like risk decaying him. So he decided to use a domain expansion as as an escape route, if you know what I mean.
I guess, but
I really want to get this.
Like,
I really want to say this.
I'm sorry.
I'll
let you say it.
Here's why it works for me, because of the environment they chose. This was the perfect environment to choose for this specific battle, especially with how they say in the results that Shigaraki is so much faster and would be able to like get around everything by making it a claustrophobic environment and having really playing into Mahito, like his trickery and just frustrating Shigaraki a bunch and make it to where like Shigaraki has barely any room to move whatsoever. That's why I really like this, because it plays into their personalities so well and how it takes Shigaraki a while to like get used to this, because like he's as far as we know he's still like not used to like working on his own as much, like without direction from other people. And so now that he's like locking in a little bit, he's still like having to get around Mahito's like martial arts. But then like we see this moment here where he does land a hit on Mahito, and like he looks a little worried. He's like, oh shit, like I actually he actually has like he could actually like take me out pretty easily. I need to like do something to get around that. So then that's when like Jonathan's right. He baits him into doing the domain expansion like right then and there. And I love this line delivery.
Yeah.
Domain expansion.
Yeah,
because it's by
voice acting. I love the voice acting. Because Sean Chiplock is
and this is where like this is where
the most iconic part of the fight yet.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we gotta talk about this part before we can move on, obviously.
Yes. Like, Mahito literally just making fun of Shigaraki, not because of anything personal, but just like, because that's what he was made to do. Like, just make people just suffer in despair. But like, that would be the one thing that would be his downfall.
I'm gonna cry.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
I am shocked Mahito didn't say that.
He knocked on the wrong door. My masterpiece.
Hi, Liam.
Yeah, hi, Liam.
That is so beautifully ironic to me, the idea of All For One, despite the fact that he's like orchestrating everything and like made Shigaraki's life a living hell. He's the one that saved him in this battle and like helped him get the win. But it wasn't for altruistic reasons whatsoever. It goes to show like how tragic Shigaraki's life is, that the only person that was willing to save him is the person using him for their own personal gain. God, I love that shit.
And also with
there, like if Shigaraki would have died from that. Like, if Shigaraki would have died, then All For One would have been like, I'll be damned if I have to go through this again.
Oh, and we gotta let
Tom Shelby delivered.
God, you guys thought we loved.
Let this play.
You guys thought we loved Omni-Man.
Your soul too. You only hate humanity because you were born that way. Totally random. I hate them for a reason. You grow up.
Badass.
Yeah.
The little Mahito head running still gets
like
me.
You said, Carrick, they were really leaning into the nature versus nurture angle with that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I love the way the twisting, they had the environment twisting. Here's the thing. A lot of people say that it's like Galactus vs. Unicron where it cut away too fast. I disagree because listen to the way the track lines up with the KO here specifically. Like listen very closely.
Yes.
Like that feels too intentional for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
definitely. Speaking of the track, can I geek out about it? It's
skin deep, baby.
Skin deep. I was jamming out to that after like, I would say a good week or two after.
Like, you know how everyone talks about Mighty? This is the dark version of Mighty if you think about it.
Version of Mighty, yeah. If you think about it, yeah.
Kind of.
Only sung in Japanese.
And also, I want to give props to the post-analysis, because, like, I know everyone kept saying this matchup is a stomp, which, if you look at it in a direct sense, yes, it still is, but they genuinely try their best to make it close. Like, Mahito did have, like, advantages that could potentially, eventually, take out Shigaraki.
It's weird that this feels closer than Bowser versus Eggman.
Mahito literally cannot be killed through brute force alone.
Can I do a hot take?
Stat stomp therefore, but it's like,
go ahead, Flip.
You need a lot more than stat stomping to kill Mahito.
This is the kind of debate that Kiradachi wants to be.
Oh shit!
You're so right. Oh my god, you're so right with that.
That was.
Ooh, that was a W take. Flip.
We're gonna get some comments on that one.
I welcome it.
Kiradachi, but you're so right.
That was a W take.
I think ultimately,
you got a high five.
Ultimately, the criticism, I say criticism. I'd say it's leaning more towards nitpick than criticism. That thing that I mentioned about like the fight, it ultimately does not detract from like what I still think is a phenomenal showing. Like this is genuinely like a really great episode. Great
I'm gonna be honest.
Really good fight and really good conclusion too. Like it genuinely gets across like just like the nature of like how putting like a character like Shigaraki against something as unique as like a cursed spirit from JJK, how that interaction would go, and like if Shigaraki had the means necessary to put something like that down, and he did. I really like that.
Like as weird as it is to say because of the fact that they did franchises later on that like I'm way more attached to, I still think this is my favorite indie era episode, and it's not even close.
I would not blame you.
It's like and when I say not even close, like I'm not like dissing the other episodes. I'm just saying this one has such a profound impact on me, like no other episode in recent memory, and it's so hard to explain why. But it's like, god damn, I think they saw this matchup and they're like, we can do something amazing with this. Like that's the kind of matchup this is. Like it would practically gift wrap them a bunch of amazing things to do, and they signed, sealed, and delivered it on every possible angle.
Yeah. And you know why I'm always gonna remember? You know why I'm always gonna remember this episode? Because they released it on a Saturday.
Oh yeah, god, that's right. I forgot about that.
They were like,
Noki Day specifically.
I mean,
like, we were just super generous on that day.
Oh, go ahead, Flip.
I'm also gonna say that like this season, it's very good. Four out of the episodes of this season are in my top 10. I will say.
Nice.
Yeah, same. There's several.
I think it's time.
I would not blame you.
I think it's probably time to
Let's move on.
now.
Yeah.
Move on to another highlight of the year.
Oh boy.
Master Chief.
All right. Don't worry. I'm still here.
All right, Steve, take it away.
Take it away.
So,
yeah, you've been so quiet.
Yeah, because y'all keep talking and I'm trying to get this shit done quickly.
Yeah.
So, this, of course, I wanted this to win the rematch pool because I am a self-proclaimed proud member of the FPS Fuck Society. Absolutely. And
love it.
I wanted basically a love letter to the FPS genre, especially with the two most iconic FPS characters of all time. And I still enjoyed it. Like, I don't think this season has an objectively bad episode. There's nothing below like a 7 or 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
There is for me, but we'll get there.
Jonathan, shut up. I just kind of wish there was a little more with this. Okay, starting with Chief's analysis. It was all fine and good. Why did it take them so long to mention Cortana?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Vital character to Halo in general. Like, not just Master Chief, but like she's one of the main players of Halo. And part of like half of the story is her relationship with Master Chief. I felt like more should have been mentioned here when it came to everything else. I thought...
Okay, to play devil's advocate, I will say I get what they were trying to go for with the analyses. Like, they were hyping up Chief and Doomslayer less as characters and more as, like, massive figures within their worlds. Which, hey, it's not entirely wrong. Like, I do think it can be really interesting and, like, possibly very stand out. But let's just say I think it works way better for Doomslayer than it does for Master Chief.
So you're saying it's less Master Chief. It's less Master
to...
Chief versus Doom Guy than it is Halo versus Doom.
Also, this edit pisses me
kind
off.
of.
I hate this. I hate this edit so
You
much.
can see the cutoff of like the table with the mask.
Well, no, it's not just that. Just like Oga Bonga, the AI is like, why are we objectifying Cortana?
Look, I mean,
we don't leer at Master Chief's wife.
We thought,
all right? We're not
look,
leering at Master
Boomstick
Chief's
relapsed, all right?
That...
Yeah, just give him the relapse. It's fine. He's
Good
gotten
Lord.
better.
And also,
But
like,
it's
if like this joke is like overplayed
Never
like
mind.
so much, like oh my god, Cortana's hot.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
But I know it has been minutes since I watched it, but I don't feel like they mentioned him actually being, or at least talked about a lot, if we're mentioning like his status in the universe as the symbol of hope for humanity, because that's who Chief is.
They did at the end.
Yeah, but I thought the analysis was fine. I just really wish they delve more into his relationship with Cortana and not just have her as a throw ahead where they were like, ah, shit, we forgot to mention her.
Right.
Yeah.
I
have one specific gripe with this episode, but it's in the battle. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with Doomslayer, I mean, there's not... since they were doing that with Chief, obviously Doomslayer... One, I love the reference to his pet rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Shout-outs.
Oh, you gotta mention Daisy.
You gotta
mention Daisy. Yeah, I mentioned Daisy.
Yeah.
But it's an IT analysis. It's nothing too
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. The Boomstick plushie ad.
Yeah, that Boomstick YouTube's ads in the middle of the analysis.
There was no
that
Yeah.
was kind of
Yeah,
crazy
that
to
was
do.
unnecessary.
Yeah,
like,
there were
they
so
literally
many
meant-
unnecessary YouTube plugs that it made me actively not want to get the plushie.
Well,
I do have it though.
I had it. I have it.
well.
So maybe
I'm
it
not a plushie collector myself in general, but like if I were to start getting a plushie, then I would have actively been put off from getting the Boomstick plushie with how they
Yeah.
kept trying to shill it
Yeah.
Yeah.
in this one
that's
episode and then never
understandable.
again.
Don't blame you.
And then they
Yeah.
took it out of the episode anyway, so it was like,
It's
okay.
it's a very awkward jump cut because YouTube editor sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should all post a picture of all our Boomstick plushies just for a quick edit for this.
Oh god, no.
I did, but anyway, point is
I
that
do not
I would-
have one.
I would still say that, like, given how I think Slayer's analysis at least avoids the pitfall that Chiefs did in the sense of like not really discussing more about Chief's character because, well, Slayer isn't really much of a character. Like, there is stuff there, but at the same time, it's also like the whole appeal of Doomslayer is that there's like a mystery behind him. Like, who is this person? Like, all that people know of him is that he's just like some avenging angel of like vengeance and justice against all of demonkind. So it's like I appreciated them in the sense of like them going the route of like describing him as like kind of like almost like a god in a sense, where it's like we don't know, we can't understand him, but like all we know is that he is Doom.
So,
Yeah, it's basically another Joker situation.
kind of.
Yeah.
But, so I guess
it's
does
the
that mean
best-
Master
it's
Chief?
the best they can do for Doomslayer.
Does that mean Master Chief is another Giorno situation?
Well, no, because Master Chief is an actual character. But
they didn't really treat him like it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just they didn't treat him like it. And
now then,
of course, anyone's watched this analysis and have a brain knew that Slayer was gonna fucking win. All of us knew.
I mean, there was no
using the
hiding it.
glitches, both glitches, because they used a glitch for Chief and a glitch for Doomslayer, was very funny for scaling purposes. I will admit, I found it hilarious.
very charming.
I love that.
I do like this.
Meanwhile, I
edit,
found
yeah.
it stupid.
I don't really know if like glitches really should count as
No,
like
no, that's
they
a different
shouldn't.
debate.
No,
I'm
they
not
should not.
saying if they should count or not. I'm just saying it's funny.
They didn't get Mario backwards long jump.
if we ever
Okay.
get a Grand Theft Auto 4 character on the show, I hope they include the swing set thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
swing
Okay,
set is going
now
to be
my biggest gripe with this comes. I remember very distinctly in Master Chief's analysis, they had mentioned that they called him a demon. Why didn't this get brought up in the battle? That would have been a perfect initiation.
Yeah.
True. That's
Like,
true.
he is a demon. Doomslayer hates demons. Why didn't they capitalize on that?
And just have Vega say, "Hey, alert! It is
Detected.
the demon." Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, alert the
demon is approaching.
Wait, what are
That's
the
all they
aliens?
do.
But Steve, what are the aliens called in like Halo that call them that?
They are the Covenant.
Yeah, imagine
Yeah,
Vega
okay.
just telling Slayer like it is what the Vegas refer him as, the demon, and then that just pisses him off, and that's what starts it.
That would have been so cool.
I will say the first part of this fight, obviously this is more leaning towards Halo, has a lot more Halo references, the jump shot, the fucking tractor, the rat shows up,
I thought it was
and
a
then the
forklift.
second half is Doom.
Yeah, forklift.
It is
I
a
kinda-
forklift. Yeah, the
Isabella
amiibo.
Yeah, with Isabel. We got references.
Doomslayer's wife.
Yeah.
We gotta mention Doomslayer's wife.
Yeah,
Aw.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's like
Like,
every-
I think
I have very little to complain about with this first half because like they do a very good job with the back and forth and the variety of weapons and like they really do a good job leaning into Chief having like better fighting ability and like that moment there he was using like Slayer's weight like against him and then we get this first person shot of like that's some really good hand to hand there. It's so good.
I only have one nitpick. I am so pissed off that we didn't get to see Energy Sword versus the Crucible.
Here's the thing.
That would have been so cool.
The thing is though, it kind
I
of
know,
doesn't
right?
work as a clash.
It doesn't work because the Crucible's just stronger.
I mean,
but to be fair, I bet they could have picked literally any weapon other than his fucking arm blade to fight the energy.
Exactly.
Like,
Okay,
what?
well, okay.
It's giving
Try to do that.
Mihawk pulling off his little necklace.
Well, then what should he have used then?
I don't think he has another melee
He doesn't
weapon,
have
so-
any other like
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
melee weapons.
Just
Probably
the
is-
Crucible and the blade, that's all.
Oh,
I know
but it
people
would've been cool,
complain
like-
about this moment. I fucking love this shit because it's just
yeah.
No,
awesome.
these are
Yeah,
these
this
are the
is
best
cool.
kind of moments where they take
Like-
a break from the fight and kill
Yeah,
off the
I-
enemies that are attacking.
you want to
Yeah,
know
I
what's
I think
crazy?
it's just
We
Diet
could
Leon versus Frank.
You want to know what's
like Leon
crazy?
Frank.
We could have got something like this in secret level, but Microsoft decided, no, I hate money.
Yeah.
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 This
So I'm
this
glad
part
Death
this
Battle
part has
gave us
fallen off
that.
a little bit for me because I've realized that like, yeah, that just kind of happened and it
That
doesn't really
didn't
get
amount to much.
it doesn't really
Also
like
the
get
sucker
it
punch.
and it doesn't the sucker
I
like it
find
doesn't get
the
acknowledged.
Sucker punch funny. I just find it funny.
I do like how he's at
that
least
there's
holding
part of
the-
me
the, like,
that
the
is
skull.
just all right. Never mind.
No, sorry. See, please keep going.
There is part of me, and I don't know if it's just a me thing. If I see something that's funny, even if it's like maybe a little out of character stuff, but if it's like a silly little thing like Doomslayer fucking sucker punching Chief, I'm gonna laugh and like it. It's funny to me.
Yeah, I'm in the same mindset too, where it's like, yeah, that's character, but you know what? This is funny.
Sucker punching him with the
It's
head.
not like the most egregiously
It's a
out of
Watchtower
character
moment,
thing ever
kind
done on this show.
I wouldn't say it's on the same level as the Watchtower because
Yeah,
that's
no,
literally
probably
Bruce
not.
like
Uh,
destroying an
where-
entire space station and sending it down
And then-
into Earth.
See, Steve,
And
an
then just thrown
example
in an entire city.
example of one I would use from a past one is when Black Adam was like, Shazam! Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
That's actually a perfect example of that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
I,
if you want to go from this season, Bardock being hit with his own tail.
shit.
Yeah.
I love God. I love this interaction for the sake of like, all right, it must be his AI that's been like letting him do all this crazy stuff. So that's how we're gonna win because Chief has no idea how AI works in like the Doomslayer universe, and so they just assume that that's what's gonna be. It's like no, he's just built different.
Doomslayer
No,
doesn't
it's-
even look at him.
Built different.
He doesn't even look phased.
And
Yeah,
this is
I really don't like how they handle the sneak attack here. In
Yeah.
fact, that's another one of my
Yeah.
biggest problems with the animations. They borrow like quite a few things from the first episode and low-key do them kind of worse. Like, even this rocket launcher here, like, yeah, is it sick to see the Slayer fire
that is
rocket
so
and then
cool.
use super speed to catch up to it? Yes, but then you remember that's technically borrowed from the original fight as well.
Yeah.
It's more of like a fun little reference.
I mean, I don't
would
know.
say.
Like,
Yeah.
I found
think it's
found
a
these
reference.
to be
Like
less
Ghost
as
Rider
fun
Spawn.
references and more as like.
Oh, hey,
lazy
there's Ghost Rider and
rehashes.
Spawn.
Oh, hi, Johnny.
Yeah,
hi,
hi, guys.
Spawn.
Hi.
Hi, John. Hi, John.
I will say this:
Al.
what carries this episode for me is the track. Halo to
Halo
Hell is
over
like,
heaven.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
I will
very Mick
100%.
Gordon. I love
I
it.
will 100% agree for how much this episode has fallen off for me a little bit. Halo to Hell is so fucking good. It is such a perfect blend of Halo and Doom music to where like I love listening to it like just whenever.
Didn't it bring back the fan choir?
Yeah,
It did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotta get him
They
one.
also got one of the composers of modern Doom music.
Gotta get
Yeah,
one,
nice.
one last aura
David
farming
Levy.
moment here.
How,
Yeah.
out of context, how would you apply to be a part of that?
I think it was like you had the one chance when they did it for Dark Souls versus Skyrim.
Right.
I think now they just have like an actual like chorus or something.
Now to the kill.
Oh boy.
I don't give a fuck. We've been too respectful nowadays.
Yes.
I'm gonna be real. Sometimes I just want
Yeah.
to see a motherfucker
Yeah.
get brutalized.
Bro,
Yeah.
Cool,
Like,
If
bro.
the
Look,
Doom
I need to
Slayer
bring out my
kill
Mr.
wasn't
Virtual
brutal,
voice.
it would have been annoying.
We
I need to bring out my Mr. Virtual.
I've seen a narrative surrounding this episode being like, why did Doomslayer kill Chief like that? It should have been a respectful kill. Bro,
It's fucking
is
Doom.
Doom Slayer is
this
not
is
Also,
Doom
what did you
Slayer.
Also, Chief was literally described as an enemy. Why the fuck would he give Chief a respectful kill?
Like
When
it
that's
was like
all he knew about him.
If
me when I'm
anything, if the gore-
me
if-
when I'm
if the gore
complaining
was-
at literally the coolest thing ever.
Like, I was
Man,
just
this
saying,
shit
if the
fucking
kill-
sucks.
If this kill was not gory, I think I would have a problem with it. Cause
Yeah,
like,
no,
what
yeah.
the hell is this?
Yeah.
It would have been Akuma Khan all over again.
Also,
Literally.
I love that the rat is
Fair.
still there posing with
Yeah,
Doomslayer.
they're right.
Oh,
yeah,
the
yeah.
Halo rat
It's
cannot
on.
be killed.
That rat's
So-
immortal.
Also, speaking
It's
of which,
the Halo rat.
I love the Halo Spartan laser against the BFG. Like, I thought the blast effect was super impactful, and then like Chief was like, "Oh shit," and it's like, and Cortana's like, "Hey Chief, you still there?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh shit."
Now,
Not
Like,
for
oh
long.
shit, wait a minute.
By the way,
I'm probably this episode's biggest defender. I don't do it much, but I still like this episode. The conclusion's hilarious for
Yeah.
how bad it is.
Yeah, and like we'll get.
Yeah,
it's-
I can't
Because,
defend this
it's just because they didn't want to go into lore scaling, but if they went into lore scaling, Chief would have had a speed advantage, but they didn't give it to
And
him.
it's crazy. They did the Bowser vs. Eggman thing, and we're like, oh, they give him an advantage, but like it didn't matter.
It
It
literally
didn't matter
They,
because
they
AI just
almost
don't-
immediately follow it up with a black box that says, "Oh, but this advantage doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of the argument." And it's like, look, if you're also Mach 10 lasers, like those are the three words that just really activate my fight.
Mach 10
my-
laser!
Mach 10 lasers? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I will say this for the stats advantage. Like, I find it weird that like out of all their stats, they went for cheat was fast as a cheetah, but like Slayer can outrun a rocket. I'm like, that's the fastest you're gonna tell him by.
Cheetahs are the
really
frauds
does.
of nature, by the way. I'm just gonna say that
What?
right now.
They are.
But
It
wall
really
running,
does.
therefore faster than lasers, which are Mach 10, significantly slower than lightning, because we said so. Even though we're scaling that for a weapon that's completely different from the one we said that was being used to determine the lasers in the first place.
I really do think that they were doing all of that to avoid going into the lore scaling, but they should have just gone into lore scaling because it didn't matter either way. Slayer was winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have wished they added like a skill category so that way they could say somewhat. Like, actually, would Doom? I think Doom would actually technically be more skilled because of his
It
experience.
kind of depends. I feel like you can kind of like even things out in terms of skill.
Well, you
Yeah,
would
so,
even
like,
it
there
out because of Doomslayer's experience, but Master Chief is more skillful. of
more
a fighter.
formally trained.
Okay, so
yeah.
he would get like say 2 categories with AI and skill
Yeah.
in a way.
Like, I feel like there's I know it's a stomp, and it's always going to be a stomp. Again, I've never given a shit, but there were definitely better ways to not give Chief a fucking pity category.
Oh man.
Instead of just
They
one
really
thing that
should
would
have
work
just given him
regardless.
speed
Mhm.
and just say, yeah, that shit don't matter because Doomslayer would still fucking kill him.
Yeah.
Because it's such a double standard to not use the lore here when it was like such a big deal for Kratos versus Asura.
Yeah, I guess it's just like, oh, but people won't buy it. Literally everybody accepts the
Buys
lore
it.
scaling for Doomslayer. They're like, yeah,
Doomslayer killed God with a shotgun. Is that really so hard for us
Yeah.
to grasp?
It's really
Yeah.
funny it's really funny how like the lore scaling for Kratos and Doomslayer and even Dante is literally just the flirting versus harassment meme.
Oh my
It
god,
is.
you're right.
Yeah.
it is. I mean,
Jesus.
I know this episode's not perfect. I'll be the first
Yeah.
one to admit it. but I still like it because
it's good for what it is. I'll say
it's
that.
It's what I wanted. I wanted something that I felt like was a nice tribute to the FPS genre.
Yeah.
I'm glad I can at least definitively say it's better than the first one. And so now we are on Simone the Digger versus Kyle Rayner. Now I think I know who took this one, but
yeah, it was me.
Yeah, Steve.
It was me.
All right, Steve, you got this.
So, I love the history of this matchup. I love the history, how it was originally made as a spite matchup because DC wins, lol. And then as people looked into it, they went, no, wait, this is hype as fuck.
This matchup's kind of gas.
this matchup's kind of gas.
Hold on, the writing is this fire?
Wait, this matchup's actually good?
Which somehow fits perfectly with these two characters, because they show up, and you're like, oh, come on, these guys, they're fucking nothing. Like, Simon is just Diet Kamina, and Kyle, he ain't gonna be nothing. But you watch all of Gurren Lagann, and you finish White Lantern, you're like, holy shit, these two are the goats.
Yep.
I mean, Kyle was the replacement Lantern after Hal went all evil and crazy.
Yeah.
Like, he was a
Parallax. In my opinion, Gurren Lagann is the epitome of quality slop. That term that I learned recently.
Quality slop. You only like it because it's good.
Gurren Lagann is hype moments in Aura with fucking great writing. Let's keep it.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Same with the White Lantern storyline. I watched.
We got good writing or just hype moments in Aura. Actually, we have both.
We have both.
Yeah.
So you're saying they both have more than Freyrin?
Well, here's the thing. I remember watching Gurren Lagann like way back when, and thought it was pretty good for what it was. But then I rewatched it with Steve when this got confirmed during the Kickstarter era, and I got like a newfound appreciation for it as well, because like seeing his reaction to everything like kind of like got me up there as well. And then we watched that damn movie together.
The movie is so good.
I mean, you think it's just gonna be an anime compilation thing, and like it seems like it is. Like it adds a couple new extra things, but the whole final fight is completely different, and it does so many new and interesting visual things that you never would have guessed. Like I don't even want to spoil it. Like if get yourself a PS5 and watch that damn movie.
I have seen it. It is so good.
Yeah,
if y'all haven't seen that movie, peep it. It is so good just for the final fight alone.
I got it for Christmas, and yes, it is absolutely insane.
And then we got this episode finally coming out, a fucking hand-drawn episode out of nowhere. Like
Zach randomly decided, like, no, I'm just going to lock it. And
what do you mean? It's a Sprite episode. Didn't you see Balrog?
Yeah, therefore it's a Sprite-ish episode because we had the one
in the golf minigame.
Yeah. All right,
clearly it's Simone versus Balrog featuring whoever the fuck this Kyle person is.
Look at these two. Look at these two. Simone.
Okay, jokes aside, I just love how the like aftermath and the waiting period had everybody saying, "Hey, a real man never speaks ill of this character.
A real Simone fan never speaks ill of Kyle."
And
vice versa.
The memes during this waiting period were godly. I think my favorite was people realizing that Kyle Rayner could summon the Source Wall, and people were making jokes that, it's a wall. Simon would just dig through it.
And he does in the episode.
That it actually happened.
Yeah, everyone was like thinking that like, oh, the ending will be Kyle trapping Simon in the Source Wall, and then Simon will just like drill out of it. No, in the episode he drills straight through.
It's literally just there.
No, my favorite meme is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged clip where it's like, I summoned this card. Well, I summoned this card. I summoned this card. This card. And then like one that said, I summoned this card. My cosmology is bigger than yours. And then someone's like, well, I summoned your mama. And then it just says, mine's bigger anyway, lol. And Kyle's like, what? And they actually predicted the result because of that.
I'll be honest and say this is probably like one of the most chillest like waiting periods I've ever been a part of, besides Bowser Egg, man, because these felt like events.
It's because everybody knew whoever won, it was going to be a great fight.
It was kind of like.
Plus, it was also the White Lantern story is very short. You can just watch the Comic Historian video on it. Rest in peace to Benny, by the way.
Rest in peace to the gods.
And Gurren Lagann is also a short series, so people were just watching. They're like, okay, I get it now.
But I watched it during the waiting period.
But like, I love this episode so much that not only it got me to read DC Comics again and read like Green Lantern New Guardians. But I also literally started cosplaying as Kyle himself in his Green Lantern outfit.
Nice.
Oh, what the fuck?
That is the wrong
Wrong episode. Where's the episode? What the
Ignore.
fuck? There it is.
Okay, I don't know.
Technical difficulties. We're fine.
Alright.
We're back.
I don't know that happened. Anyway.
Simone and Kyle.
Anyway, whatever. Yeah, like this is a really good series, and Simone's analysis does such a damn good job covering it. I love that they start out like as if Kamina was the protagonist, as a way of going into the switcheroo with the actual show.
Yeah. I like it. I like it when analyses like they more or less do that, where it's like they get across a character by how the original series will get across a character. In this case, like it's like building up Kamina, and also like, oh yeah, there's also Simone. Yeah, he also,
exactly.
Like, helped him.
Yeah.
And yeah,
obviously they couldn't really go into like him overcoming Kamina's death, because that takes like several episodes. For Simone to truly get over. But
they did a good job like introducing Nia into the equation of like part of how he was able to.
Oh yeah.
To me, that was like the best way they could have done it without completely saying he got over it. We'll get to that
like
later.
Yeah, that's later. That's later. Let's talk about some hype shit. Nia, best wife ever.
The best wife in the universe. Yes. Okay, so I love the editing in this one so much. It also, like, everything about this whole talking about the feat of him busting out of the infinite maze here is probably one of my favorite explanations of a crazy feat on the entire show. Not only because of just like how insane it gets. Oh, I love that Virals thing is there, but like they bring back the Board of Wisdom and they actually go into dimensional cosmology shit, and there's infinite swamp.
Yeah.
And they even talk about the parallel universe meme from Mario 64.
Yeah, because like this is like the first episode I think just in general that like really delves into, like, we had it a bit in Trunks vs. Silver, but this is the first episode that really like dives into like what is the idea behind like dimensional theory and like what it means to like transcend a dimension. And like it makes sense, like for all series to do it with, it makes sense for it to be Gurren Lagann, because Gurren Lagann like by the end definitely like makes it like a big point that like this shit is like we're breaking space and time, we're going beyond the laws of physics, and it's like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Shout out to Simone beating SpongeBob for Speed Feet.
Oh yeah, and they technically put both characters at Outerversal, like without like saying it out loud. Like there are people who said you didn't put on your character at Outerversal, but like the only difference is that they didn't use the word, because counterpoint, what the fuck is an Outerversal?
Yeah, nobody actually knows what it means.
Desperado's explanation, while I don't want to say is like the definitive explanation, is a really good way, because one component of being Outerversal is the subject of reality over fiction, and that's exactly what they say. That's exactly what they say with Simone, where he merges with the Simone who is writing his own version of Gurren Lagann, effectively making him real. And then when they talk about the life equation for Kyle, they say the life equation makes his power arguably more real than we are.
Wow. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think on the topic of Kyle, that in my opinion is like, I think the aspect of the episode that like is very underappreciated. I think Kyle's analysis is like arguably one of the best of the best of this era.
It 100% is.
It is very good. Yeah.
I genuinely think that like in terms of like comic episodes, like really like being like that perfect balance between like story coverage and like versus coverage, it's like I like in comparison to the other like comic episodes we have this year, which are like, you know, the Marvel ones, this in my opinion is like, this is the best. This is just genuinely the best.
It genuinely made Kyle my favorite Lantern.
It can't be overstated how impressive it is that they're able to cover a character like almost exclusively in the comics, and so like they really had to lock in with the panel editing.
Yeah, because of like how rarely he's been seen. The only time he's ever been shown was in the Superman animated series, but with how rarely he's seen, they did a really great job at exploring on who Kyle is. And his story.
The only video game he was in that one Lego game.
The Lego Batman.
We're going to get called Kyle. he wasn't even called Kyle Rayner. He was just called White
Lantern.
I was like,
Thankfully-
his name is Kyle. Say
Yep.
his name.
What the fuck is a 12
His name is Kyle.
Thankfully, Kyle is going to be set to appear in an upcoming DC show, My Adventures with Green Lantern. So,
Yeah.
that's good.
It's actually true.
Obvious. Yeah,
Oh, I
no,
thought you were
he's
talking about
supposed
the
to be
Lantern.
the love interest for Jessica Cruz.
Jessica
Okay.
Cruz,
Oh, yeah, they actually.
I
I love
see.
that they go into the definition of stuff.
Oh my
into
God,
the
they
fridge.
brought up
fridging,
yeah.
yeah,
Sure,
fridging,
yeah.
They
Yeah,
brought
the
up
fridge.
the concept of fridging and like how it started with Kyle.
You kind of have to, because
Hey, shout out to Cabbage, by the way.
They
But
literally,
see,
he
the thing
literally
is that-
invented the trope.
Yeah,
You
Cabbage.
see, the thing is,
Yeah.
I like in the sense of like, okay, they bring this up and they bring up the whole like meta idea of like, oh, the idea of like fridging, but then like it works its way into the analysis when they bring up like how he mastered the other emotions in the emotional electromagnetic spectrum and how the mastering love meant Kyle forgiving himself for what for letting that happen to his original girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool how they were able to tie it all together like that.
Chekhov's gun at its finest.
They use the frickin' Johnny Bravo clip to accentuate the self-love.
Self-love.
Damn, how pretty.
Jeff Bennett best role, what?
But then, like, after when, like, he gets the White Lantern powers, right after he gets, like, the White Lantern powers, he also gets granted a life equation, which at first looks like something he can control, only to backfire in his face and literally become something that I don't know how to explain it. Basically, it became everything that he fears of himself.
Yeah,
We
Oblivion.
got less than
Which,
4 minutes.
Oblivion.
Let's get to the fight.
all right, yeah,
Okay,
we'll get
yeah.
to the fight. We'll get to the fight. Now, I will say this. I do know a lot of people have problems with the fight being too quotey. They're focusing mainly on
pacing.
quotes.
That's
And
my
the
issue,
pacing.
but I will silence myself.
Which, I can understand. I can understand that. I do like this first part where they're just kind of scrapping a little bit on the planet. I do agree when they get to outer space and he jumps straight into Topin, it is kind of weird. However, I will stand by this. Seeing Kyle animated as the White Lantern is cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Also, seeing him use the Thought Robot specifically, because that's, I believe, the strongest character in DC.
It's the strongest version of Superman, yeah.
Yeah, it's strongest
Yes.
version of Superman to combat Topin is cool as fuck. Them
I mean,
quoting
Kyle
Roro-
said it himself. That's really cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to
I mean,
go frame by
Simon said it.
frame
No, Simon
on the
said that.
symbols.
Simon said
I was just gonna give a Lucina versus Grovile shout out, but anyway.
Yeah.
Hey.
Them quoting Roro fight the power was kind of a little clunky, but I'm able to look past it because I'm like, it's still cool. I love this transformation
Because it's like
so much.
they vibe with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's like they're pretty much like just like showing off to each other like I'm a lantern. We do the impossible, see the invisible.
Yeah.
Like I like it in that sense of like it's very much just like it's like a sort of a sense of camaraderie.
This is the
between the
episode
two.
you put on while you're working out and like running a
And also-
marathon.
Can we talk about how much of a banger Spiral of Emotion is?
Oh, don't worry, I'm getting there.
It's
I'm
literally
getting there.
Will of the Drill, but good. Wait, who said that?
So
I see.
I will.
I actually
go.
kind of
I
agree with
like Will. I liked Will of the Drill. I just didn't love it. But Spiral
Yeah,
Motion finally made me
I-
understand why everyone was.
I did think Will of the Drill was a little overrated, but I do love Spiral
Alright.
of Emotion.
I will
Yeah.
say this. From this moment to the end of the fight, some of the best shit Death Battle's ever put out.
I know, it's so
love,
good.
I love
Light
this shit.
Equation especially looks really, really good.
God, no, this
Yeah.
moment where he's like trying to get
Talk him
Simon to
down.
stop fighting, like talk him down. It's going through everything. He's saying the emotions in the spectrum. Simon almost gives in. Kamina comes up.
Voiced by
Oh,
Chad
and
James.
It was by Chad James, yeah.
And then to tear the hole through the sky right here. Oh,
And then we get the
yeah.
see-through eye guitar solo here.
Super Tengen Tova.
And then, bro, the Super
Yeah.
Tengen Toppa like
So-
transmission, is that coming out?
We gotta talk about Kieran Reagan. He was such a perfect casting for Simone. Like Yuri Lowenthal has such like a iconic voice. I wasn't sure how they were gonna do it, but Kieran like sounds so one-to-one at points with him. Like
Yeah, literally.
Like, and
I
it's-
hear- I
Oh,
hear-
that Giga Drill break when he says it, that's Yuri. That's Yuri.
And then he
Yeah.
just completely like
yeah, all right, bet.
matches vibes and makes a
No.
bunch of drills.
So I saw someone mention this. I feel like it's important to mention. Kyle is trying to make what he thinks is the strongest things to counter Simon. At this point, he thinks the strongest thing out there is Simon's drill. So his response is, "All right, bet, drill for drill."
And
that's actually a really cool way of looking at it.
I gotta listen to
I thought about it that way.
I gotta listen to the guitar solo here real quick.
And then also, like, I do. Yeah, certain line lyrics, it just sounds like Yuri.
I love that oh hell yeah face Kyle gets.
Yeah. Oh, all the way back from Mega Mania.
Emotional spectrum. It's
everything with this ending.
I really love Brandon.
Okay, we got 10 seconds, so let's end it off on the Green Lantern note.
Yeah, all right.
And
now we can talk about Brandon Acosta.
Yeah, because I also wanted to make sure we give him his fair dues because
of course,
this upcoming part right here, one of the hardest lines Death Battle's ever done.
Play it.
You gotta hear it.
I mean, we knew how this battle would have to end, fist to fist.
I'm taking you in.
In brightest day. In
blackest night.
No evil shall escape my sight.
I love the Ben-Day dots.
Those who worship evil's might. Beware my power.
Here we go, guys.
Green Lantern's lights!
Music too.
My roommate is sleeping. I can't yell.
What's the next one ruined the scene for me? Sorry.
Oh my god! I've said it before. The Green Lantern oath is like one of the hardest lines ever, and Brandon delivered it perfectly.
Kiss me, Simone.
Yeah. I also love the
knocks him back into a t-shirt.
I love the detail of like he's in.
Oh my god! I just noticed he has a drill mark on his face.
Yeah, I love the detail that he's like disappearing at the informational level too.
Yeah. That's definitely.
And then we got John Mitchell here.
You have been chosen.
Just who the hell
do you think I am?
I still stand by the fact that dimensional tiering stacks.
Here's I was just gonna say one more thing. My defense of like the quotes is, and you can argue like if they were misused or not, but like Gurren Lagann is literally a show all about quotes. It's like Courage the Cowardly Dog. They say the same 5 lines like every other episode. Of course it was gonna be a bunch of quotes.
Yeah. It's a catchphrase show. It's like Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah, so it's like it's exactly what I was expecting. Yeah, the squirrel was there also. And my only minor nitpick is that it does fall a little bit into the Mob versus Tatsumaki problem of there's a lot of different hand-drawn styles going on.
Too many art styles.
But it's like, it's not nearly as distracting this time. And like, I can look past some of it because of just like how amazing the imagery is. And
I would say in terms of the different animation, like the different hand-drawn shots between different people like Origin and Larry, I would at least say in comparison to Mob vs. Tatsumaki, there's more consistency with how these characters are drawn.
That's also another thing I should bring up. Some people have complained about the pacing in this fight. I mean, it doesn't bother me that much, but I can understand from like their perspective.
It's the most distracting here with the art styles, like being right back to back, but still it looks cool though.
It looked like rotoscoping in that one shot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with Kyle. Yeah. I think the thing with the pacing thing though is that
okay. Get your closing thoughts out of the way right now. We've been
we're good.
Time.
We're good.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
We're good.
We're good.
I got everything I needed to say.
Yeah. And also with the pacing. Go ahead.
I was gonna mention with pacing is that like it's kind of like an unavoidable thing because like there's no real way to like really get across the same sort of escalation Gurren Lagann does. But even then, I would still say the way the episode does it is fine. I think the way they do it's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, now let's get into
our
other hand-drawn episode.
Let's go from hype moments and aura to cartoony to joy and whimsy. How about that?
Wile E. Coyote versus Tomcat.
Fun fact, one is mine.
This was actually my favorite waiting period of the whole thing because like I got to like go back and show people a bunch of old cartoons, and the day that this premiered, I was just marathoning a bunch of them in the server and streaming them for everybody to see. My favorite was showing everybody the Droopy Dog cartoon where he's like constantly chasing that criminal all around the world, and that one speed feat we get of the criminal like running so fast he busts out of the film reel. That's one of my favorite cartoons of all time. That's right. Get used to it, folks. I chase him like this throughout the whole picture.
I chase him like this through the whole picture.
All right. Let's let the man talk. 3, 2, 1, start.
Okay. So now, with this one, I was originally not sure how to feel about this matchup when I first heard about it, but the more I thought about it and when it showed up on the Tournament of Champions, I got really on board with how this episode could go. And when it won, I was really excited to see how it would turn out, and I think this is probably one of the most fun episodes I have that Death Battle's made. I just have such a blast going through this episode every single time. And of course, starting with the analyses, which are some of the most entertaining that I have seen through at least this era. Especially Tom's. I mean, I grew up with Tom and Jerry, and seeing so much, like, seeing them talk about so many of the cartoons and just the insanity that these two have gone through. It's just so much fun. And particular shout out to Tom's rundown with the Tom and Jerry Chase segment. Could we go to that one? Yeah, right here.
Right here.
Look at this shit.
How you want to look
Yeah, literally, and the way it
I was so confused when that popped up.
the way it ended. What the fuck?
It's so funny because it's like in this waiting period, like I tuned in a little bit to the debate and like how this was like a pretty big factor about like the scaling for Tom and Jerry, and like it just also reminded me how like just like why does that like this exists? Like what the fuck?
Like
And
the
it's
only reason I knew
officially
about it
licensed.
was because I read that gigantic ass Tom blog during the waiting period, and so I wasn't nearly as jarred by it as other people were. But it's like, good lord, what
I wasn't jarred by it, but it was very funny seeing everyone here get jarred by it.
and then and then the Death Battle curse hit because Tom around the time the episode was premiering, they announced Tom and Jerry getting a Chinese animated movie, like CG and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like basically an adaptation of Tom and Jerry Chase, which is really funny.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed that the beginning of Wiley's rundown is actually blurred out because because of the fan art they used there. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well.
Okay.
No, I love Wiley's analysis too, because it's the fact that it's the first Looney Tune, not only the first Looney Tune segment, but how deep they go into Toon Force as a concept, and it's like as long as it's something that they deem funny, they could basically do whatever they want. And like going into the idea of, and they trace it back to the Native American lore thing they were talking about. So yeah, the idea of like him busting out of the cartoon, or like the coyote timing, where it's like as long as he doesn't fall, as long as he believes he's still on solid ground. And then they actually talk about Toon Force as if it's like a power level system, and that's how they talk about Tiny Toon's Luniversity.
But it kind of is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I think
another thing I like about this is like it's one of those where it's like, okay, they both have Toon Force, so can they really kill each other? We don't know. This is one of the few matchups where one of them has the means to actually do it.
And,
because like,
and they basically it's confirmed it was the only way this could end in death.
Because more or less, I would definitely say that like when it comes to like these Toon Force episodes, there's always like that kind of like oh well, the Toon Force character will just win because Toon Force. But like I do like it that like they explain like the more, I guess, like the science of Toon Force, like how even though it sounds like really ridiculous, but I love in that same vein of like introducing like Looney Tunes to the show, Wiley just genuinely made like he made the most sense for this to be like the first Looney Tunes episode.
And also he's like the only one to get like cosmically nerfed.
Yeah, I love how they talk about Chuck
Nerfed
Jones
by
here.
God himself.
And I also like how they discussed it in the... And I also
Sorry,
like
go.
how they discussed it in the conclusion, because, like, I mean, you could argue that they're using semantics, but, like, at the same time, like, they do a really good job at proving how Chuck Jones's rules for Wile E. Coyote's failures could, like, have actually been contradicted in the past. And then they just go to fucking Space Jam.
I love that.
But
so
I
much.
really liked about how they explain with Wiley is like all of his failures and all that, like even through everything like he's been with the Roadrunner, he still would like keep going. And when he goes up against Tom, he still gets nerfed, but not to the point to where he can't win. So when I finally see him winning, like I was rooting for Tom, but like seeing Wiley win did put a smile on my face, just because you gotta admit him at least getting a dub once is a good feeling.
Oh yeah.
It's a shame that Tom went the way he did. Tom and Jerry was my childhood. That kind of hurt a little bit.
Really?
Honestly, I was fully expecting Tom to die.
I love, by the way, how they go
hoping-
into like cats and coyotes as well for.
But just the
real life
unceremonious
animals.
splat, just kind of.
Oh, by the way, I do have one bone to pick with Tom's analysis. Like, Boomstick says he has a well-documented hatred of cats,
Oh,
yet
yeah?
he's only talked about cats twice. The first being in Lionel's analysis, where he literally says, kittens are adorable! And then the second time being in Beers' analysis, where, like, yeah, he's like, ugh, cats at first, but then he's all like, I guess cats aren't so bad. So, like, Liam, the f*** you mean well-documented?
Didn't Liam also write Beerus versus Galaxia?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh well.
He did also mention that like the only kitty he truly respects is named after Booze. I mean,
So there was that.
Okay, yeah.
Except he also respected Lion-O.
Oh,
Oh
well.
yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Gotta keep that
Oh
continuity
yeah.
in check.
Also, they reference they say Heavenly Puss is when that episode confirmed the 9 lives, even though that's technically not true. They just wanted to do a pussy joke.
Okay, fair.
Also, my only complaint about Coyote's analysis, and there's no way that they could have gotten around this. It was just timing, but I kind of wish they had some nod to Coyote versus Acme, even if it was like a tiny Easter egg. But it's like I get it. Like it wasn't confirmed that the movie would be coming out yet. I don't know. I just like if I feel like if they do
While
bring
his
Wiley,
rival is the Roadrunner, his biggest nemesis, Warner Brothers.
That would have been
You see, the problem with them referencing Coyote vs. Acme is that they could have fallen victim to a certain other episode that does like that kind of the same thing that ends up aging poorly.
Oh well.
Oh yeah.
But hey,
What was that?
We'll
Play
talk
Buffy.
about that.
Okay.
But like also I love the final note of Tom and Jerry, because like what better way to get smashed than with Tom and Jerry?
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry. It's a nice feel good ending to the analysis.
Yeah.
And I think it makes
I'm very glad that they also referenced Tom and Jerry actually being friends too. Like that was a good way to wrap it out.
Yeah.
Which kind of gets into one of my only okay, so now we're gonna get into the fight. Okay, the beginning.
Yeah.
I feel like Aaron's gotten a lot of unwarranted flack for the track he did here. Yes, it obviously as a song by itself, it's not like it doesn't make sense to listen to on its own. But that's the point. It's a fucking score.
That's the point.
It's
an atmospheric score.
And
The only reason I put it at the bottom of my ranking is because I'm ranking them in relation to each other, not my overall opinion.
Right. So it's like I wanted him to do exactly something like this, like making the music its own character, and he did like so much research. I love how this also starts with the freaking scientific name.
The scientific name.
So fun fact, when I was doing a Christmas Carol with my local theater company, and I showed this animation to the actor playing Ghost of Christmas Present. He's like in his 60s. He's a big fan of Looney Tunes. He was laughing his ass off the entire time I showed him this. Especially the mouse assholicus thing. He thought it was so good.
Yeah.
And
nice.
This fight is packed to the brim with just so many amazing references to both.
Oh yeah.
Also, shout out to Billy doing all of the custom voice acting for like the not archival bits. Meepus.
I gotta ask, what did that guy think? What did that guy in the 60s think about Tom dying?
He thought it was hilarious.
Okay.
Well, because it's like because it's like with Scooby versus Courage, those are two characters like that are like sweet cinnamon buns. You don't want to see them get hurt. Tom is a fucking asshole, so like seeing him get his comeuppance is great.
Yeah.
Now, here's my my only real complaint about like the story of this one. I don't like how they have Tom about to eat Jerry here, because it's like that was like a phase like he got over very quickly, like from early Tom and Jerry shorts.
I've only got like a few complaints with this fight.
Yeah.
But, like it is very funny. It genuinely looks like a classic cartoon.
Luis and
like beat for beat.
I love this.
Like Luis and Seesaw. I want to make sure Seesaw gets their credit, but like these two absolutely killed it with like the aesthetic of the fight. It is so it feels just like a Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry cartoon.
And
but like updated for like modern animation standards.
I totally predicted Jerry riding off with Roadrunner at some point.
My gripes are mostly
with
with
watching the fight while eating popcorn.
Yeah. My gripes are mostly with the war scene and the 9 lives scene.
Yeah. Okay. We got a bunch of Easter eggs here, like Ash Ketchum and Simone versus Kyle in the frame.
With just Simon the Chipmunk and from
South
Park.
Yeah, Kyle from South Park.
And there's the Scream as well.
The TARDIS.
The
TARDIS.
The TARDIS.
Do you believe in Malcolm? Yeah, no, he loved that bit as well with the doing the Pac-Man rules.
We got the amphibian chest.
Yeah.
Lose versus Zan is totally gonna happen. It's totally gonna be confirmed for the next episode, guys. Trust
the process.
Watch it happen.
It'll happen.
Okay, so yeah.
Lose versus Zan in 2034.
This one is just kinda it's out of nowhere. I get it. They're like hiding behind couches and thinking it's a war scene.
And yeah, I guess it was also like referencing the beginning of Tom's analysis segment about like World War II. And
I feel like I heard, did I just fever dream this, or did I hear like there was supposed to be like a bunch of Toms and Wileys charging at each other like an army scene, and they didn't have like the budget for it?
I remember somebody asking Luis about that, and he was like, I wanted to do something like that, but because it's hand-drawn, we can't do the same stuff that Moro does, where like he's able to copy-paste stuff in the background.
Yeah,
but I would have had to draw every single individual Tom and Wiley, so there's no way that shit was happening.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, because it's also worth noting that Luis actually shared like a demo, like a style of animation that they would have done for Tom versus Wily, where like it kind of mimics more of Moro style, but like they decided against it because they wanted to have like an animation that evoked like the early commentary Looney Tunes
cartoons.
Also, low-key the hardest Billy line I've ever heard right here.
Come on, you apes! You want to live forever!
And the best part, the guy I showed this to, he like got that reference, so he was like, hell yeah.
Okay.
Like,
this part coming up is what I have a gripe with. Because like
you got 3 minutes.
Okay, wait for it.
We're good, Jonathan.
Watch
don't
this.
worry.
Puts the fat lady on the thing, pulls out another bomb, lights it, and then it all explodes. Like, why?
Well, because Wiley's a failure. Like, things are cosmically ordained to blow up.
No,
in
I mean, I
space.
get that it all explodes, but like, why put a thing in the catapult, then light a second bomb?
Because he's an idiot.
I'm probably gonna use that as like an opening, probably to like then send the fat lady. Probably.
I'm assuming because he's an idiot.
Yeah, I would assume,
or that too. Yeah, he's an idiot.
I think the joke would have worked fine if they just like had the nuke explode.
Now this was hilarious.
That's probably my favorite
but
joke.
This is another thing. Like, seriously, a plane knocked all 9 of your lives out of you?
I mean, maybe the propeller's still moving.
You're not Nathan Drake, buddy.
I guess it's just one of those things where it's like rule of funny, and also they needed to reference it somehow for like but then you also get into the point of like, man, like I love this animation, but then it has to get held back a little bit
I feel
by
like he could
Burst's
have
brain
knocked out
rot,
a couple
if you know what
of
I
his
mean.
lives in the war scene, maybe?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I get that, but I do love the road visual there, like to show how much faster Wiley is naturally.
Running around like
the painting, and of course they had to reference this somehow.
This is my favorite part. It's just
it works on Tom, but explicitly not Coyote.
I
love
just changed the truck.
Just something about the way,
and it's confirmed that Jerry and Roadrunner were driving that truck as like
awesome.
Just like
pause the frame.
Hold on, just like look at the way this truck is keyframed though. It's just like it's just a still image like going after them.
Just a PNG.
That's a smiling friends thing right there, just straight up.
Yeah, no, you can barely see them because of like the compression.
Oh, and then there's
this frame. Oh, I love this
Goomba versus Hot Dog. Let's go.
Infinite views 0 seconds ago.
I love the Omni-Man Homelander debunk.
Ranking all my friends.
By Liam Swan.
Just got faster.
Wily Coyote reacts. Ooh, Prince Vegeta roast.
Omni-Man Homelander debunk. Fraud battle.
Coyote's video gets -1 billion views.
Yeah, the -1 billion.
Goomba versus Hot Dog gets every
ASMR.
single view.
Yes.
That's great. You really can't go wrong with the Wily sign gag as well. I was wondering like how, but like this is Jonathan, you did a great job referencing this in I think it was Aang versus Edward.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it took me way too long to make that edit because I don't have Da Vinci's magic mask available in the free version. It's only in the studio version. I have not bought it yet.
Oh yeah, and then with the music gets to like its best here because like it's genuinely
Oh,
like
this
the way it's going here, like it kind of like makes you anxious. Like this is a high anxiety right here because like, oh my god, the fucking house from earlier. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well,
no.
no,
How
like
about this?
they were
See how
both,
you
they,
like it.
They were both hit by the anti-loony gun, so it's like at this point, it's like anything could kill them. So it's
Yeah.
like who's
And then
next?
Splat.
And here's what I love about the way his death plays out, because it's like, you could argue, yeah, the blood is a little out of nowhere, but the tomato splat like sells it for me, and also
it sounds like a cartoon.
like having it be
exactly.
and having it be blood as well is what confirms that he died for real this time, like as opposed to all the silliness from earlier.
Coyote.
All right, I want to bring up something that everyone's been talking about in this debate. Like every time when everyone talks about Wily versus Tom, all I heard for the debate was anti-loony gun, and at first I thought it was gonna be like literally just at the point to where I'm tired of hearing it, but they explain it to where not only would it hurt, like backfire on Wily, but it would also wouldn't really matter considering like his own rule set wouldn't really work against Tom, since well, like I said, it would only work for the Roadrunner.
By the way, that's a plushie,
victory.
by the way, for those words they were showing a dead cat.
Okay,
I was hoping they showed a
sorry,
dead
man.
cat.
But yeah,
Wait, what was the dead cat?
Here.
Go.
Oh, that one.
That's
yeah.
Okay, I see that. It's a
That's
plushie.
horrifying.
So what I'm saying here is, I like how they justify like Wily's like victory with even with the anti-loony gun. It wouldn't really help him win if it wasn't for like his cosmic like stuff with Roadrunner like not affecting, like it would affect Roadrunner but not against Tom.
Yeah. Honestly, oddly enough, one of my favorite conclusions of the year as well, because like the way they go into intelligence is like an improvement over Eggman's, because they actually talk about how it could, like Tom could use his superior intelligence to like turn the tides against Wily, but then they go into why it wouldn't really work out for him. So I love the reveal of Space Jam being like one of his win cons. It's so good.
That caught me off guard.
He scores more than anybody else.
So
but that shouldn't happen. Should it?
He beat the Goon Squad.
So Wily versus Tom, I'm so happy that it won the Tournament of Champions, especially since the one that it beat ended up happening anyway. So I'm convinced that if it didn't win the Tournament of Champions, I don't think we would have gotten it, like straight up. So good job picking that one, guys.
Yeah, that was probably for the best.
Yeah.
All right, and we got Kratos versus Asura anyway, so I'm happy.
Oh yeah.
Well, just as my closing thoughts, this is one of the most entertaining episodes of the series to me, and I'd say it's like around my top 20. And I just have such a fun time going back to this one, and I can't wait for more loony episodes going forward.
Me too.
Yes.
I can see people saying this is like an improved version of Among Us versus Fall Guys, like a more timeless version, I should say.
I think they're comparable, personally.
They are comparable, and I would say like I would sooner rewatch this episode than I would Among Us Fall Guys, which I think is a testament to.
And I still love those. I do love that the way Wily wins is like through complete dumb luck. Like it had nothing to do with his own skills, which feels very true to his character.
Yeah.
So like he finally got lucky for once in his life, which is very sweet. I like that idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now then.
Time for something a little more anime, baby.
All right, Behemoth.
Oh, boy.
3.
Bring me your street gear.
2, 1.
The fucking Punisher.
No, you can go. You can start.
Okay, time starts now.
Okay, so yeah, just preparing for me to lock in. All right, Spider-Man versus Deku. I think when we all saw the next time reveal for Tom versus Wily, a lot of us were like, "Wait, what?" Because not only are we getting a My Hero episode so soon after Shigaraki versus Mahito, but it's also like it's Deku. Like we're bringing Deku back. He was only like absent from the show for like a couple of years at this point, and
you're no
granted, there was
Omni-Man.
like in comparison to like Omni-Man, and then like it was also just very interesting to see like them do this matchup so early, considering that like Spider-Verse, the third Spider-Verse movie isn't going to be coming out for a while.
Yeah.
So
also,
I
they just did a Shigaraki one.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, like I definitely think there was a lot of like I don't want to say skepticism per se, but there was a lot of like, we're doing this episode now. How's it going to go? And I think with the episode that we got, I'm just going to say it right now. It's an episode that I think is criminally underappreciated.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Behemoth.
I gotta fix it. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Very good.
Okay, I'm gonna say this
yeah.
right now. I was not surprised at all when Mora was announced. Like, I was clocking that right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that editing.
I really want to go through this episode like piece by piece. I'll try to be like quick about it, but I really want to get across like why I think this episode like does so much right. So starting off with the analyses, I think actually both the analyses are really solid. Miles is a character that I think is Miles, or more so even just like Spider-Man in general, is a very tricky character to analyze under a death battle lens, because I would say once you get past like the origin of like most Spider characters, a lot of their stories are like it's very hard to like get across like the idea of what these characters are, because a lot of their stories can be like very random, or just like oh yeah, this is just the villain of the week kind of stuff that you would expect from like Spider-Man. But I think Miles' analysis does a good job of like getting across getting across his origin, and like all like the stuff that's like unique to him, like with his powers, and like the eventual the eventual like Spider-Verse stuff. Like I think he does a solid job of like getting across Miles in a way that like is an improvement from his last outing, because I think an issue that I had with his last outing was just how much it felt like it was beholden to Spider-Verse, to a point where like it just felt like a plot synopsis of the movie. This feels like an actual coverage of Miles that like feels more nuanced in a lot of ways, that makes me just appreciate it more. And then with Deku's analysis, I would say in comparison to Deku's last analysis, there's just in general like a much better flow in comparison, like just like getting across like Deku's origin, like why he wanted to be a hero, and then like once he got the chance to be a hero, like all the stuff that like he did while as a hero, like his powers, like how he made his quirk unique to him, the vestiges, like how they played a part into his story, and then the ending of his analysis about like what it finally took to defeat All For One and like be like the world's greatest hero. But in my opinion, the aspect of this episode that I think goes really underappreciated is just how well of an idea that the writer of this episode, Cian, really got across with these two characters. Because while this matchup is one that I would definitely say boils down, like it's like on a baseline, it's like, oh, these are two characters that are like these are the successors of like noble, like iconic heroes in their respective universes. What, in my opinion, like what I really love what Cian did is that he made it like this sort of like a research study or research thesis about like what these two characters represent at their core and what it means to be a hero. And I think it gets across perfectly in both of their analyses, with Miles' like upbringing being one that's like it's troubled in the sense of like he had to live up to the legacy of Spider-Man while also being dealing with just like regular like teenage stuff. And I like in the sense of like, and I really appreciate in the sense of like how his parents like helped him to realize that, like the episode acknowledging that. And then when it gets to the Spider-Verse stuff, bringing it all the way back to Stanley's original idea about what Spider-Man is, and the idea that Spider-Man is a character that like anyone can wear the mask, anyone can be a hero, so long as they stay true to who they are as a person. I really like it in the sense of like, that's like the core thesis of what Miles' analysis is that he is the successor to Spider-Man, and he does it in a way that is true to the character, true to the idea of what Spider-Man is. And I think that's an aspect of the analysis that's very underappreciated. And then with Deku's, Deku's analysis, I also did like how they have, but what is a hero?
I want to give a shout out to the transition here.
The transition is really well done, and it lends to that idea of it being like a research study about like the idea of these characters.
Can be a hero.
In my opinion, it's one of the best ones they've ever done.
But what is a hero?
Because you can't really think of many times how they do that,
That is really
nice.
But then in regards to then Deku's analysis, how they mentioned how like Deku's upbringing is like, it was one that like genuinely came from like a sense of passion, like wanting to be a hero, but that also came with the downside of Deku putting himself after other people, and eventually that pressure would eventually like cause him to like go on this dark hero arc. And ultimately what ended up saving him and saving the world was just the help from his friends, the help from everyone that he helped, that's inspired him to made him realize that being a hero is more than just like putting yourself at harm's way for others. It's about making sure that everyone is okay, including yourself. And to where the ending of Deku's analysis being that like all with the help of his friends, for as long as we keep reaching our hands out to those in need, anyone can be a hero. Like, that ending, I'm going to be completely frank, that ending brings me to tears just as much as Shigaraki's analysis, because it is such a great understanding of the overall message of My Hero as a whole. And, like, it's to a point where, like, again, I mentioned Cian, he was the writer of this episode. You can just tell he has such a strong idea and understanding of these characters, to where, in my opinion, this episode, I think, has the best themed analysis of the seasons. I'm not saying the best analyses, because I do think there are individual analyses that are better than Deku and Miles, but they're the best themed analysis in the sense that they understand what these characters are fundamentally and get across why they're so beloved in the first place.
Right.
That was great.
Me,
But
who has an almost complete opposite opinion on the analyses.
But there is one thing I want to go off. I completely agree with Behemoth, because, like, Deku's analysis, like, they just talk about, like, his uprising to becoming a hero, and even after everything he's been through with UA falling apart and just him leaving so that he can protect his friends, it's like Behemoth said, like, Deku needed to realize that not only needed to be a hero just, protect others, but also protect the people that he loves and cares about for himself, as just to protect himself in general. Just trying to be there for them, knowing that as long as they stick together, then there's really nothing this world can do.
Yeah,
and that's what really defeated All for One.
Exactly. You can just tell that Cian had such a strong idea about these characters, and I think it comes across so well in comparison to their previous outings. But then we get to the fight, and in my opinion, it just continues that same notion. It continues that same idea that this a fight between these two wouldn't be some crazy gruesome bloodbath of these two just going all out. No, what this dynamic would be in if this were to actually happen is exactly what the episode gives us. It's a nice, it's a nice, very chill, good vibes kind of dynamic where it's these two just come across each other and they're impressed by they start trying to impress one another as this is the type of hero that I am, and I hope that you respect me because of it. And I want to give credit to the voice actors of this voice actors for Miles and Deku, because it's Christian Marte and as Spider-Man. He does a really good job as Miles, really capturing that youthful but seasoned hero energy. And then John Van Doreen also does a phenomenal job as Deku. You could argue that he's not one-to-one with Justin Briner, but I don't care. He still captures that energy of Deku.
They're both incredibly close.
Don't just sound like the character, you need to act like the character too.
Here's the thing, Deku is one of the most overdone anime impressions in the history of the world. You ever see those videos where it's Breaking Bad if it was anime? They're just doing the fucking Deku voice, or maybe a Goku voice sometimes.
He's become the default protagonist voice after Bryce. It was originally Bryce Papenbrook. It was always Bryce.
I got more sick of that running gag than the fucking, if this thing was written by Vivzy Pop. It's so, hacky and obvious. It's the same joke every time. So I appreciate, that when they were doing an impression here, it was this is, if I was cast as Deku, this is what my interpretation of the character would be. And it felt a lot more natural.
I think just in terms of general, the fight itself, it's just... again, even in terms of choreography, I would just say it's still just it's such a good feels kind of fight where it's it's just these two just kind of enjoying each other's company and still showing off what they can do, and there's just so many fun choreography bits that I really just look back on. It's yeah, this was fun. The initial beginning where Deku does the Miles tries to web Deku, he does the kick to the punch, the callback to. The callback to Batman vs. Spider-Man with catching Deku in the webs.
Yeah.
I love this intro. Is also
that transition.
Awesome.
Clean.
I personally think the fight is pretty good. The dialogue is kinda but the amount of wallpaper shots in this fight.
I mean, they're literally selling one of the shots as
darn near any freeze frame, and you can see that as somebody's wallpaper.
I also really like how the characters are highlighted with I forget what the dots, but
Ben-Day dots.
Ben-Day dots.
Yeah.
I reference those for Simo versus Kyle as well.
Without a doubt, this is arguably one of the most stylized 3D fights Death Battle has ever done, and I think it just it just really emphasizes to me how much they really like tried to like make this episode like stand out in comparison to say Shigaraki versus Mahito, where there's like a sense of like griminess and like dirtiness to it. Like it's a nice juxtaposition in that sense.
Get Rick
and
rolled.
like the get Rick rolled, and like between other shots that come up later, like this shot right here, the Fajin.
That's my favorite bit. I love that bit.
Yeah. And like
really old York City.
Yeah, I
moving
love
so
that.
fast it's outspeeding Miles' scream.
That's what I love that reference to the first movie.
But then it's also like stuff like this the sequence right here, Miles like running through the building, a la like a Spider-Verse like sequence.
I think we all said that if they ever do
this is a Spider-Man PS4 style sequence.
if they ever do if they ever do Sukuna versus Muzan, the whole fight's just gonna be this one shot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Then
Then other shots like the leap of faith where it's like Miles.
Oh yeah, the
who's rising
leap of faith
upward.
meetup. Yeah.
I'll be honest,
that-
the leap
that-
of faith. The leap of faith one is kind of weak if you ask me, but I think I like how they go for it. But like
I'm
the
talking about the shot
Flash.
itself, like this thing.
Like this. Just like
Okay.
This
here-
shot,
that shot
Okay,
goes
yeah,
up
that's wallpaper.
like I
It went so-
said,
it went so fast.
wallpaper
Wallpaper.
shot.
Well, no, it went so hard that they made so much merch of it. There was a keyboard mat, there was a mug
Yeah.
of just this shot, and it was peak fiction. And like I
Like if you
have
told me
the-
this was the album cover for the track, I'd believe you.
I like to imagine that they
I'm
really they're giving like Moro like as much like props as they possibly can, because like I feel like any show would be lucky to have a talent like that guy working with them.
literally like
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And like the
like,
fact
like-
that this is his first, like he said that this is my first time like doing a truly stylized, like actually 3D battle. It's like for a first outing, like there are obviously there are places where like there can be a little bit of improvement. I do think the shot where Deku like gets stuck on the giant web, that part's a little bit janky, but like still like the foundation is so strong here that like I can't wait to see what he does next.
And like
absolutely.
and like I will say, Flip, you did mention the whole like dialogue thing. I actually am willing to go bat with like a lot of the dialogue, because I do think like outside of like
It's just I just don't really. It doesn't really get across like why they're fighting. I mean, I get it. It's like care to show me what you can do. I mean, like that's not necessarily like, hey, fight me. It's just like, oh, hey, you're another hero. Can I see what you're doing? And Miles goes immediately. All right, let me show you. Tries to uppercut him.
Yeah, I guess like the setup I feel like was always gonna be a little wonky here, because like again, these are two characters like you reasonably can't have like them just like be out for blood. I like it. I like in the sense of like if you're gonna do a setup,
Like with
Might,
I can get that they kind of got carried away just because they're hyping each other up, but like these guys aren't really like.
Well, part of what made my
I
work
just
was
killed somebody because like. I mean, I get that's kind of the pitfall with a lot of hero versus hero stuff. Like, you don't want to make it too mean and like, but it's like the Mortal Kombat 1 dialogues. It's like you don't they don't really get across why they're fighting to the death.
I was just gonna say with my the reason that works is because they start off arm wrestling, so like there's a bit more build up to it. I was gonna say my suggestion for like this particular dialogue part here is like you could still have Deku say, because I always do my best. I would have Miles probably say something like, that's cool, but I think I'll just stick to my own thing, and then
I mean, isn't that what he did?
Well, no,
it's more or less what he does.
But here what he says is like,
if I'm gonna do my best,
it's like a retort.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have had him like. I would have had him do something more casual, like, that's nice, but I think I'll stick to my own thing, and then then go into it.
In terms of the other quotes that the fight uses, though, I do like the usage of "Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands." I think that's probably the best quote usage that the fight has.
Yeah,
I agree.
Let's try that one more time. There's the let's try that one more time after he gets like hit by Deku the first time, which like I admit like it is a quote, but at the same time I also just feel like that's a natural thing to say in that situation. There's the Deku's because I always do my best. I like that line because it's like emphasizing not only why Deku brought the fight out there, but also showing off to Miles like the type of hero he is, like the original scene that it's from, like that fight with Bakugo.
Right.
What was the other Deku's
I want to say
is quoting All Might's thing with All Might's like thing against the Nomu. I like in the sense of like contrasting the two of them. Like, while
the shock absorption nullification comeback, I will say that is very good.
Yeah,
people hated this line for some reason, but it's like Do people not know that Izuku always gets very analytical against his opponents? So,
no,
like,
exactly. This is my favorite bit of dialogue.
Before,
but it's also
he recognized it.
That was my favorite bit of dialogue.
The way that I like to think of it is that like it's like showing a contrast where like while On Might is like very like flashy and showboaty with like his analytics side, Deku is more like internal. Like he will think about it like he's gonna like process it in his head instead of like saying it out loud. And then like the final like quote that they use, which is like Miles' "on saito de fe," which is, you know, a leap of faith in Spanish. I actually like that. I actually do like it because we've seen with the Spider-Verse films that like the leap of faith like mantra is like a thing that Miles will say to himself and other Spider-Man when like their back is against the wall and like they don't know what to do. So like I like in the sense of like Miles like kind of like saying that as like his final like line. And also like I could also just totally buy Miles being that much of a weeb to where like he would say as like some sort of like anime phrase, because like literally the shot before he's doing the dang Chidori thing from Naruto.
Like Mora once again aura farming with his characters. I will say I love this shot, how his like spider sense is screaming at him to move out of the way, but it's just moving so fast that he like can't do anything to react to it. So it's just like you got all these versions of Miles behind him like freaking out.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really cool visual, like getting that across. And then we get to bookend it by ending on manga panels after we started with comic panels. So it's like, haha, I love visual frame storytelling there.
I will say, like, I've definitely seen a lot of people criticize like the ending of the fight because a lot of people like would say, like, I've seen reactions to this fight being like, wait, who won? Like, what happened at the end? And like, I understand it can be confusing to someone on the first watch, but like, I do really like the idea of what the kill is going for, that it was an accidental kill, that like these two just went overboard and Deku used too much power, which overloaded the vibranium suit, and thus it caused Miles' bioelectricity to go crazy, and thus he exploded. And then, which like, I get that could be confusing at first, but I think it more or less makes sense on like a rewatch. And I especially like that final line Deku has where it's like, Spider-Man, you really are the ultimate. Like, I think that's a good way of like showing Deku's like remorse of like, you know, killing Miles, but like at the same time it's also like goes back to the idea of like what this episode is really going for, in the sense of like these two are like characters that are defined by their journeys to prove themselves as heroes, and that's like Deku's way of acknowledging that, yeah, you were a hero. You were like one of the best. You were the ultimate.
Now, here's one piece of comparison I want to hear from you, Behemoth.
Hang on. Last thing.
I know.
We gotta move on.
I know. We're good. Don't worry. So Miles, like, he died pretty similarly the last time. Which death do you prefer?
I think if you had to ask me like right now, I would probably say Static's is better because it actually had I'm trying to think. That I would say it had like more of like a build up per se, in the sense of like Static got the upper hand and he got that hidden, and then like it, like, you know, that was like the end. Like at that point, like we could tell that like, yeah, Miles was screwed. Here it was like he had the clash, you had Deku do like the overhaul thing, like the reference to the overhaul feat, and like that's cool. And like it goes back to the whole thing where like it does feel a little confusing, like to some people, like, oh well, what happened? Like did Miles like his suit overload? Like I would say it's more clear in that sense to Static.
Gotcha.
But at the same time, I also think I prefer like the actual explosion.
That's fair.
I just like the web. I just like the web.
The thing that puts Statics over the board for me is the way the music ramps up in intensity. Like the dun 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 dun. Like that shit gets me every time.
Oh yeah, freaking.
Which like in
Watts
this
Up
fight,
Danger.
Yeah.
Which like in this fight, like the ending is like, it's just kind of like the track just kind of like mellows out in a sense, which like I think it works because like the intention is like, you know, it's supposed to be like an accidental kill. Like you don't want it to like ramp up in the sense of like, oh, Deku kills someone, let the music go fucking hype. Like no, definitely not that. But I would say like right now, I think the way Static did it was a little bit better. But like it's not too far off, because I do think in a lot of ways Deku Miles is a better episode.
All right.
Yeah, there is one more thing I want to like give thanks to, because I have to thank this episode, because not only this was like one of my favorite matchups between these two, but this matchup inspired me to actually like take my skills into fruition. Thus, this was the first time ever I made artwork, and I'm still proud of myself to this day. And
oh yeah,
out of all the matchups I decided to do, it was this one, and I'm proud to say that I'm glad it was this one. And I know it's not everyone's favorite, but it's especially mine, and I just love it for what it is.
Hell yeah.
Ultimately, Deku versus Asta isn't an episode that's gonna blow your mind, but in my opinion, it did everything that it needed to do, and it did it really well.
Deku versus
Plus
Asta?
Ultra.
It's kind of crazy.
Asta.
It's kind of crazy to say that this episode won't blow your mind when like these are the visuals we're getting. Like that's how spoiled we are as Death Battle fans.
Yeah.
Also,
Ultimately,
we're eating too good.
One final
said
thing.
Deku-
One final thing I want to say on this line right here. I didn't know he was speaking Spanish, so the first time he said this, I thought he was saying "get bent."
All right.
I thought it does sound like "Hey, psycho, get bent."
Yeah, kind of.
I just want to say one more thing about Deku Miles. The track is very underappreciated.
Hell yeah.
I agree.
All right,
And you know what? I
you
did
got
figure
this.
out something.
Okay.
I remember you asking if the Dante versus Clive track was the first time Brandon Yates rapped. It wasn't. It was in that one.
That's
It
crazy.
was in that one, yeah.
Mm.
You say Danger does not get enough credit.
Hell yeah. All right,
Okay,
Hulkzilla time.
now-
3. Let's
Oh,
go.
goody.
Okay, so I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Everyone knew how big this matchup was.
Mhm.
Not only being Hulk's, not only being Hulk's third episode and Godzilla's second episode, but the debate for this was so much that it scared the G1 blog, saying, "Oh, I ain't messing with you." No, like this like matchup entirely is like it was like who can win, the man behind the monster or the monster feared by men. So, so breaking it down, I really liked Hulk's analysis. I'll say this: it's easily my favorite out of the trilogy for Hulk's. Like, especially how they do Banner.
Look at that framing. It's so
Yes.
hell yeah.
Like the quotes at the beginning are so good.
Yeah, it just pays so much respect to the character, and like the way they talk about Bruce Banner, like with what he goes through, like even as the Hulk, he still like goes through some fucked up shit. But even then, he still try to use his like Hulk strength and his mind to like save the universe and whatnot. And even with like his multiple personalities, like the Green Scar or like just other stuff, Hulk and Bruce still find a way to like cooperate with each other. And just like the speed right here, the firmament chain, which is just like
that was the part that people put
after
people use the Metro Man meme of like him against Broly. He's like, so you're the punk I've been hearing about, and then showed this feat, and Broly being like,
Yeah, people are probably mad about Broly beating Hulk, but I think it's safe to say, no, they don't think Broly wins anymore.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, overall, I really love Hulk's story with like how he's just at first he's just seen as a monster, but then throughout the time, he literally goes through everything, even literally coming from the one below all, even trying to become the next one above all. But then Hulk's like, no, and then just decides just to be what he wants to be. And as for Godzilla's analysis, it's good as Hulk's analysis too, talking about how it was woken up by just messing with something that it should never been touched in the first place, which is the atomic bomb.
I love how we all got called out here on this panel, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, how dare they? But like how they like how they woke up Godzilla and it was like, all right, now you pissed me off. Goodbye, Japan. And then I think they go over his powers quite well, especially the spiral array, which we will get into the fight. But like, I just like it how they talk about like his, like how many times he's been shown in other media, including Hatsune Miku. But go figure.
Hatsune Miku and Dr. Pepper, baby.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
this
But
shit.
what I love mostly about this analysis, like they don't treat they treat Godzilla as like a natural disaster. Like they treat him as it's just a force. Like every universe has its own Godzilla. Rather, it's going to be protecting or just destroying. Regardless, it has its own Godzilla for one specific purpose.
Yeah, I was just gonna get into that because I have seen people criticize Godzilla's analysis and even this episode because like it frames Godzilla as something that's more evil when he's like very much more of a balance. He can be good, he can be evil. He's like just a force of nature that's meant to keep balance. And like that is like a really uphill battle that this analysis was always going to face in this episode, given that Godzilla Ultima was like the big thing surrounding the debate, and it just happens to be the most evil version of Godzilla. However, I really like how the analysis was able to make a clear distinction between like who Godzilla normally is and like the entity Ultima itself.
What the fuck? I forgot about this part. I forgot about that.
President
Oh,
of
yeah.
the
President
USA.
of USA
In a very similar way that I was just praising Deku versus Spider-Man about, like in terms of like being like having those like themed analysis about like the idea of what it means to be a hero. This episode does something very similar in the sense of presenting Hulk and Godzilla as just monsters, like beings that are completely outside of our understanding of like physics.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Exactly.
And in my opinion, I think it does both of them really well in that sense, like explaining like the complexities of Gamma and like, you know, the nature of like the below place with Hulk. And in the case of Godzilla, just like first starting out, just like explaining like how kaiju's, like the stuff that he does as like a kaiju is like beyond our understanding. And then when we get into Ultima, like I watched the entirety of Godzilla Singular Point prior to this episode coming out, so hearing like, and like I'm gonna say right now the show is very mid, but hearing like Death Battle's explanation of like just like what Ultima represents and what it's capable of almost makes it worth watching, because like Ultima presents such a very fascinating idea that I think lends itself to the thesis that this episode is going for, and that like it's like, you know, the idea of like monsters just beyond our understanding.
And
yes,
but like
sorry. No, I so love like this matchup in general, because like it starts off, it's like, oh, Gamma monsters, punchy guy versus giant lizard, and then you get into the analysis where it's talking about like cosmic horror and incomprehensible material that not even the greatest geniuses alive can figure it out, and how like it's very intellectual underneath it all. It's like how like it's like people say that, dang it, what is it, Demolition Man. It's like it has very deep like philosophical and like intellectual like commentary underneath big action guys shoot each other.
Right.
Yeah. And what I love mostly about... Oh, no, you go.
I was going to say, the use of the quotes really emphasize, like, how unique of analyses they are, in the sense of, like, really getting across, like, what you were mentioning, Flip, the whole idea of, like, Hulk, like the quote for Hulk and the quote for Godzilla being, like, most so, like, getting across the idea that, like, these two are just, like, beings that, like, are almost like concepts in a sense. Like they represent something that is far bigger than just like what we as humans know.
I know that we have an official Halloween special this year, but to me, Hulkzilla is like my favorite like case of a Halloween episode, because the way it's framed, it straight up feels like you're watching an old school Universal monster film, especially with the framing.
Because it's written by a big fan of old school Universal monster films,
and like
this is Ben as like best pen game, especially with the fight. Because it's a Godzilla film. That's what it is.
Yeah. One last thing I want to say before we get in the fight is like I love it how they explain that like the way how Ultima was defeated was not just because of like some sheer force of power, but like it was humanity teaming up, like getting the smartest minds ever to like, you know, think of a way to take down Ultima once and for all. And that's what would ultimately like would justify Hulk's victory.
It really is a great way to tie the two in together, and I've seen a lot of people say this. Death Battle, the writing of this one was so good that it tricked a lot of people into thinking that Godzilla had a good anime.
Oh,
yeah.
It explained the anime better than the anime.
Literally, genuinely did. It's
people actually
now for the fight, and oh my goodness, this fight.
Yes. And I don't think I'm alone on saying this. This is by far the closest Death Battle has ever felt to recapturing the season 2 vibes in a long time.
Bro,
it's like, oh my gosh, this is like.
I have an episode later that will.
And also, just one other thing. You remember when people were dogging on Devil Artemis? Well, look at this. I see a big masterpiece right here. Yeah, look at that. Look at Green Boy go.
But it's controversial. That dude's a dumbass. Sorry.
There's you all know who we're talking about.
Animator on this project, but I think we're getting into his shots right now.
David and Luis also did a great job on here.
Yeah,
I love this fight so much. I'm willing to bet all of you know like my feelings on Hulk versus Broly.
Oh, of
Carrick
course.
especially.
Yeah.
But like,
look forward to the segment.
Like after watching it, this immediately eclipsed it. Like my God, this is
Like,
so
look at this.
Raw shit.
That was raw.
It's the perfect combination of raw punching and destruction and animalistic like fight stuff, and then just like the second half it gets fully intellectual and like deep and experimental. It's just it hits
like,
both notes of what both series can accomplish so well, and I just love it so much for it.
Fun fact, when it comes to the action, this is my favorite shot with him doing like the Olympian hurdling and gymnastics. I love that shit.
Like, they don't sugarcoat at all. Like they said in the post-analysis, like, compared to Hulk, how he's in the comics, and normal Godzilla, it's like, you know, not even close. But like once things like starts to build up, you can feel the tension raising, like the stakes going higher and higher. The more destruction there's. Like, I'll say this though, this line right here, "I scar the world," is gotta be. I'll say it. It's the weakest line of the fight for me. But it doesn't ruin the episode.
Also, the World Breaker transformation, what are we doing? Like, you're using the Marvel Rivals model for Hulk. Why didn't you just use his ultimate monster form for the World Breaker?
Is that not his ultimate monster form?
No, that is his monster form from Marvels.
Yeah, it is.
His
monster form
No,
they
used his same base model from Marvel Rivals, but just sprayed a bunch of green lines all over it.
I thought that was his monster form, just green with green lines on it.
No, I think what they did is that they used that the body is his monster form, but then they gave the head. The head is from the head is his normal head from Rivals.
Oh, okay. I think I'm.
No, that's the monster form.
I don't know.
That body shape is definitely monster Hulk and Rivals.
I will say this is a very overstimulating shot, so I can understand from that perspective.
Yeah. I'm so used to playing Hulk and Rivals that like I'll be able to recognize that.
Here's the thing though, that line for as wonky.
I really got to get into Marvels more often. I just started.
For as wonky as that line is, it's immediately made up for with this part here.
Yeah.
Stay down.
Just immediately punches Godzilla's head off.
In that sense, I definitely want to give credit to the voice actors. Blythe Mellon.
Voice actor.
Voice actor.
What are you talking
What do you
about?
mean,
Godzilla?
Liam?
Godzilla played himself. You're right. I'm sorry.
No, and don't forget the reporter. You can't forget the reporter.
You're right.
But in the case of Blythe Mellon, he takes up the role as playing Hulk. Not only just Hulk, but finally Bruce Banner in a Hulk animation.
Oh my! I completely forgot to mention this fight actually used Banner, which I was so happy about.
Okay, before we get to Banner, Eric, I want you to go back and just play the music for that, because I want everyone to feel the tension, or at least the escalation of this. Like,
Okay, we were talking about how Tom versus Wily has a really good score. To me, like Hulk versus Godzilla is like that to 11. Like that is the reason this feels like an actual movie to me. Is like Werewolf did such a good job here.
Very cinematic.
Without a doubt, like one of the most cinematic film or cinematic episodes that Death Battle I think has ever done.
Like, Godzilla thinks tactical, right? Shoots the atomic breath out of it, atomic energy out of his back, and then goes for a nuclear blast, only for Hulk to go up and then use the thunderclap properly
to propel
himself.
So
look at the music; it's just building up with the spiral relay. Like, look at that. And the explosion just goes on long enough just to feel, holy shit, that just happened.
Shout out to the top comment on this video, by the way, being the guy being like, I can't believe like my model is like in a death battle. This is so surreal.
Oh yeah,
for Godzilla.
I definitely felt good to see that guy react.
But like, I love that aftermath there of just like how mangled Godzilla is. Like,
Why is he in the golden pretty?
Yeah. And then just like
this part here.
But then.
Yeah, the porn.
This is exactly how I picture the
archetype
episode,
leaking everywhere.
Yeah, using like archetype and Ultima, and I think it does a phenomenal job at it.
Like, oh my
god! It's a shame that this matchup didn't come out when like the whole fan-made Record of Ragnarok roster thing didn't come out, because like Will and Godzilla Ultima would have been a great matchup. Like Will from that for.
Gotcha.
It's at this part in the animation that Blythe's performance as Bruce really starts to hit, because he captures that sense of like wanting to understand, but also making sure that like I need to defeat this guy energy that you would want from someone like Bruce.
Well, but then the time skip here. This is canonically this is the longest death battle fight ever.
Second longest. You're not thinking of Chuck versus Segata.
I guess it's still going on.
We don't count it.
That's unfair, though.
Yeah, that's still going on.
The longest finished fight.
I think they
Right,
actually
yeah.
showed like an image of Chuck like after when Kyle and Simone like get teleported back.
Yeah,
to
I'm pretty sure
where they
it's
were,
It
like-
was second,
Theo!
Yeah.
Theo, come on!
Shout out to
My
Don. Shout out to Don and Bennett for like getting that
Dying.
across as well. for
Like,
dying.
this is more like. This
Oh
is more
yeah,
like,
Zio. I'll go ahead and throw that image up here. The fucking golden Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what's
come on,
it doing?
Theo.
Okay,
I can't believe you made me that comparison.
hang on.
Shame.
I
Well,
kind of see it though.
I mean,
Right
hey man, I
right
just
here.
found it.
This right,
Right
here,
here,
I feel like this
Yes.
is like the ultimate encapsulation of Hulk and Bruce Banner's
Yes.
relationship.
Dynamic, yeah.
Well,
Smash.
That's kind of it's also kind of a reference to the Avengers as well when Steve tells him to smash. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like this sequence alone. Just,
me.
this
okay,
sequence alone, just like it explains. This shows off Bruce and Hulk's relationship the best way possible, showing while yes they have like their own like differences with each other. That being said, they'll still work together in order to save the universe.
Mhm.
To play devil's advocate a little bit with this ending sequence, while I do really like it in the sense of like highlighting Bruce and like Hulk's like relationship with each other, like that's what ultimately beats Godzilla. I will say it is kind of it gets a little repetitive at a certain point. That it's just Hulk running in and just like constantly dying, and it's like not
Punching
even, like,
its
dying,
chest,
like,
and then
yeah,
the green door.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not even like creative death per se. It's just Godzilla just shoots a laser out of his body, and like that's what kills Hulk. It's like it does get a little repetitive, and it gets to a point where like it feels very obvious that like Hulk is just gonna win. Like Ultimate will not win at this point. But like in that sense, I do still like it in the sense of like it feels like this is like the ultimate like way that this fight will end, and that like the monster is incomprehensible and undefeatable by Hulk alone. And that's why Bruce is
This is
so important.
Yeah.
I'm not an analysis guy, but this is my favorite post analysis.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Because like
Oh, yeah,
the
it
post analysis,
actually
like
does such a convincing job at what it's trying to do.
It's
like
there's one visual in particular that I want to point out during the
Oh, yeah.
analysis. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. But
Cosmology one?
this
Yes,
right here,
technology.
this is such
Yes.
a great way to get
Superflow,
multi-dimensional
neutral zone, partial, the
tiering
understanding.
across so in layman's terms and like a very easy to understand.
Yeah, 'cause, like,
visual.
I know
Land
people
that
complain-
couldn't but shouldn't be.
I know like
Yeah.
people always talk about how confusing cosmology here. So like I think they did this the best. I think they explained like the cosmology of Marvel and Godzilla the best way they possibly can. Because this, they explain this in a way it doesn't feel confusing, without like you know going in too much detail.
Yeah.
And they explain like how the below place is just out of the entity's reach.
And
It
hey,
also-
if
it
you
also
don't
explains-
like the cosmology, blame Marvel writers.
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
Blame the writers, not the
keep
battle.
cooking. Marvel writers keep cooking. I need Marvel to be untouchable. No, I'm just-
Blame
But-
the source,
in
not
all
the battle.
seriousness- in all seriousness, well, I do agree that like this conclusion is really well done. I also just find it really funny in the sense that it pretty much frames it as like, Hulk will never lose. Hulk could never lose this fight.
Yeah, but also
Yeah.
like
One
Hulk
day.
could never kill Godzilla on his own, and that Bruce.
True.
So Bruce being the
Never
ultimate
will.
linchpin, and them saying the winner is Bruce Banner. That was like a really
That
cool.
was
That was a
yeah,
very
so
cool attention to
good.
detail.
Okay,
and
I will say one last thing, and then we gotta move on. So
Yeah.
I just want to say that I can empathize with the people who are like kind of soured on this episode because like animation wise, it is very, very simple. Like Godzilla doesn't use a ton of his powers, Hulk doesn't use a ton of his powers. So like it clearly wants to go for a more narrative angle, and like I think that could still make up for it if and only if the message within the pseudo narrative is extremely strong, and I think this episode absolutely knocked it out of the park.
me too.
Yes,
I
yes, it
absolutely
did.
I find it
Like
funny
this
just
whole-
like how lost the subtext was of the time skip was on so many people. It's like I don't understand how did like he get this thing out of nowhere to use against Godzilla because of the fucking time skip, and he used like scraps around like lying around, and they established that in the analysis that he can make anything out of anything because he's a insane super genius. Like how do you not get that?
Yeah, he's the fourth
They say
smartest person in
after
the
it's like-
world.
They literally said this after they said it's been days after the battle began. Like the people don't know how to pay attention, dude.
It's just
But
like
overall,
that was literally the entire point of this shot right here, where he's in the card. Like, wait, was it here or?
It was
It
before
was
that.
like
I
a
think
chance to
before
nullify
that.
the madness
It's a little
behind the
before that.
monster.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I want to show it.
It was like right there.
Shit. I
No,
forgot.
you
Back
passed it
a
again.
No, it's back.
Okay,
right after the running.
Right around here.
Okay,
right
yeah,
around
yeah.
here.
Yeah, right after this.
This shot right here,
running,
because he's scrappy,
working.
he's small. Like Godzilla isn't able to notice him because he's so big. Like, of course he'd be able to like find time to do that.
And also
Exactly.
because Godzilla just doesn't understand the concept of look down.
Yeah. Also, freaking, and I will say, Blythe Mellon's performance is what carries this whole sequence for me.
Yeah.
Like that monologue,
100%.
that monologue is straight up brilliant. It's like, and that's why I'm cool with it
Million.
being repetitive. Because
Yeah.
I just
need
one.
One.
Need one.
And
Like, again, like that's just like devil advocacy that like if I was like looking for criticisms of this episode, like I understand why someone would say that.
Yeah.
But like I think from the narrative perspective, that's why it works for me because like it's framing in a sense of like Bruce is explaining that yes, this entity, this being is incomprehensible, it's unbeatable, but if I can just find this one way, this one moment, I can beat him.
Also,
And
shout
that's why I
out
love
to
this-
beat him.
shout out to Tegan Tapa, Gurren Lagann here.
Oh,
Yeah. All
that's,
the equations are
this-
referencing like other
that-
characters and such. It was funny.
that's why I love this episode so much because they treat the fight not just like a basic death battle fight. They treat it like as a movie, as in like it's
That's
like
what it is.
Banner,
It's a
he's-
Godzilla movie.
And because it's hero
like
versus villain, that's why I'm fine with it being predictable because they're telling like an actual story there that like it's understandable that you would want to root for Hulk in this scenario. So that's why I'm totally cool with it being like quote unquote predictable.
And that's why I love it how Banner is like treated like he's the only person in the universe that could potentially put Godzilla Ultima down, not with just Hulk's help, but with his own intellect power. That's why he needed Hulk to like distract him, so that way he can finally get the final blow with the ultimate.
Yeah.
with
We
the-
did
whatever
it,
it's
big
called.
guy. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good feeling.
And on that note,
right.
I think we
All right,
can
next.
move
Let's
on.
move on.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Episode 200.
Baby.
All
Let's
right.
go.
All right, it's
got
my
this one?
turn now. By the way, one of the best thumbnails I've ever done. I love how Soul like gets a shout out
Love
there, like with a little bit of
Yeah.
opacity.
I like it.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take this time. I'm not gonna shit on Ruby for this one. We've done that enough in that
Okay.
podcast that we posted recently. But I
Yeah,
will
haven't done
say,
it enough.
this matchup has meant a lot of things to me for a very long time because like the legacy here is some people weren't sure why it was episode 200. You had to be there, man. You had to be there.
Had to be.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the fact that Monty Oum specifically requested this and for them to do it after Ruby got like certain powers in the show and like now they finally have the capability to deliver on that promise and give us something genuinely beautiful, like one of the prettiest things they've ever done, and a way to honor the man who inspired so many up and coming artists and animators. It had to be
Including
200.
Death Battle.
It had to be episode
Yeah.
200. And
Yeah, definitely.
and like this first shot alone, it sold me on that. Yeah, no, they were ready. They were absolutely ready to do this one.
I just love the way it looks.
DJ, like, I think this is my favorite editing job from DJ. I know there are some bits where it's like it can get like, it can get a little lost in the sauce, particularly on Ruby's side. There's a part around that I remember us mentioning that it's almost fucking that part there, it's almost like Maxor coded with how much is going on with the graphics, but like, man, I don't care because it's like,
But it's also
look at the background, like look at that shit, like I think that's such a cool thing
rose
to do.
petals. The rose
Oh
petals.
shit, there are rose petals.
Yeah,
I
did not notice that.
Yeah, I never noticed that until now.
This is like
Damn it, DJ. Save some love for the rest of us.
This is one of the coolest like things I've ever done. Unfortunately, I have to get into my biggest gripe with the episode first because it just happens to be like this far into it, and we sort of hinted at it earlier. Ruby's analysis is very good. And like it's leading up to a lot of great things, especially when they say like the weight of her weapon is getting heavier and heavier, and also they make a bunch of references to like the theme song lyrics as well, which I think is really cool. And so yeah, you're like, oh yeah, hell yeah, they're gonna like get into volume 9, which was the first volume in a long time to actually treat Ruby, like give her a character arc and like delve into her a bit more than past ones have been. She got over it.
Now she got
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Just why?
There's at least a case to be made that like I've heard Volume 9's like metaphors on suicide is like genuinely awfully
They are.
handled.
It is.
But like
They are.
Death Battle has handled like badly written stuff and made them sound good before.
We just
so-
talked about Godzilla Ultima. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's like I saw somebody give a suggestion. All they had to do was like just shout out the blacksmith, one of the best like new characters of that show. I love the blacksmith, and mention how the blacksmith encouraged Ruby to be a version of herself to be proud of. Let's just like do something similar.
I also did
Miles.
like the cat voiced by Robbie Damon.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because like the ultimate resolution for Ruby's arc in Volume 9 is that she feels like the weight of like the legacy of her mother is like starting to also like impact her. And like the resolution is supposed to be like, maybe you don't have to be your mother, maybe you is enough. And that's why she picks up Crescent Rose again.
That's it, all they had to say was that quote, and it would have been more than enough. But again, I said I wouldn't get into shitting on Ruby, so like I don't want to get too much into that. It's just all I'm gonna say is that it doesn't surprise me that the thing that held this one back the most was like the questionable stuff that they had to like work around there. So it is, but that said, so Maka's this is my favorite. If it wasn't for Shigaraki's being so goated, Maka has my favorite analysis segment of the year. And it's
this just is my favorite analysis of the year, honestly.
It's like oh my god, again with the fucking moon and the town.
The editing, oh my god.
The background.
They do such a because they're essentially analyzing two characters here. They do such a good job like weaving their relationship into it, and like how like they sucked at the beginning, like F-, but then when they get into the end about how they won the final battle, Boomstick is like A+. It's like yes, that's such a cool way to tie it in. And of course like the manga panel editing goes super hard as well. And they do such a good job explaining what soul resonance is as a concept, where it's like think of it as a conductor and conducting people in the orchestra, or like how if the Meister is the guitar, then the weapon is the amp. That's what you got. The wavelengths have to be perfectly in sync in order for it to work. And then they go into the Black Blood thing, and they give a better analysis of Crona than Crona's actual episode, which is funny. And then like look at all of the crazy graphics going on there too, by the way. And all the shout outs to Black Star, by the way, too, like giving her the speed feats. Everyone here can agree Black Star is goated, so hell yeah. It's like one of the most
mentioned Death the Kid. No, Death the Kid mentioned as bullshit.
Oh well.
They're like, he's going to get his own analysis.
Death the Kid's overrated. He doesn't.
They're saving it for Kid versus Todoroki when it happens.
Yes, I like that.
Saying one of the most obvious examples of faster than light speed we've ever seen. Oh, also I love that they have Black Star just hopping around there.
Because that's what happens in the manga. He's just hopping insanely high distances.
He's like King Dedede. He's like he can't fly naturally. He's just willing himself to through sheer willpower.
You shut up and let the show off fly.
But it's as Carrick said, it is like this analysis is my favorite because it is such a perfect encapsulation of Soul Eater from a versus perspective, but also a storytelling perspective. Like them actually getting across Maka and Soul's journey to like achieving that perfect soul resonance. Like the reason as to why they were like reasons as to why like it wasn't happening is because they kept holding each other back until they eventually realized that like they trust each other enough to where like that's what eventually gets them to achieve that perfect soul resonance. And I love it in the sense of like the analysis is also framing the versus side of it along with their story in the sense of like once they achieved soul resonance, they got the Black Blood dress, and that's how Sola got the ability of Soul Adagio. Like it's framing it in a way that like not only is their progression as characters growing, but also the progression in terms of what they can do, like their powers. It is such it's perfect. It's a perfect way to bring these characters onto the show. I would way to bring these characters onto the show, and a far cry from the other Soul Eater episode on the show.
Like this, this segment is straight up an A+, I will say. And the coverage of the final battle was also like I love seeing because I love their fight against Asura, and so now seeing it like visually represented by DJ's panel editing was like that's what I was looking forward to the most. Funnily enough, like even more than the fight somehow, and they did such a good job.
What I love about what I love mostly about this is like how they will explain later on that like because of like Maka and Soul's like perfect soul resonance, it was able to basically like tank Asura's attacks and manage to like ultimately take him down in the end, just showing off how perfectly in sync Soul and Maka was to the end of their story. It's just a perfect character writing.
And shout out to the final bit here.
42 564. Whenever you want to knock on death's door.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good ending.
Dang it!
Let's talk about the fight. We got 7 minutes.
Now I'm tearing up.
Soul Eater remake when?
Oh,
okay, now I will say the first thing I saw when I saw the fight preview was like, oh, this is pretty.
It is pretty.
Yeah. Oh, and also, yeah,
prettier than
Ruby.
Miles versus Azuku, in my opinion. Wait,
like,
shout out to Ruby Chibi.
No, it's like, it's Ruby environments with Soul Eater lighting.
Yeah.
This is one of the best looking episodes that the show has done.
Yeah.
Like,
Shout out Luis.
Yeah,
it is one of the best looking.
Larry Winwood's drawing of Ruby.
We got the freaking Zoro versus Urza reference here as well.
Yeah. It is worth mentioning, yeah. It is like Luis did an absolute phenomenal job with like the animation, but I especially want to give credit to the Vizpost team because Billy, DJ, Luis, and Marshall, they killed it. This fight just looks so pretty from start to end.
And shout out to Christina for rendering as well. Also, I love having Soul give him a 3D body but a 2D head. That was a really brilliant choice as well because of how expressive he is as a character.
I already know one thing. That must have been tough as hell to animate, both 2D and 3D wise.
Oh my gosh, your boyfriend turns into a scythe.
All
she could do was blush.
Ruby knows game.
Ruby is a Maka Soul shipper. I love it.
Okay,
oh my god, that pose is so cool.
I'm going to straight up say it right here. I said in a previous video that Ryu versus Jin, that sequence where they're fighting on the falling stalactites, that was like the best choreography sequence for a long time. To me, this shot here surpasses it.
This entire sequence.
This specific segment. This specific shot that goes on for like 10 seconds. This is my favorite like close quarters like showcase the show's ever done. It is so Monty Oum coded. It hurts.
Because you also have to realize they explain like the behind the scenes process of this episode. They mentioned how like when it came to like references for like the choreography, there isn't scythe on scythe action like online. So a lot of this was created by John himself, like in the storyboards, like how scythes clashing each other would look like. And in my opinion, it comes across so perfectly in the fight.
The thing that makes it like particularly Monty Oum coded is that one thing that people tend to do when they're like using weapons that spin around a lot like this is reverting to smear frames, kind of like that. Like they use the Ruby Tornado there, which is a very cool reference to get across speed. But like every now and then they'll also do it where they actually animate the thing spinning around like perfectly, and just like the model itself is moving, which is what Monty did all the time in those early episodes. And, like this shit right here, like actually like spinning it around 360 and not resorting to smear frames. Like that's what gave, like when you watch that original Red trailer for Ruby, like he did that shit all the goddamn time, and that's what like gave the weapon so much weight, like being able to like see it go around like that. And so I like how they were able to incorporate like both of those styles here in a believable way. Like that shit, like that's so good. And also the way it like lines up with the track too. And when the Japanese vocals kick in, and this part's just funny.
Cool. This is also
it's a throwback to Ruby doesn't know how to use hand to hand.
I was gonna say that this is the most fun animation to just analyze frame by frame.
Yes.
Because then you're able to just go into all these very small very small touches that like add so much to the fight. Like the first scuffle in the beginning, you see them, like if you analyze it frame by frame, you see them changing strategies naturally like 3 times.
Yeah. Also,
it's so fucking fun.
If I was gonna add, this isn't a complaint, because I think saying that you should add something to an animation, in my opinion, is not a complaint. I think that's more so, I think it would have been cool if you'd done this. Like, it doesn't take away from it. If I had the decision to add one thing, I would have had her say like, Maka chop here, and then like before punching her punch.
It's the Bowser versus Eggman thing, where it's like, I love what you do, but give me more of it.
Exactly.
And I think it's also worth noting that like I really also want to give credit to the writing of the episode.
That's the first time she shoots. That's the first time she shoots with her like as a sniper round, so that's why she gets surprised there.
I do like Lindsay. She does a good. I mean, she's the Ruby voice actor.
Or
it felt like she was a little lackluster in this.
Yeah, I've also heard the arguments that she doesn't.
Lindsay goes by they them pronouns now.
Right. Sorry. Crap.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. They seem a bit lackluster in this.
I would say
it's just like, especially in the like, stop hitting me. thing.
I get it. It's like it's
I
supposed to
think
be
they did a good job
comedic
there.
as well.
I think the only line that really stuck out to me in a bad way was the "I'm Ruby Rose and I'm a huntress." She sounds so weak and frigid when she's saying that.
I think part of it could be is that I think there needed to be.
Sorry.
I think part of it could have been that there needed to be a line before, like prompting Ruby saying that, like have Maka say something like, "Give it up, Red," and then have Ruby say, "Sorry, but hey, I'm never giving up," and then that's when she says, "My name is Ruby Rose," because like they keep calling her Red the whole time.
Yeah. I think though in general, like I was mentioning before, like I really do want to give props to the writing because I remember it was said somewhere that DJ really wanted to emphasize that if they're gonna do a fight with these two, they wanted to make it as believable as possible and keep these characters in character as possible. And in my opinion, I think the fight does a phenomenal job at that, and it's elevated especially by like it's like having Lindsay back to voice Ruby is great and all, but the voices they got from Maka and Soul, Ginger Sue and John Van Doreen, Deku versus Miles, they are flawless at capturing Laura Bailey and
Micah Salsad.
Yeah, Michael Salsad's voices for the characters. Like they sound like
I love that shot
almost
here.
identical. Yeah,
This whole part, like
this devil
slashing through all the rounds.
The Devil Artemis scene.
Yeah, it's a Devil Artemis scene and it's fucking peak. Shut the fuck up, internet.
Exactly. And then, oh my god, we haven't even talked about the track yet.
The track.
Oh, yes.
The piano.
Okay,
Adagio.
This is where. Okay, so from before, like I think the best choreography is
30
in
seconds, by the way.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
This
is episode 200. We can spare a few more minutes.
So here's the thing: the choreography is like at its best in the first half. To me, when we get here, this is when the episode gets like it's like most artistic and like emotional for me because of the way the freaking Adagio sequence comes in and the way that they incorporate the black blood dress as well. Like this part here.
Like the fact that it's diegetic, the soundtrack.
Indeed.
Oh god!
And the fact that the piano is accurate.
It's them playing
and it's Paper Moon.
Yeah, them playing Paper Moon, and it's just like cutting between the fight and the piano. Oh my! This is exactly what I would want from a manga episode, and it does it so well.
I like that. I like that this is the only part of the animation too, where like it's going like getting choppy, like to show that they're getting faster and faster as it goes on. That's hard for us to get. Also, shout out to Ogre.
Yes, Ogre.
Like this fucking shot right here.
Oh god. Look at the and their highlight.
Like that really like proves like the post analysis is equal speed.
This is a line I don't like. Like, I generally love Lindsay's performance throughout this animation, but I do feel like that one line they could have done a
Well, they
better
could have used a
job.
retake.
Yeah, it could have been a retake.
And then we get the
or
Yang
maybe
line.
they picked the wrong take.
Then we get the Yang line.
And then they make the Silver
just
cooler than they have in Ruby.
Sure.
And then, okay, this is exactly how I wanted them to incorporate Silver Eyes. Like, it was the most perfect way they could have. And then, my god, this, like, the performances here are so incredible. Just like, stay strong, Maka, you got this.
John's soul is so good.
And then Ginger's yell here is so impactful, too. That was exactly what we predicted for the death as well. And then Casey Lee Williams' vocals going hard here.
You could see me.
I'll be honest.
No.
That chorus hits me so hard. I wish you could see me now. When you know that this is dedicated to Monty Oum. Oh god, it's so
It hurts so much.
And it also works for both characters. Since, like like a core connection of these two is that they were inspired by their badass mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
Even
also
Maka was never named for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why we never see Maka's mom. That's weird.
Because she got
I'll be honest, this scene made me tear up.
To be in the manga.
This scene made me tear up. Damn it.
And then we got the moon back
moons.
from Krona versus Venom. It was the exact same asset.
And in that reaction, I said that was just from Krona versus Venom. You were guys like, nah, it's not. Like, I was right. Louis pretty right.
They really pulled the wool over my eyes on that one.
Don't ruin a good episode by referencing a shit one.
Yay! And
We've done that several times.
They've done that several times.
And then it was
The conclusion,
pretty much exactly what it needed to be because it's like so fucking obvious.
The conclusion is a conclusion.
I do like how they call it scythery for the skills.
Yes,
Yeah.
And I'll say this.
I do genuinely like them actually bringing out how the Silver Eyes would actually impact this fight, because I think a lot of people going into this debate were thinking like, oh yeah, the Silver Eyes won't matter because that's only exclusive to Grimm. But then they actually bring up like aspects of Fire Force that actually matter to this debate, and how Fire Force specifies how Black Blood and Madness can actually be somewhat related to the negative emotions of Grimm, and how if Ruby was able to match Maka in power, she could have been able to take the win with this ability, but it's because Maka's soul wavelength, her soul resonance with soul is so strong that it was ultimately able to persevere against that perfect counter to Maka's powers.
Hey. Making it to bypass the Silver Eyes and just going for the killing blow. Like, and also, I got something else to say. This isn't really a minor nitpick, but like, I know a lot of people are like, once they get to like strength, they just straight up say, "Oh yeah, Maka's like billions of times stronger." And I can understand that, but like, you at least gotta understand, like, they gotta somehow show it and just say, "Oh yeah, Maka's stronger," and yada yada. That's it. The end. Like, they at least gave Ruby some credit.
Yeah, exactly. That is important, like, not to hand wave. You gotta, because like not everybody's gonna know that, so you gotta make sure.
Also, if you really want to go there, every single versus matchup in existence is technically a stomp, depending on how you frame it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pretty much. Yeah. Like Hulk versus Godzilla, it was like debatable for so long, but like also technically the most one-sided. So at the same time,
Godzilla could never kill Hulk or Bruce.
So it's all about that interpretation, baby. That's all it is.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like when it came to this matchup, it didn't care about debatability. All that matters is that this was a matchup that was requested by a very legendary figure in the indie animation community, and the fact that it felt like such a perfect love letter to him. I couldn't ask for anything more.
Calling this episode a promise is the perfect way to describe it. I'm very glad.
Yeah, it's literally what the track says. A promise we made.
Also, don't forget the like ending title card at the end of the episode with Monty.
Oh right, yeah. The ending art.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Monty.
That's good.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm about to cry.
I like how the moon's
teeth.
The moon's teeth are broken, and that's what's causing it to float out like that, like the Ruby moon.
The Ruby moon. That's so cool.
Oh,
so as you can see, people, debatability clearly doesn't matter to anybody who's actually been to school.
Exactly.
Wow.
Look, this episode.
I just imagine the moon being like, "What the fuck, man? My teeth."
Here's the thing with me. I'm debating between a 10 and 11. I really want to give this an 11 so much. Like, the only thing holding it back is like that bit with Ruby's analysis. That is genuinely like really not good. But like
it's distracting as hell.
At the same time, like everything else around it like has such a profound impact on me. I don't know. Like when I finally get to this this era of Death Battle in my rankings, I'm gonna have some serious pondering to do, just like Bucky.
I have it as an 11.
It's really.
I've already done my pondering over it, but I'm not gonna spoil myself.
It's really one of those episodes where it's like even like no matter what flaws like you can point out with it, it's hard to just still not appreciate this episode for what it does and for what it represents.
It's a lot like Simone versus Kyle in that regard. It's not really about the scientific or like debatable aspect of it. It's what it wants you to feel something on like a deeper level, and like sometimes that'll resonate with you, sometimes it won't. It just depends on who you are, and for me it absolutely resonates. It resonates with my damn soul, and that is
I'm gonna say good joke right there.
I guess you could say this episode is something of a soul eater.
Say that again.
Say that again.
Go to the corner.
All right. I think
no,
that's
I can't go to the corner because my second episode is next.
Okay, guys, it's time to talk about the live action episode.
All right, this one is mine, and because y'all keep yapping past the time limit, I'm gonna give myself a full 3 hour. No, I'm kidding.
I didn't yap past my time limit. Y'all yapped over me.
All right.
I didn't even get a conclusion. Y'all just like, I'm going to the next one. I didn't even get to say my final thought.
Oh, what? Oh, sorry, Steve. I'm sorry, Steve.
Legitimately, that's what happened.
Steve, is there anything on your chest you want to get off real quick?
That's fine. I just wanted to be a little bastard for a second.
Okay, all right.
Understandable.
The only thing I really wanted to say about Simon vs. Kyle is that was my favorite episode of the season.
That's a very good choice.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough for me.
All right, now Blade versus Buffy. This one is actually a pretty interesting episode to talk about because there is actually quite a bit of a interesting history with Blade's character progression because like his origin story was technically soft retconned in a way because not a whole lot of people know that Blade actually originates as a British character. But once the Wesley Snipes films came out, they just kind of stopped having him be British anymore, and he also had like jazz music as a very important part of his upbringing, but like that's also gone too because the comics are like have just pretty much exclusively tried capturing like Blade. Like they even make a joke about it right here. Like that was his original design, but then they go to this, and the comics are just trying to replicate the same energy as the Blade movies, but don't quite do it as well, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so like that's where this analysis kind of loses me a bit because it has to like work with that as is like given how much research the Death Battle team does, but also they just kind of don't talk about it beyond that one gag at the beginning, and that does make the storytelling feel relatively clumsy, especially when they break up his daughter, which was literally like she was introduced like 2 years ago.
Yeah, like that's always been my issue. Like I do think like when I look at this analysis in comparison to past live action analyses, I feel like this one does a good job at like really getting across like why Blade is like a really beloved character. But it's, as you say, I feel like the story coverage, this is something I think kind of pertains to a lot of comic analysis this season, but like the story coverage does feel a bit clunky. I understand the idea of like what it's trying to go for in the sense of like it's trying to get across how Blade has this war against vampires and he thinks he has to do it by himself, but then, you know, with through the help of his daughter, he realizes, oh, I don't have to do this by myself. I get what the intention is, especially with the whole running gag of like, oh, well, no one in Marvel wants to help Blade fight vampires. Like, I get what it's going for, but I just think that, like, the execution feels very clunky. It feels very wonky in, like, what it wants to get across with Blade.
Also, isn't that, like, joke about how no one wants to fight the vampires kind of wrong?
It's a, kind of like a meme. It's more of a meme, I think, from what I recall.
Okay,
I will say
it's
this.
like a meme that exaggerates the truth. All right.
Yeah, something like that.
I think they did a good job explaining
Deadpool.
Oh yeah, I think they did a good job explaining Blade's versatility because he's just more than just a guy with swords. Like they got around like the breathing gun and like his other vast like arsenal, and just I think they make him look as threatening as possible, even with after he drunk Dracula's blood, just giving him more like say a somewhat temporary power boost. I'm not sure how it works. I haven't read Blade in a while.
No,
but,
it's a permanent power boost.
Okay, permanent power boost. But yeah, even with like what Behemoth said, like even through that, this war alone was still too much for him. Like once it was with his daughter, then that's when like he realizes maybe I don't have to do this alone anymore. And also with Man Thing.
Yeah, I like I read or it's Boy Thing. Yeah, I love the reference.
Boy
to
Thing.
Boy Thing.
My bad.
Oh, and a fun fact, like another thing about this matchup, Blade was originally dubbed the Vampire Slayer. Not the Daywalker, the Vampire Slayer. So, hey, that's where the idea of this matchup came from.
The idea,
now it's not that thematic.
Well, because the original idea was that Blade, because Blade originally was just, like, as you mentioned, he was just, not only was he British, but he was just originally a vampire killer. It wasn't until the Wesley Snipes movies that, like, they retconned it to be like, oh, he's also a Dampier. He is half vampire as well.
Yeah, the most that Blade, like, the older Blade stories, like, did with that was that say that, oh, they still kept, like, his mother was bitten by a vampire, but instead of making him a Dampier, it just means that he's immune to vampire bites.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and now that we're seeing Buffy's analysis, this is one of my favorites of the season. Like, absolutely. It's just such an amazing run. And I especially love how Liam writes it, because I've always said that one of his traits is, like, how he likes to utilize, like, work around humor. Like, write some jokes and then in a sense, base the analysis around those jokes. I think that while it's not my favorite instance of it, that'd probably be Shigaraki's. I will say it does have the most interesting use of it of this whole season. Like, skip ahead to where we go into Buffy's sacrifice.
Is it pretty far ahead?
Relatively.
Yeah, no, it's
right around there.
Back.
Right here.
Go back.
You back.
Go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Somewhere around here.
Right here.
No, this is it.
A glory hole.
A glory hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sacrifice herself to save the universe, dying a hero's death.
It appears my glory hole joke was poorly timed.
Finally freed of her unfair earthly responsibilities, Buffy's soul ascended to heaven in perfect bliss. Until her friends brought her back to life.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, this is a lampshading that okay, you can pause it now.
Absolutely crushed Buffy.
Okay, this is where the lampshading actually really works to its favor, because like she does such a like seemingly noble thing, only for the story to just go, no, Buffy, we actually need you back. And then they actually, and then they play off of that to go into how it affected Buffy personally, and then just keep going with that to how she eventually embraced her role as the Slayer, and then started to feel better about it.
Yeah.
Like, that is just an incredible feat of writing to me.
I think I think a good comparison would be the Doctor Who analysis, because it's like they're two TV show segments, having to go through like an insane amount of episodes and lore, and they do a really good job like name dropping a bunch of characters and also lampshading ones that people don't like, and getting into the big like iconic moments of everything, and saying like what makes them who they are, and like even though they seem like normal people at first, like their feats go like way beyond what you would expect. Like especially when they get into this shit with the weapon and her like surviving freaking being doused down on a molecular level.
The scythe conceived a
the
child.
Slayer scythe.
Don't ask.
Like 128 novels and over 500 comics. Holy shit! I did not know Buffy was built like that.
I'm gonna say this right now. Buffy's analysis is pretty much what I think Blades was trying to be, in the sense of like it wants to get across like a certain idea with Buffy, in the sense that like she's like she's the chosen one. She's like the one who has to like slay all evil, but she has to do it by herself. And I think as Jonathan was talking about, like the ways in which they go about like Buffy's like way of handling that, whether or not that be like her sacrifice or like her eventual acceptance of the Slayer role by acquiring the Slayer scythe and having like a sisterhood of Slayers. I think it just does, as someone who doesn't have like no experience with like Buffy as a franchise, it does such a good job of encapsulating that like idea of what Buffy as like a franchise is going for. And in my opinion, it does it so well that like I genuinely do kind of want to check out Buffy at some point.
You should. It's a really good show. I've only seen the first 2 seasons, but I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also they also technically do a bit of like slightly similar compositing chicanery to Blaze analysis, because that line where she was like Mary Christian Slater and died, that's from the movie that the show was created to like just correct how bad it was.
Yeah, because the idea is that like Buffy as a franchise is very like loose with its canon, so like there's not really like a definitive timeline or like place to really analyze Buffy. So that's why like they went about like analyzing Buffy that way, and that's why they also did analyzing Blade that way, like actually using like stuff like what was it, like stuff like like Blade cartoons in the movies and such. It's like a way to like even things out.
Shit, and that almost feels a little bit like Scooby-Doo, the way they brought up the video games there.
Yeah.
I mean
it's literally
Buffy's voice actor did play Daphne.
That is true.
It's literally Daphne.
I mean, shit, like
her and her Scooby Gang.
Daphne was basically turned into Buffy in that movie, and that's not an exaggeration.
Pretty much.
Oh, yeah,
very true.
And like apparently Sarah Michelle Gellar's husband played Fred.
Gallagher. Sarah Michelle.
What, is that not how you pronounce it?
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Oh, Geller.
Shameless mention.
Sorry.
Gallagher's the watermelon guy.
No, they basically like started dating because of Scooby-Doo. So thank you, James Gunn, for giving us one of the most iconic Hollywood power couples.
Literally.
And people say James Gunn is washed now.
Christ, James.
They're grifters. They're just grifters. That's all.
Okay, there are 2 kinds of people.
Grifters, the gun has been jammed.
Actually, there are 3 kinds of people. There are grifters, the people who are unironically fans of grifters, and people who have an IQ above single digits.
Yeah, I mean, like, even Ben, like, in a recent cast was like, there are two types of Death Battle reviews, the debunk videos and the actual reviews.
Based.
I remember when he
all right, and now
I guess moving on to the fight.
Yeah. Oh man, there is so much to analyze
There is
here.
so
Oh my
much to
god.
talk about.
Top tier casting. Top tier casting.
I'm not gonna lie.
High tier for Blade, top tier for Buffy.
I fell in love with Fiction
Yeah.
because I followed his Instagram. He does so many cool like choreography videos like this all the time. I love like the way he incorporates his breakdancing with martial arts. Like he this is such a cool guy. I just wish he got a haircut for this to look more like Blade. I know that's something we don't want to do sometimes, but like I was bald to play Warbucks for my local theater, so I know game.
Like,
also shout out to Danny.
I will say
Winter
Fiction
Soldier
definitely
here.
crushed the role. There is one line that just kind of made me laugh, unfortunately.
I think I know which line you're talking about.
It's the not anymore.
I really
like
Okay,
it evoked
I
in the
actually
in,
wanted
look,
to go
I
into that.
mean no offense, that not anymore invoked Mike Tyson.
Oh, I know.
Okay, fair, but I do actually want to go into like a bit of extensive breakdown about that because Carrick, I believe that one of your minor criticisms of this fight was that like it sort of framed Blade as like the villain of this fight. Didn't you say that once?
I said that it put Blade into a much more antagonistic role to the point where it was pretty obvious that Buffy was gonna win with the way it was framed, and and I feel like it's less natural than the way Hulk versus Godzilla did that.
Okay, that's fair. But I will say that scene is actually like very similar to literally the first time we see Blade in the comics, because he does actually go after a vampire who's revealed to like he was originally an 18-year-old, and then he gets almost immediately scolded by the bystanders who says, "Blade, he was just a kid. He had such a life to live." But then Blade was like, "Nah, fuck him. I hate all those bloodsuckers." Whereas here, when he skip ahead to where he shoots the girl, and that's where the conflict starts. Like, okay, go back a bit.
The music buildup is great, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Like right around here. See, he reaches out his hand, meaning he did genuinely want to help.
Yeah.
But then we see that, oh no, she was infected with the vampirism, and so like he pulls out the breathing gun, which I don't know why you needed to pull it out so
That
soon,
is a bit of an
that's,
overkill,
like, your
yes.
main
Yeah.
condition, but like right here, that head tilt, that's supposed to be him showing remorse for having done that. But Buffy doesn't know that. All she sees is Blade shooting a kid. Whereas Blade, like the reason why Blade says not anymore was because like, well, she wasn't a kid anymore. She was a vampire. She had to be put down. And that's why I think the setup is really, really interesting. It's like one of those quirky classic misunderstandings, but actually done really cleverly that fits both characters.
Okay. I like what you said there, but there's only one thing that I would change about that, because I'm not as like invested in Blade as everybody else. Like I have a friend who loves Titanium. I'm just gonna shout him out now. He voices Discord for me in some of my videos, and he hates the way Blade is written in this one, and he loves the Blade movies because he's like his whole motivation in that first Blade film is like trying to help somebody who got infected by vampirism. So he's like, I don't buy that he would immediately kill this person. Like I think he would like try to help her out. But it's like I also get like your perspective as well, because it's Death Battle. You have to take like some kind of creative liberty there, and the fact that they showed that little bit of remorse, I think was a good nod to that as well. The only thing I would change here, like when he like blocks it, I think he should have said, "Are you out of your damn mind?" I think he should have said it there.
I fully agree with you. Like the place they did use the line was kind of misplaced.
Yeah.
I do also want to defend one thing. I do want to defend one thing. That's a Fiction's like line delivery. Now I get it. I know his voice doesn't sound familiar, but you got to understand this. One, he was trying to talk with fangs in his mouth. He literally said that as a reaction.
True,
Two, I get that, but you got to admit he did at least do a good job, like trying to at least play like.
Oh yeah, no, like I said, that first line was the only one that I found kind of funny. Everything else turned out great.
Yeah, it's like
it's as Jonathan says, where it's like the setup, like I think the setup works because like it's just like, even though like you have the Blade movies to reference as like, you know, Blade, like would he really kill someone who's turned into a vampire? The thing is though, the Blade in the comics, yeah, no, he would do that. There was like I remember Speedy, like he talked about one of the most recent Blade comics that he was in. Yeah, there was someone that turned into a vampire and he had to be talked down from killing them by his
I
wife.
think you're talking about Blood Hunt.
Really?
Yeah. Blade had to be talked down from his wife to not kill someone who was just turned into a vampire. So
Yeah.
I think the setup, it works. The setup does work.
I
just
on the note of the ADR thing, personally, I think that's lame. Like, do you guys know that Planet of the Apes reboot that Tim Burton did?
Yeah.
Think so?
I know of it.
Yeah, it starred Mark Wahlberg and
one.
shit. Okay, so all of the actors, like, in the ape costumes, they had, like, these insane prosthetics in their mouths. Like, you got Paul Giamatti, and he's like, he's talking like this because of it, and, like, it's really hard to understand him and hard to take him seriously. When you do shit like that for Hollywood films, you got fucking ADR it. Like, it's that simple. Like, if you want me to, like, take these characters seriously and, like, have the performances, like, not be held back by it, just fix it in post. Like, it's not that hard to do. Like, I think Fiction would have been more than willing to do that.
I don't have a problem with it. It's just
I don't
like
have a problem with
sometimes
it either.
it's not mixed the best.
Yeah, so just like I think if he was having trouble with the fangs, like if they just let him like ADR it, I think that would have like been the like ultimate way to fix that. So I don't know, like maybe they didn't have time to, but at the same time
Maybe.
it's just like it is what it is. Not much you can do about it now. Although I will say,
Yeah.
oh, by the way,
This
this is my favorite shot right here because it's so GIF worthy.
There's a lot of those like dolly zoom shots.
We should like
There
shout
was
out
one
some
with
of
Blade, one with the
Liam
headband.
one.
Yeah, the Liam.
Oh yeah.
We got to shout out.
Do you wanna,
I
like,
love
you
how
wanna
all
post
the
the, like, Liam
vampires, all the vampires that were around here were like a bunch of friends and family that just wanted to get in on the action, and it was such a good way to like show off some of Blade's weapons as well, that you wouldn't be able to do with like just their one-on-one. So this is a very smart inclusion. And like taking advantage of it being a live action production and getting to do a longer runtime. All right, here's the shot everybody loves. This is for Black Canary versus Sindel. Oh!
Hey, no Blindary slander. No Blindary slander in this household.
Someone get the gift.
Save
for that.
it for
Someone get the gift.
season 7 review.
Hang on, I got it.
Venom versus Cronathegoat.
Yeah, go get it.
Now, with all this said, if there's one thing that I would probably criticize this animation for is that while I don't agree,
this is the best
Oh
part.
yeah, Ben being there, yeah.
Accepting his fate.
Ben is the best part of that animation.
Yeah.
Soldier Ben comes back only to die again.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is, like, while I don't agree with the whole notion that Carrick was saying about, like, Blade being antagonistic, there is one aspect of this fight that I think is kind of, like, noticeable, is how much I feel like Blade is kind of just dominating in this fight. I remember I watched the behind-the-scenes live stream that they did for this, for, like, just, like, talking about this episode, and they mentioned how, like, once the conclusion came in that, like, oh, Blade was gonna lose, Buffy was gonna be the one who wins, they talked about how, like, they really wanted to emphasize, like, oh yeah, if Blade's gonna go down, we're gonna make sure that he goes down like a badass. I have to wonder how much of that, like, influenced the choreography of the fight, because I would definitely say, like, throughout the majority of this fight, Blade has the upper hand on Buffy a lot. And while Buffy has, like, cool moments, like pulling the knife out of her shoulder, or like when she stole one of his blades at the beginning, or like
smacking him with the bottle.
Yeah, smacking with the bottle, or like slicing the breathing gun's bullets and the breathing gun itself. Like, she has moments, but I feel like a lot, like, for a majority of this fight, it's like she's constantly on the back foot, and it's like Blade is always getting the upper hand on her.
Well, because when you come into it with that mindset, you get stuff like Thor versus Vegeta.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say Thor versus Vegeta. In fact, I would say that, like, more egregious examples would be like a Korra versus Storm, a Scrooge versus Shovel Knight. But
Those
the
are more
reason why I'm
egregious,
able to like mostly overlook it here is because like there is at least a clear theme with the dynamic for why that is. Kind of like Stitch versus Rocket when it tried doing something similar, where it's using Blade's more traditional fighting experience versus Buffy's pragmatism. But I can still agree with your issue, because I do wish that the fight leaned into that dynamic way more. Like with the jacket stealing one of Blade's swords, the glass bottle thing.
Right.
And just
more like on the fly thinking. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, on the fly. Yeah, that's what pragmatism is.
It makes it so that, like, when we get to, like, this final moment where it's like Buffy, like, after all this getting, like, tossed around, she finally gets the upper hand. It makes it feel like very kind of obvious in a sense. Like, granted, I prefer this to like the past live action episodes where like the kill just like kind of just comes out of nowhere and just like, okay, I guess we're done. Like I like the build up in the sense of like, yeah, Buffy was fine. Like, she's been the underdog of this entire animation. And, like, this is her finally getting like that one up on Blade. I like it in that sense. But I still think it could have been handled probably a little bit less obvious.
I feel like if they just framed it as a one-stroke duel a la Strider versus Ryu Hayabusa, then I think that it would have solved the problem, at least at the ending there.
I would have loved to see...
Afro, yeah.
Dude, Strider versus Ryu would have been so cool in live action.
Because it's like... but I use the Hiryu versus Ryu comparison because it's the idea of them both hitting each other at the same time, but one blow is clearly more lethal.
Yeah. Right. Oh well.
And it could still have like that same like idea where it's like the blade, like Blade's blade, like also like falls off as well before his head falls off. Like it could work. It could work.
Also, I just noticed that the sunglasses were like a Chekhov's gun for this thing.
Yeah. Although I love that in the behind the scenes they mentioned how like that was the only other shot they did of like the bottle being smacked against Blade's head. Fiction mentioned how like he specifically angled his head so that it would hit the bottle would hit him like right in the face. And Danny, who was the director of the fight, he was like, he was supposed to move his head. He wasn't supposed to hit it face first.
Oh man.
Nice.
Yeah,
that right there is dedication. Dedication, man.
I definitely recommend watching the behind the scenes live stream they did because it gives a lot of like interesting insight about like the process of how this episode was like just like done. And in my opinion, like even though like it has its faults, I would still say overall this is probably the best live action episode that Death Battle has done.
I agree.
Oh yeah.
It's tough for me between this and Red Hood versus Winter Soldier because like that one is like so damn strong with like what it accomplishes.
Yeah.
I personally prefer Winter.
I have like I do have a personal attachment to Red Hood versus Winter Soldier, but in terms of overall quality, I say I overall prefer this one, though I still really love.
It's definitely this one definitely has like the scope going for it.
I'd say both have their own advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah.
Who's the actor who played Buffy again? Who's the actor who played Buffy?
Mara Mulrooney.
Mara Mulrooney, yeah.
Yeah, it's
she went from
actress.
she went from Dark Man to damn man. That guy's head is gone.
Like she apparently like she was typecast as like Karen's for all those videos.
Darman to Dampier.
Oh, man.
So I'm really glad that like she was able to get something that put her in a more heroic spotlight.
Yeah, Death Battle gave her that glow up that she needed.
Yeah, and for all the issues that I mentioned, like again, like the choreography, I would still say like is very this bathroom fight.
Yeah, it's really strong.
Fucking awesome.
The up close and personal, it was so good.
I love how claustrophobic it feels.
Yes, I love the usage of the environment. In my opinion, I think it is a step up from Winter Soldier versus Red Hood because like it fully takes advantage of like just like the claustrophobicness of it, like the tension. It's like it's so good.
I do think this frame to pause on.
I do think this shot is very funny.
That's another thing that they mentioned up in the behind the scenes live stream.
They're both smiling at each other.
Yeah, it was another thing that Danny mentioned in the behind.
It's like the after credits scene in a lot of rap battles.
Yeah.
It was like Homelander and Zoolander dancing with each other.
Yeah.
But it was like one of those things that Danny praised Mare in the live stream about. It was like she was able to like really emote well even under like tense situations, like being held by the throat against a wall. And it's like it's why like I think like she was phenomenally casted as Buffy.
Oh yeah, like this bit where like she's like pushing back against the knife, like that's one of the best acted bits like on the show. Oh, we lost somebody.
We lost Steve.
Bye, Steve.
I guess he had to go.
Oh well. So yeah, I guess.
I think he did say that he would have to leave if it took too long.
Well, it is probably a good sign that we should like move on to the next episode.
Yeah, we should probably quickly wrap this up.
All right.
It is Dante.
Well, we only got
versus
2
Clive
left.
time.
Now this.
Okay.
Clive.
My other episode to lock in for. So yeah, Dante versus Clive. I think for most of us hit us like out of nowhere. Like wait, what? Like because like we were like obviously as part of the Kickstarter goals, we were promised a Torian episode, and like it was very much so up to like what could this episode be.
Hey Steve.
Hey Steve.
Hi, Steve.
We're talking about Peak.
Yeah. So my Discord fucking crashed.
Oh
just
shit!
Randomly.
Blade, the smiles from Blade versus Buffy were too powerful.
Literally.
Like, I wasn't
love how
going
it's
to
like
say
that.
nothing anyway, because I just don't got much to say, but legitimately, you just stopped talking. I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
Oh my gosh.
And then I look.
All right,
Go ahead.
Behemoth, I'll start you over.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll go again. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of us like this episode's announcement hit us like out of nowhere because like while we were expecting a Torian episode, it was definitely like well, what could he possibly animate? Like that was always the big question. So when this episode was announced, it was definitely like oh wait, we're doing this, and it was also because like oh this is the episode Torian's doing. That's pretty cool. And because, like, you know, like, Dante's always a fun character to, like, just see in anything because Dante is just, he's just that guy. And Clive getting on the show is, like, big because this is our first non-Final Fantasy VII episode for Final Fantasy on Death Battle. And that's really, it was so cool. So cool, in fact, that just in preparation for me talking about this episode, I played every single Devil May Cry game and Final Fantasy 16 just so I can have the most perfect opinion about this episode possible.
You monster
Give
frisbee.
the applause.
Did you like the Titan boss fight? Say yes or no.
Oh yes. How could I not, bro?
Fuck yeah, I love that fight so much. One of the best
yeah,
boss fights in all of gaming.
By the way,
yeah.
low-key, the best like introduction right here. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be peak. This is gonna be
great
peak.
introduction. So like, yeah, starting off with the analyses for both of these characters, I'm just gonna say it right now, these are flawless analyses. Like Dante's is definitely very tricky because DMC is a series that I think, like after playing all the games, it's a series that like while it has a story, it's also very loose within the sense of like the story can pretty much just be like whatever, like it could just be whatever, like Dante's like villain of the week kind of stuff. I know I mentioned that with Miles already, but like it's kind of the same thing with DMC. But in my opinion, I think it does a very good job of like getting across like the absurdity of the DMC world and how for Dante, every day is just another day, another job, another hunt for him to do. And I think like the story coverage of just like, well, for one, I love the story coverage in the sense of like talking about like his dynamic with Virgil.
Yeah, when
just,
Virgil
like,
gets introduced, that's when I think it becomes like on like a whole other level of like awesome writing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the dynamic between Dante and Virgil is so key to like just the story of DMC as a whole that like I'm glad that it was given like the presence that like it was kind of lacking. That like looking back on Dante versus Bayonetta, it's very lacking.
Oh yeah.
In that sense. And then like as they continue to go on about like just like Dante's escapades. Well, for one, I love that they just kind of like hand wave DMC2 because just like the actual game, DMC2 is worthless. But I really do like it.
Well, I'm gonna play it anyway.
Yeah, good luck with that. In any case,
You're gonna need it.
yeah, DMC2.
I played Final Fantasy 15. I can't imagine any game being worse than that trash.
It's gonna be worse than the anime though.
It's the Netflix one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. The
Don't
Netflix
wanna
is
be an
overhated.
American idiot.
Okay, well the ending sucks. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, point.
I will say Roland was pretty good.
Yeah, Roland was good as the intro. But yeah, I would say in terms of like just like the analysis starting off with like just describing like Dante's place in the world, like in this like absurd world and like his relationship with his brother. But then like once the analysis like then talks about like stuff that happens in DMC 4 and 5, that's where the episode really starts to like the analysis really starts to like just click for me because like
Somehow Virgil returned.
Bro.
Eric, you cried.
He had to.
I remember Eric crashing out at that moment.
Yeah, his return in DMC 5 is like not explained at all. It's very much so like how did this happen? But you know what? I don't give a fuck. It's
Just
funny.
roll with
We
it.
don't care.
Yeah, it's Virgil.
But yeah, like
it's Virgil.
Just the coverage of DMC 4 in the sense of like, you know, Dante discovering his nephew Nero and like bringing him into the family business, and then the coverage of like the story of DMC 5, how like that's like DMC 5 is the most story heavy game I would say of the entire series. And I think like the coverage that it gave in the sense of like Dante's like the ultimate resolution of like Dante like realizing that yeah, if I can't get Virgil to like change his ways, and I'm just gonna keep an eye on him. I'm gonna make sure that like I can protect him like, you know, like a brother should. So much so that like it genuinely like in comparison to his last outing, I would say this right now, this is probably Dante's better analyses. Like
well,
it's
I mentioned that in my review actually, that like the Dante versus Bayonetta, we love that one, but like the writing of the analysis is like it's good, it's fine for what it is, but it's like there are much stronger ones out there, and it's like
It's trying to be fun over compelling.
yeah, but it's like, and I was saying that like if they ever bring Dante or Virgil back, like Like, Devil May Cry 5 is like a really good time to bring back these DMC bros, and they delivered that in spades by like having it be on this final cutscene right here.
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty much exactly what I asked.
And the ending line from Wiz, hell can be a paradise where even a devil may cry.
Maybe happier than he's ever been.
Proof that as long as you have the human drive, even hell can become a paradise sweet enough that a devil may cry.
Yeah.
That is such a
It's cheesy, but it's good.
And it's
Fire writing.
I see why he's your favorite writer, Jonathan.
Oh yeah, Herschel, my goat.
Yeah, Herschel wrote this episode. Yeah, Dante's analysis is already good enough as is.
The guy from Tekken 8.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this right now. Clive is arguably also one of the strongest analyses of this entire like indie era. I'm gonna say it right now.
It's my second favorite of the era.
Yeah, it is such like as someone who played through FF16, it is such a perfect encapsulation of that game's like story. Because for like Jonathan will get this, but like as someone who did play FF16. That game's story has kind of an issue where, like, a lot of it, you kind of have to go out of your way to, like, understand, like, everything about it, because sometimes it can be, like, not that well explained in just the cutscenes alone. So I really appreciate this analysis for, like, doing, like, doing a better job, honestly, of explaining, like, the world of FF16 in some ways better than the game itself. Like, getting across, like, what it, like, you know, the icons, like, dominance, bearers, like, you know, people can use magic and such like that. And, like, the specific plight of, like, the overall, like, conflict of, like, what Clive is, like, fighting to do. And his growth in, like, realizing that, like, the tragedy of what happened back at, like, the beginning of the game. And how, like, it would influence his actions going forward. Like, it is such... And, like, and then when we get to, like, the very end of the analysis, where it's, like, how his entire life was ordained to be a pawn for, like, this god Ultima to, like, reset everything. Like... It is just such a perfect, like, just like with Maka's analysis and how, like, it perfectly weaves together the story and versus progression of Maka and Soul as characters. This analysis does the exact same thing. It does a perfect way of weaving in story and versus for Clive's progression, because, like, it talks about, like, oh, what he was able to do is, like, you know, just like the Phoenix powers, but then they talk about his other icon powers that he gets, and then ultimately like the ultimate final fight of the game, where it's like his drive, his human will, that human drive that he has, the compassion and connections he has with people, that is what ultimately gave him strength, and that's what ultimately let him beat Ultima. It is just such a good telling of FF16's story.
That was really good what you said there. I want to make a correction to myself in the reaction. I said, "Oh hey, a frame from Yu Yu Hakusho." It's Yu-Gi-Oh. It's fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, I don't know why I thought it was Yu Yu Hakusho. I assumed it was.
I can't believe you gaslit
They
me,
both
Eric.
start with you.
I assumed it was Kurama because of the pink sleeve. That was just my first reaction.
I thought the pink sleeve was Botan.
That's like the first episode. That's the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh.
I haven't seen Yu-Gi-Oh. That's my excuse.
No,
I also love how Clive's analysis like nuances like the power of friendship, not just in the sense where like Boomstick says, yeah, it's the power of friendship, but it's actually really, really cool. But also it captures the themes of like how that theme is utilized in Final Fantasy 16, where it's more like how Clive always tried to carry the burden alone, which is why he's like the solo playable character. But then he's also like challenged for how he needs to open himself and let others help carry the burden for him. And I just love how the analysis does this without saying a word about it. That is just ingenious writing. I'm telling you, Herschel hasn't missed since season 8.
It's kind of like a more subtle version of what Blade versus Buffy and Miles versus Deku were doing.
True.
Yeah, I will definitely agree.
Also, we gotta let this part play out.
Written up in a book by a certain Joshua Rusfield, which he titled Final Fantasy.
Sorry, you guys got spoiled on that.
Well, yeah, I did get spoiled on it because I didn't finish FF16 before the episode came out. Though I will say, now that I have finished FF16, it is kind of weird that like they framed the ending of Clive's analysis in the sense of like, except we don't know what happened to Clive, when it's like, no, he died.
No, he didn't. No.
Wow.
Clive didn't. It's never directly stated that Clive actually died, because the post-credit scene is like decades and decades and decades into the future, where like all the power of the icons is gone, like just completely gone. Like all we really see from Clive is that like his hand turns gray, which means he no longer has the power of Phoenix or Ifrit, and he's just lying there. It's never directly stated that he actually died there.
That's very
Cowboy
Bebop coded.
Yes, he did die, but like we don't know. But like it's never stated if it's in that exact moment or if it's like because of like natural causes.
Oh no! In that original cutscene, the rest of his body starts to petrify as well. It's not just his hand. So I'm pretty sure in that moment he does just die.
Oh well.
That's not how I saw it.
Well, that's a debate for another day because I think
yeah.
In any case, regardless of whether or not like they like framed it weirdly in the sense of like what was Clive's fate, even though we kind of have an idea what his fate was, I do, as you said, I love that ending where it's like his tales were told in a story written by a certain Joshua Rosefield. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that to me is the greatest through line, how like intrinsic the brothers are to each of their stories, and then like they both like shout them out in the fight, and which
you see, that's even funnier because I'll say that spoiler in case any of you guys want to play.
Thank you.
Honestly, just play the whole animation and let it speak for itself. I genuinely don't think we could like do it.
Oh no, yeah.
I'm going to straight up say it right now. I know I was talking about how Ruby versus Maka had like my favorite choreography shot, like since Ryu versus Jin. I'm not sure, as an episode, I'm not sure if like this is at the very top or not, because like I haven't played the game, so I'm not as attached to them, so it's like fair enough. This is the best animation the show has ever done, and I don't think I'm splitting hairs saying that. This is straight up.
We've come a long way from Blake versus Mikasa's animation, haven't we?
It is straight up the strongest fight choreography, the strongest like dynamic that they like commit to the whole way through. They have so much like varied arsenals like throughout. It's never boring. The escalation is so natural. The way their forms play off of each other and like how dramatic and tension filled the ending is like so incredibly strong. This is the kind of matchup where it's like you don't like necessarily think about it as one of the big popular ones, but the fact of the matter is they play off of each other so well and so flawlessly and naturally that it practically writes itself as a fight when it comes to the two of them being able to go blow for blow for blow. And like that's a big reason why it's one of the best ones, and the execution of that concept is what makes it so perfect in my eyes. Like there is very little I would actually change about it.
Segment,
makes it even
that one segment that played a little bit ago with like the nunchucks and Dante, using the nunchucks.
Yeah, King Cerberus.
That one take is another one of the best showings of choreography in the show's history. Like,
I'm pretty sure Clive used every single one of his icons from the base game.
Like, yes, he did.
That is very
and all this is just being carried by the devil inside. Like, this is a phenomenal track, dude.
Favorite track of the season. Just gonna say it.
I've re-listened to it a bunch.
And
my top 5 favorite tracks of the show.
Also, one of the best, like, this is one of the best
I will say it is
as well.
a jam. Not quite my favorite. That's still game over. But
that's fair.
It is still super hype.
I love it when they give the meme quote to the other combatant, and like it fits so well here.
What the hell is that? I especially want to give a shout out to the voice actors. Luca Xavier does a perfect job of encapsulating Ruben Langdon's Dante. Like from the actual games, and Capcom, if you're looking for a new voice actor for Dante, maybe hit this guy up.
Friggin' Luca is also in one of the official Devil May Cry games. Also, shout out to him for being like one of the most passionate voice actors like on the show. Like he not only commented on our reaction to it, but he also like made his own thing, breaking everything down. I love when the voice actors get like really into it.
But I especially also want to give credit to Will DeRenze Martin for his performance on Clive Rossfield, because in my opinion, one of the big reasons to why Clive hits so well as a protagonist is because of Ben Starr's performance in Final Fantasy 16, and Will encapsulates Ben's performance so well that like between that and the writing that is there for Clive in the fight, I would argue this is probably the best usage of a character Death Battle has ever done. Like, it genuinely feels like Clive was ripped out of FF16, and I'm just like, yeah, that's just Clive.
I think it might actually be my favorite.
I mean, it literally takes him from right before the fight with Ultima. Like,
I think Will Ryan might actually be my favorite voice performance of the year, and like, it's really, that's a very tough thing to say because like there are so many incredible ones, but there's something about it. It like we have like a performance like that. like it happens like since Benji Buckley as Jonathan Joestar, like it's on like that level of like hitting like so close to home for me in terms of just like the intensity behind all of the vocal deliveries and also like the charisma behind it too. So yeah, just like I love when they get British guys to play British guys on this show. They did that with the Doctor as well.
I will say, even though this is like Torian's episode, like, this is the Torian episode, I especially like. I want to give credit to the other animators, like David, Joe, Christina. Like they did a phenomenal job for their segments of the animation.
Billy on the Viz Post.
The Viz Post team, bro. Billy and Christina, they did so well. Like there's like so many like subtle details that you wouldn't even like notice. Like though, like there are differences between the fire between Dante and Clive. Like Clive's fire like is very more akin to like FF16's like usage of fire, where it like kind of has like a mystical kind of sense to it. But meanwhile, Dante's, it looks straight up just like the fires of hell. I love like there's just like subtle differences between fire.
Absolutely.
And then like you mentioned before, like in terms of like how tight this fight's choreography is, I can say this right now as someone who like really did enjoy the combat of both series. Yeah, there's just so many things that like I appreciate so much more because of just like playing these games. Like just like from the opening like interaction, I can like immediately recognize like Clive's first attack, it's Phoenix Shift into like a charged just like neutral attack. Like
Blazing Strike, I think it's
Blazing
called.
Strike. I can pick out like the specific techniques that they use, and like just I can like call out like now like, oh my god, Dante uses 2 Kalina Ons to make the laser rocket launcher, or like using King Cerberus in all its different forms with like the elements.
When it comes to the audio, this is the best part right here.
Yeah.
This line goes hard as well.
Let's see what your monster can really do. For the devil
Yes.
Let's give him everything we got. Joshua, let's go so hard.
Yeah. And then the guitar riff here.
Can we just play the space climax?
Ifrit Reason, baby!
you see the difference in the fire?
Yeah, it's like really cool.
It's like,
and then the it just syncs up with the track, and it just makes it even better.
And then they just straight up recreate the Bahamut fight.
Bahamut fight, yeah. And I love the techniques that like Dante using loose, and then like right here he's about to use Judgment, like at least like the start of Judgment, while Clive's just doing like the rapid like button mashing stuff. And then Clive uses like his like kind of like spirit bomb like finisher that he used on Hellfire, against what was it? He used it against the Garuda.
I got confused by this part at first because it's like he sends Dante down, but then I was like, what happened? Like, what made them both go down? But then you see the smoking sexy style. And you're like, oh, clearly it was like it was like an AOE move that sent Clive down as well.
Yeah, Judgment is an AOE move. Yeah. And then it's like other stuff like seeing Dante use the different styles, like switching between Royal Guard to Quicksilver, and then this ending is so good. Like Dante, you can like that moment showing that Dante's healing his attacks. Clive is like exhausted, like he's running low on his like power, and then like this moment right here.
It's like an even more tense version of Simone versus Kyle's ending.
Yeah. Just wants more.
He's a best.
Yeah, that's line again.
I love how like Dante sounds so tired compared to like Clive getting like one final push with the yell to show that the endurance is like what got Clive the win. That was a very cool attention to detail too.
Here's another cool thing about that kill that Clive does, like his final attack, is a reference to the final move he does against Ultima in FF16.
Yeah. Wow.
Again, it's like these little details that like I just appreciate so much more. Yeah, and like the Zanted Saku, or it was called for Odin's. For Odin's sword, like it like these like little details, like they just click so much more now that I know these characters. Also, by the way, I want to go back. Can you go back to the part where
were you about
Dante
to say something,
says,
Steve?
Yeah, I was about to say it. I just wanted to say Dante's final words. That's such a Dante-coded thing to do, and also and also Clive just sitting down going, "Oh man, this final fight's gonna be easy as shit. What the fuck did I just go through?
I just got so much EXP from this battle.
It's like battling a secret boss before you face the final one.
I got all the pine cones.
I'll say, Kara, can you go back a little bit, just a little bit?
Well, you gotta tell me where to
go. The part where the doppelganger shows up.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, okay.
Right here, yeah.
Unmute it.
Shadows anymore, Smokey.
That's a Devil Trigger reference. He
Nice.
referenced the Devil Trigger song.
No hiding in the shadows anymore.
I will say there are definitely aspects of the animation I can definitely like criticize, like the part where like Doppelganger's pursuing climb up the building. It has like a really janky looking run.
I'm fine with
And,
it
like,
because of the choreography.
and just in general, there's also like the faces can look a little off at times, but like I seriously like whatever issues that I can point out with the animation really do not take away from just how expertly crafted this like choreography is. Like it is just like this, like you mentioned before how like Hulk vs. Godzilla is like the most evocative episode you feel like in terms of capturing season 2. Yeah, no, this is the episode for me that captures season 2.
Yeah.
This feels like a season
with Hulk vs. Godzilla, it's like the storytelling aspect of season 2. With this one, it's the choreography aspect.
The choreography.
Also, shout out to the post analysis for actually making this feel close.
Yeah,
Not
this is by far one of the
closer than
closest
Bowser
episodes I've
Eggman.
ever done.
Yeah, closer than Bowser Eggman, closer than any episode that I could think of at the top.
Closer than Hulk vs. Godzilla. This
Yeah.
is
I mean, the team just outright said this was the most debated matchup of the whole lineup.
I love
All
that.
because of like who can last longer, and they just straight up say Clive should be able to, keep going with willpower alone. Well, he would eventually overtax Dante's healing factor. Which
It's
is
just like
something he
Gogeta
did,
versus Vegeto's analysis ending.
Yeah, which Dante ended
Yeah.
up overtaxed Virgil's regeneration, just like how he killed him in the, I think it was Devil May Cry 3.
No,
Yeah.
Devil May Cry
All
1.
right, we got
Devil
20.
May Cry 1.
All right, we got 20
My
minutes
bad, my
until
bad.
the thing that I need to go to. So now is
Okay, let's wrap that.
All right, let's
It's time.
spend it all talking about
Ash versus Yugi.
Yuppers. All right, I'm gonna try and keep this quick because so that we can just get into the group discussion of this. Yeah, exactly. Ash versus Yugi. What can even be said for this? Like, this is the best way they could have wrapped up season 25. Analyses for both Ash and Yugi. They're incredible. Like, they go into pretty much everything when it comes to Ash and Yugi and explaining like their characters, their Pokemon, their monsters. They go into explaining all of it, and it's so good. They explain how their stories end. They explained like how their friendships help them as people, pretty much. Like it's nuts.
Yeah,
It's so Bowser versus Eggman coded with the way they go into
it's
their
literally
entries.
Yes.
I'm going to argue
in my
it.
opinion, I think it does it better.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the way they cover pretty much the armies, it's better in this than in Bowser Eggman.
Minnesota Vikings, shout out.
In all honesty,
Fuck
like,
the Vikings.
I really just gotta appreciate like how digestible this like the episode's analyses are, because both Ash and Yugi, they're characters from massive long-running series that like there's just so much to talk about with them that it's like you there's only so much that you can talk about in a certain amount of time, and I think like the analyses encapsulate so well like what these guys like what they're all about. Like Ash and his like trust for his Pokemon, like how they got him so far even through all the failures that he went through. And then with Yugi's analysis, talking about like his relationship with Atem, how it was their teamwork that ultimately made them like the ultimate or the king of games. Like, as someone who has never like experienced Yu-Gi-Oh, this is another thing where it's like I want to check out Yu-Gi-Oh now, because the dynamic that they described on display, like the described for Yugi and Atem, it's so compelling. It sounds so like awesome. And like with the analysis like ending things off in the sense of like their final duel, like the final duel between Yugi and Atem, and like where these two end up by the end of their series, or like by the end of their run of the series. It's just like it makes it so that like you watch both these analyses and it's like even if you don't have that exposure to these characters and these series, it just like it feels like a finale. It feels like this is like an episode that is given like the respect and like the respect it deserves.
It is an event.
That is the best way. It gives these
yes.
characters the respect they need.
Okay, hold on. Cut this part out, but I gotta get going and talk to y'all later.
All right, bye.
Alrighty. See ya.
Bye, Steve.
Have a good one, mate.
Thanks for hanging.
And yeah, just it's unreal the way that they're able to get all of this across, and like there's a reason that they had to get like guest editors for this one.
Yeah,
And free sponsors.
And I like it especially so much, like how they're able to work in like jabs at both of these series without being like disrespectful. Like Boomstick's whole running gag about like Ash not being able to win a Pokemon League until the very end.
Finally.
Like, poor kids, let my boy win. Or Yugi's analysis where it was like, I knew it, he's been cheating all this time.
And then for Boomstick to say, I'm sorry, you're really cool, I was just jealous.
You're so cool.
Yeah.
You can just tell that, like, the main writer for this episode, DJ, he loves both of these series, and he handled, like, just talking about them so well.
Exactly. And that's the best crazy thing. These are just the analyses. The fight on the other hand.
Fight, bro.
Literally.
We're talking about how, okay, so first off, I love that they do the Gojo versus Makima thing of like having a explanation to the battle, and because of like how complex it is, and like, yeah, like the way that the rules work, like it's just straight up not compatible. So this is how we're gonna do it. And if you don't like it, it sucks to be you.
Cry about it.
It's our show. This is how we're doing it.
Also, if you notice, the like
just
little
right off the bat.
Just from
right
the
off
beginning
the bat,
of this.
The game.
Like,
the Game Boy sprites.
I cannot think
so
of a more perfect way to start this thing out. That transition,
And
it's like it's just like the Miles versus Deku like panels to animation thing. I love it. So I love how bouncy Pikachu's model is. I can't wait to see. I bet you that this animation style is going to be used for Aang versus Traveler. I can't wait to see this going forward.
Oh, goody!
It's so pretty.
I still have to give props because fucking Origin spent a month learning how to use Blender just to be a part of this animation.
Exactly. Mad lad. I love it.
But with that said, I still got to give credit to the other animators, Luis, David, and Project Alpha 22. They like all of them killed it with this animation because I think while everyone was expecting this fight to be sprites. Everyone was expecting it to be a sprite fight. So when like the reveal came out, they're like, "Oh no, this is gonna be 3D." I feel like that like blew everybody out of the water. I'm like, wait, what? This is how are they gonna do this?
Yeah, when they released those like Toonami style ads and we saw Ash's model, we were like, oh, is that from the actual animation? Is that are they making? Yeah. Is that what it's gonna look like?
Yeah,
exactly.
We couldn't believe it first.
And everyone kept saying sprites bites are dead. The next one.
Literally. It caught everyone so off guard that this was gonna be 3D. But in my opinion, just look at this. It's phenomenal.
It definitely lived up.
Also,
to
straight up, these are. I said that Will Ryan is my favorite performance. These are my favorite impressions of the year.
Yeah, Elsie Lovelock, Tom Shore,
straight up
incredible in this.
That is literally straight up exactly from it.
Millennial Monsters is so peak, dude.
Oh, I've been jamming to that like so often.
Millennial Monsters is like
it's been my backing track through playing through all of Legend ZA.
Yeah, you can tell Millennial Monsters is it's evoking that early 2000s like that champion celebration kind of
freaking Yami.
Feeling.
So, you forgot about my face down card. Rise,
Dimension Speed.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Elsie Lovelock and Tom Shulk. They perfectly nailed Ash.
Oh,
and
they crushed
in Tom's case, he nailed both a Yugi and a Tem.
Yeah. Like this. What the thing that's like strongest about this one is like all the entrances of each character. Like they're everybody is like given. There is so much pomp and circumstance throughout this whole thing.
Like every monster is given their own chance to shine, and I love it.
Yeah.
Like so,
Bulbasaur,
Solgaleo has my favorite
boy
entrance,
Bulbasaur got to hang out with the Squirtle Squad.
And then Slifer, the Sky Dragon.
And like that's what I really appreciate the most about this animation is because there is so many moving pieces at play here with all like the Pokemon and the dual monsters, just all the summons. There's a lot going on, and I love how digestible it makes it. Like the animation makes it feel. Like it feels like nothing is taking up too much time. It feels like I love Oshawott.
Yeah.
What was it?
Silent Magician.
Silent Magician. Yeah. I love how like everything is like given its like fair like time of like spotlight.
Where's the Bowser Jr. and Sage style shipping art for them, guys?
For real.
No, there's this.
Oh my god, and then they got the Slifer entrance as well.
Yeah, the Slifer entrance.
This is my favorite part.
Whoa, Rayquaza's red. That's crazy.
Damn. I will say this is my like major complaint about the choreography. That's just like I can like let a lot of things loose, like go easy on it because like the massive scope for it and all that. This part straight up doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, I'm summoning Gengar, Gigantamaxing to go against Slifer. Okay, that's like a good counter for it. And then he just like fights a bunch of the smaller ones, and then Slifer's just kind of forgotten about. And
it's one of those things where I feel like again, there's so many moving pieces that I feel like this kind of thing is prone to happening. And at the very least, I still like the Gengar scene. Like I like him popping out of the earth. I do like him throwing all the shit.
Yeah, this scene,
and then dual monsters, and then attempt trying to suck him into the Planet Millennium Puzzle.
Yeah, Greninja.
And then Greninja, bro. I love that Greninja was the one who like cut the Millennium Puzzle, bro. It was so cool.
It's so fucking cool.
But yeah, oh my god, that line.
This is my favorite part.
Shot.
Yeah,
this
shot.
This is my favorite. This is also my favorite part of the track too, when the Egyptian style music comes
This
in.
battle, you know that it's time to.
The swap
I
between
can
Yugi and
sense
Tem
the
was already
power
cool,
inside
but
you.
this part goes so hard. In the heart of the cart.
Here, show me what you can do.
I mean, this was literally the part of the track they teased on Instagram.
Always seems to come down to us two.
And then literally,
I love the color grading there as well because it looks just like the Who's That Pokemon.
It's the What's That? Who's That Pokemon?
Yeah, but I wanted to get back on. Oh, sorry, but I wanted to get back on the Ash Greninja part because it makes sense. It would be Greninja, considering besides Pikachu, the Ash Greninja is like
probably
it's hard
the
to
strongest.
explain. Not the strongest, but like he's like the closest besides Pikachu, the closest to a bond like Ash has with Pokemon. Because like what Boomstick said in the analysis, like it's because of Ash's bonds that made this a tough battle. Not just Pikachu, but with most of his Pokemon, which is Greninja. Because there's a massive story in X and Y where Ash is trying to perfect Greninja's bond with each other, ultimately trying to get the perfect Ash Greninja synchronization. It's just I just feel like that's perfect.
Like he came up with a new form for his Pokemon.
But at the same time, though. At the same time, though, even though this is like Yugi's big, I find it funny though in reaction to that, like people are like, "Oh my god, he summoned an Egyptian god against fucking Pikachu." But in all honesty, though, even though this is Yugi's comeback, I do like it in the sense of like they don't entirely like Ash doesn't just like disconnect his controller and like he's gonna
literally
stop
this
fighting.
ending.
I love
everything
this
from
where,
here on is incredible.
This ending of like them like Pikachu being the one to do the final move
together.
And then them swapping through different
the outfits.
The outfit
changes. I did not expect
I love that this is
God,
Ash's final move.
that just got me.
But it's
Yeah,
like,
it's
oh no,
so
And then
no,
this scene.
we're not giving you the win, Ash.
You activated my trap card! Magic Cylinder!
I love that. I do love
It's
that the
so
ending of this
good.
fight is not Yugi overpowering Ash, like just like with brute force.
It's him
I like
outsmarting Ash.
It's him outsmarting
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
Which would help him like win strategy.
Also, like the kill is this. Ash and all the Pokemon are statues.
That was an
It's
awesome
Like, I mean,
duel,
so
Ash.
technically, if you're going by Pokemon rules, they aren't entirely dead.
They just gotta
Technically.
And then the ending
just like
being like
Boomstick's bag,
the ending being like the Yu-Gi-Oh thing. So good.
Like, oh no, we can bring it back, Wiz. Quick, give me your tears.
It's like, now I'm keeping them.
We can
Like,
save them.
I mean, if you've seen the anime where Yveltal showed up, like Jesse and James also got turned to stone and they came back.
Right, the Yveltal.
I'm gonna say it right now. Also, the conclusion is really good. But personally, for me, while I think Dante vs. Clive is my favorite of the season, I think this episode is like I feel like objectively just like the magnum opus of the show.
Aw.
Like
I
I
agree.
cannot imagine this episode being done at any other point, and the fact that it was done, like the fact that they delayed it to make sure that it came out the best it possibly could. Yeah, I think this is the magnum opus of Death Battle. Like I don't like this is like like the highest level of quality that I can possibly ever imagine for the show. If you
It's
ask
the
me.
most finale style finale we've ever seen.
Yes,
It is.
Ever since
It has
Goku vs.
quickly become my favorite episode of Death Battle. Period.
It's
Yeah.
definitely
And
top 10
it's
for
gonna
me.
take a lot to probably topple this
Mhm.
for
And
a
again,
long while.
I do think
This is
calling this a
someone like-
magnum opus
isn't it-
is very apt.
Mhm.
Yeah. And again, this is coming from someone again who I have not watched the entirety of the Pokemon anime, but I've never seen Yu-Gi-Oh. So the fact that like I have this strong an opinion about the episode, like that it's just so flawless. I'm just like, yeah, no, I can't. No other word can describe it for me.
Yeah, it's
Also,
hard
I love
to
it how
describe it.
I love it how they explain like, what if Ash tried to throw her hands? And they explain that in strategy.
Right.
Yeah.
And just like, what if? Okay, I got an idea. What if Ash beat the shit out of Yugi? He couldn't. Well, okay then.
Yep.
This is my favorite part,
Okay.
by the way, of the explanation of why Ash can't win because of like the limited infantry. Also, I love the visual Ape Bomb, like dipping.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, bye.
I'm out of here.
And it's true to the anime because he traded Ape Bomb with Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like at this conclusion, I think just a really good job of like showing like they don't sugarcoat it. They don't sugarcoat that like Ash just is fucked. He has no way of winning this.
But at the same
Well,
time,
Yugi has
this
no
is all.
pathetic cards.
We did manage to get like quite the upgrade for like Pokemon power scaling in this episode ever since
Yeah.
Cronathegoat
yeah.
is the champ.
It definitely opens the floodgates for future Pokemon episodes.
Shout out to Shadow vs. Mewtwo.
Shout out to
Please.
Mewtwo or
But yeah,
Rayquaza behind.
as a finale to like this, in my opinion,
Jason
this
Page.
year, this 2024 and 2025. Oh yeah, Jason Page on this track is really good. 2024 and
Right.
2025 is like, in my opinion, the best like season, if we want to call it that,
Sure.
of the show. And I could not
Yeah.
I could not say otherwise that like this being the finale cemented it for me.
It's definitely like
100%.
what we said with Ruby Maka, where like it's not really about the science and stuff. It's how you feel, and for
Exactly.
me,
Yeah.
it's,
You
you
can
feel.
feel-
We're
sense of
judging
happiness.
based on vibes.
There's so much
Like-
passion
I feel
oozing
that-
from this whole production.
Yeah.
Like fuck the debate. Like it does not matter. Like how close
I
I'm,
was
like-
never here for the debates. I came here to watch the crossover.
Exactly.
I
Like
came
it never
here to watch
mattered
a
about the
fun fight.
debate. It never mattered about who wanted who to win. It was all about the passion and just the love of these characters.
Yeah.
That's what
Exactly.
truly mattered. And you can
Yeah.
feel it this in the entire, not just this episode, but throughout this little year with the characters we've gone through in love with.
Mhm.
Which is why I have to say, 2025 is probably my favorite season so far with Indie Era.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If we count
because-
2025 like on its own, like I would still consider it the best one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
for whatever rough points this 2024 and 2025 have, I would still say that like its low points are not even that bad. Like the worst that you can get with this season is like episodes like say Kratos Asura or like Doomslayer vs Master Chief. Even then, I would not even come close to saying that those are bad episodes.
The
I-
negatives are far
Yeah.
outweighed by the
By the
positives.
positives, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're quote unquote bad by the standards that they've set for themselves, like now in the modern time.
Yeah.
But they're not bad
In the face
compared to what
of
we got back
platinum,
then.
even gold doesn't shine as bright.
True.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So honestly, yeah,
I think that's a good way to wrap it up.
more can you say? Just like thank you, Death Battle. Like we're so glad that you're back. Like money well spent on that Kickstarter. Like
And we are very much looking
Agreed.
forward to what else
Yeah.
you've got for us.
Like
If
yeah, we're getting
Yusuke is anything indicative of, it's that I think we're in store for even more awesomeness from Death Battle.
we're getting
The
very
future is
close.
ready
We're
in
getting very close.
2026.
We're getting very close to the non-Kickstarter funded episodes now. Like we're catching up to everything that was promised. So like once we get to that, like as far as I'm concerned, sky's the limit, and I can't wait to be surprised every step of the way.
Yep.
The future is
Yeah.
looking bright for
Mhm.
Death Battle 2026.
Yeah, the future's looking bright.
So thank you all so much for joining us on this retrospective, this massive journey, and yeah, we'll see you all for Ichigo versus Yusuke.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
And the next Trash Pigs
Yeah.
talk.
Bye, everybody.
Whenever that happens. See ya.
And
Bye.
Raccoon Bro.
Raccoon Pro voice actor.
I'd give Raccoon Bro VA a 240 out of 10.
I love Raccoon Bro.